The lights flickered, and a rustling sound emerged from the shadowy corners. Behind the middle themed off the corridor, a hidden secret cemented lie in wait. A eerie blew a light spilled through his window, pulling on the floor like a murky puddle. Amon, tightly bound by restraints, opened his eyes to the flickering screen before him. Bathed in the glow, his skin appeared das Bailey's Tatofakers, his eyes swidey and fixated intently on the screen. On the display was a disheveled woman, frantically searching for something. Her voice said but whisper, "Please, please, come out, come out. I don't want it, please." Ash spoke, her voice escalated into a shrill and mournful cry, filled with helplessness and despair. In the suffocating silence, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, asifying to figure clad in heavy chaussures dragged itself closer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated from afar until it felt to death close the door. The woman abruptly lifted her head, terror-stricken as he gazed at the door, screaming, "No, no. Still have Vichance. Still have Vichance." Asher's scream faded, silence reclaimed space, and she starred fixed lie at the door, her eyes nearly bulging from her sockets. Thessalon Sellingered, and the woman seemed frozen in place, her expression shifting from fear to confusion. Could it be thought the entity had left? Had Ditrolide parted? Anxiously, she scrutinized the door, her mind racing as he contemplated searching for some angels. In this deathless stillness, the doorknob suddenly twisted, producing a creaking sound. The door was locked. After a brief pause, a frenzied cacophony of creaks erupted, as if a madman out. It was violent, light twisting the doorknob. Creak, 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 creak. Amidst this horrifying backdrop, the woman began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet soon, she regained her composure. Crouching on the floor, she continued to grope around, murmuring, "Damn it, come out, please, just come out." Meng Fei observed her, coolly remarking, "It's Benny Othiorbed." The woman seemed to realize the thighs he suddenly threw back the bead, cover sand peered underneath. Thine darkness beneath the bed obscured her view, perhaps it was empty, or perhaps, at that moment, the creaking goutsitist, and with a long, drawn-out creak, the woman froze amid motion. Tears streamed down her cheeks as he gazed into the abyss beneath the bed, choking back sobs. "No, I can't die." Meng Fei, as if narrating from beyond the scene, stated flatly, "You will die, for you have no flashlight." The woman appeared to understand that whether she surrendered her precedent, death awaited her. Nevertheless, she slowly extended a hand towards the darkness beneath the bed. In that instant, a cold, white hand shot out from the shadows, gripping her arm with avocet-like grip, while a tall, headless figure entered the room, seizing her hair. Both were locked in a deadly struggle. Meng Fei sighed, feigning sorrow, she said, "I finally had fire." The woman was spelled with such force that they tight felt as though she might be torn apart, and shuddered her final words. "I finally had fire." The creature beneath the bed, satisfied with its prize, retreated into the darkness. Then, the headless man dragged the gasping woman to television, hoisting her thigh before bringing it crashing down upon her face. With a muffled cry of pain, the headless figure lifted the television once more. It was a scene too horrific to behold. Meng Fei observed the scene at the television, as Miley involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth had chuckled abruptly. His grin widened in the dim lilac room, illuminated solely by the flickering blue light off his screen, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, Thedo or creaked revealing Ganner Sue whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Thuman at the television. She directed a cold gate Meng Fei and Tautalo, somber sigh. "What are ya watching no?" she inquired. Meng Fei turned to her, as Merc playing gone his lips a share plied with a hint of arrogance. "I'm watching your death." No sooner had Huda read these words than Heffeltaz thought had been enveloped in a large sack, followed by a series of sharp blows raining down upon him. "Winston Jinping," he cursed, "damn it, you Avena Honer, how dare you ambush him?" Before he could hurl more insults, darkness enveloped him, and hollow stall sensation. When Meng Fei opened his eyes again, have found himself standing before Eador, a piece of paper fixated, covered in scribble sand numerous corrections. A low toff scrawling, he murmured, grinning with the adger interest at the information on the note. Without an Italy, heplaged into the situation. Welcome to the hotel one night truly strange tale. You are a guest off the hotel, and you must spend the night in your room. Objective off strange tale leave your room live. Below are the official rules, please read them careful. The official rule are absolutely correct. Please adhere to the following guidelines for your health and safety. Monitor your SAN value closely. Believe him. You do not want to know the consequence of losing galley our SAN. 1. Knock before entering. If some Ionian swears the door, don't move, and don't look at your facey until the door has closed. If Nooniansers within a minute and there are unusual sounds, the Nusi our room card to enter. 2. Onsen city or room, don't have until noon to following day. 3. If you encounter any humanoid beings, close our yes immediately and do not make eye contact. 4. Small creatures may exist in theorem keep our distance and do not feed them anything. 5. Don't look under thieved. If you drop something beneath it, and the text that's light changed, use theorem punito contact the front dis the hotel will compensate. 6. The hotel's lightages function in normal I what heritimits, rare blue light. Itis al part of the experience, so do not be concerned. Thought an odious certa that the official rules were infallible, this did not imply their completeness, nor did it guarantee that they would remain unchanged. Rule 4, in particular, seemed to have been altered by some unseen force. Meng Fei scrutinized the 6 rules before glancing around his surroundings. Have found himself in a corridor, adorned in typical hotel decor, save forth at his store-ted painting stools and the plush red carpet beneath his feet, which felt as though fit might swallow him whole. Thur mile owl light cast a sinister he upon the crimson carpet, making it appear as if it were so keeden blood soft, sagging, and vivid lired. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Meng Fei's eye Isa whispered to himself, game number 123 has begun. Meng Fei pulled string from his clothing, a theme of which dangled a copper swan inscribed with words Tinchitong Bao. Hesitantly pondered, what will happen if I leave? Removing the coin from the string, he tossed it into the air and clapped hishend, stowed their tokachet, the nop and disbalms dervelismatakofte. Meng Fei muttered, it will add to death. Ash spoke, hecknock adunt the door, bowing ish to retack Thico into the string. After theknocking ceased, he began a mental countdown. 1, 2, 3. A full minute had to pass before he could proceed. Quickly, Meng feeded Thico and back and tothered string, then sat down on the floor, lowering his head. This behavior led the viewer soft T bizarre live broadcast in Flower Nation. Why is Shesiding in Thefler? Hurry up and analyze this player is for reckless. He just knocked in Theodore, and Harius, blabbering gone while a living jadescent life. Damn it, it's been a Jess and Suvis scene, charge player in Flower Nation. Luca this close could he be Madman who escaped from a mental institution? Heskin mad, truly mad. I really don't want to witness a failure. Damn it, I'm terrified of encountering a strange Italians to outside. Don't panic upstairs we have a population of 1.5 billion he also fronting into nary minuscule. Nonsense, any your lie stumbled into a rule-based strange Itala just going downstairs to buy instant noodles. It's over here a lyceum slikia lunatic, airwine flower nation oing tope the fiersto and the gam? I don't think know if this strange Itala sabout. Probably something hodel related. Stop shouting we're just unlucky. What Dawito? Let's analyze this first. I believe a rule of 4 must beflaw eat it's clearly been altered by something strange. The atmosphere ruisomi what somber, yet the viewer swear reluctant to give up. The bizarre live broadcast had begun a year ago, periodically initiated games and selecting players from various countries to unearth world of full-based transital, forcing them to confront these bizarre rules. Ifa playerties, these strangetals will randomly manifest in various locations say cross your country. Ida said that successfully completing Gaga migrants certain bonus to their nation, though such rumors lack substantiation. However, players will clear their first rilla-based transital acquire their unique talents, which canasses theme in future ecologies. Moreover, onsia player seeds, the strange ital swill not descend upon theoromland. That is themist crucial point. Thebas are broadcastas erege globally, functioning as a television program the Tanyon can freely watch whether or not they could is inconsequential, yet the program exists. Initially, many belly-avid Thebas are broadcast to beamer prank, but they soon realized it was serious affair. There were renownings if a playerdes, the game fails, and the strange ital will manifest. Itways akinta bwallinga fragen warm water, a slowsomer that lasted a year. Whenever yon fin a lie, uncovered this blatant secret, Itways will readitale tetodern back. The number of strange ital sways increasing, aswas the number of flives to them. Consequently, now, when Thebasari broadcast begins, it becomes the highest rated program. Almost on a third of the global population chooses to watch the entire broadcast. Because at the strange italist hat descend bear an uncanny resemblance to the owns experienced bitha players, watching the broadcast, while it may not guarantee survival, at least offer sachin sido struggle against the rules. Furthermore, country is no award medal sand prizes to those who hope provide accurate strategies for overcoming thesis strange ital. Family is a fun fortunate individuals select TED for the strange italsal sourceive compensation. Thuffidisharsh, this is essentially a form of consolation money. In Thebasara live broadcast from Flower Nation, the audience continued their fervent discussions. In Sedetharum, however, silence reigned, as if nothing were about to occur. Yet, just 5 seconds after Meng Fei sat down with hished bowed, a Sudan creepier said thestillness, and the door slowly open. The faint sound of friction quickened hearts, compelling Jivrionto hold their breath. It weighs a perfect lie-timed moment. That crafty trickster. Meng Fei remains odded cross-legged, hished lowered, appearing almost as if he were asleep. The audience, with their like perspective, cold to the interest in Meng, however, could not glimpse the face-off tinted teeth that depend the door, but heavy were scold. Damn! That nearly gave me a heart attack. What is a Thavifis thought Luke's just like the players. I thought noon would open the door. The terrifying nature reefed he's a rule-based strange italcious never failed to stonish Mathiar trul yamid night delight. Begone, malevolent spirit, begone. Retreat, retreat. Indeed, Thinta Tithe that appeared the Dorbury an uncanny resemblance to Meng Fei. Thean Litafrances were its expression utterly vacant, with thwitso fitzies dominating gone pupils the treesom bled pin prick sit was soon mistake a blier plakov Meng Fei. At that moment, it stood at the threshold, slow la lower ringit shed tagazie Meng Fei, tilton jit shed in apparent confusion. What an eerie posture. Is it meditating? Every own felt to mix offer and relief. Thought they could not comprehend the action soft this lunatic, at least really own would not be triggered. However, as time passed, anxiety gripped Devrioni on some more. Wait, why is it closing? 3 minuta shadel reedy lapsed, and Thintati thought Lukey just like the player still the durajar, even showing signs of wanting tossed up outside. Theodian cephist this shockheadin, with Manyon the Verjoff losing contralof their bladders. Wah, mommy, imto ascarid to Penthedor. Damn it, if this continues, how will he verteret ok nukanad duragain? Players from other countries were also experiencing difficulties initially. Everyana thought that knocking gone the dur and having Simeoni and Sermi aunts plick closing Thyrias and remaining still to avoid seeing that things fa. Yet Nooni anticipated that the door would remain a pin for such an extended period. Maintaining a single position without moving ways exceeding the collinging standing still was manageable, but the problero sound, after knocking, one espada would involuntarily lighten up. And this state could not be sustained for long. Now, among the hundred soft players worldwide, several hadal reedy made light adjustments due at one proper posture. These were not grave movement semimerly twitched her feet. And then, Thessany turned utterly horrific. The audience fell silent, holding their breath, terrified that Tanamin or movement might jeopardize the players from Thyron country, potentially leading to their demi saying there's a swell. Asta maticket away, some players scood no tindura theme mounting pressure and burstinto tersit themament, thier tears fell, blood accompanied them. Some players, unable to bear through a tough situation, attempt to fight back against thentity, only to have a next nepet in an instant be its inexplicable immense strength. In this first veloft he appeaning door, near lighting individual shadal readaparishidu the handsoft t bizarrentity. Chapter 3. No one believes you're not insane. The duration of the door opening lasted a full 15 minutes and 13 seconds. This was not merely a test of psychological endurance, but also a formidable challenge to physical stamina. Should one fail to adopt the correct posture, the discomfort would far surpass the agony of standing at attention. Before Meng Fei lay an entity that had bent low, contorted in a grotesque manner, peering at his face, before breaking into a wide grin. Oh dear mother, it is frightfully terrifying. I refuse to engage any further. Evil, begone. How utterly horrifying to witness such a sight in the dead of night. However, some observed that it had not vacated the confines of the room. Could it be that entry into the hotel room was unnecessary? No. It would be more accurate to say that this eerie presence was incapable of leaving the room. Meng Fei maintained a meditative posture, his body relaxed and devoid of tension. Gradually, the entity retreated back into the room, the door closing with a definitive click. Once the door had shut, Meng Fei did not hasten to rise. Instead, he lingered for several additional moments, anticipating that the creature might suddenly reopen the door for another assault. Perhaps it had not fully secured the door, leaving a crack for a confrontation when he opened his eyes. Yet, silence reigned. The nauseating chill that had gripped the air had dissipated. Meng Fei stretched his limbs, rising to his feet, declaring, "Do not move, do not look." This particular iteration of the bizarre rules was excessively stimulating, and the eerie broadcast had grown significantly quieter. Meng Fei fixated on the rules before him, extending his hand and muttering the contents to himself. He stated, "There are 6 rules, at most. 1 may be incorrect, and 2 may contradict one another. The first rule is unequivocally accurate. As for the remaining 5, the 4th has been altered, the latter half of the 5th is rendered in slightly different font, and the 6th undoubtedly harbors an issue." Such observations were clear and discernible. Nevertheless, Meng Fei's assertions left the audience perplexed. How could he be so certain? What if the rules had been deliberately modified to appear correct? Meanwhile, Meng Fei's documentation was promptly submitted to the Supernatural Research Group of the Flower Nation. The researchers, upon examining the materials they received, found themselves at a loss for words. After a brief silence among the 24 researchers, one finally spoke. "We cannot disclose this information just yet." Previously, they had intended to describe the player's strengths and potential abilities to navigate the bizarre rules, thereby boosting the confidence of the Flower Nation's populace. However, the researchers now believe that revealing Meng Fei's information might drive many to madness. Meng Fei, a patient at Aoyama Mental Hospital, had been admitted 3 years prior, diagnosed with mania, persecutory delusions, and lycanthropy. If earlier players had offered a glimmer of hope to the citizens of the Flower Nation, Meng Fei's profile would likely extinguish any remaining optimism. Who would entrust a mental patient with the task of navigating the rules to save lives? Moreover, the Flower Nation had previously experienced a mental patient entering the bizarre rules, only for that individual to descend into madness and perish before even an hour had passed. As for Meng Fei's remarks, the researchers paid them little heed. Who would concern themselves with the words of a lunatic? Yet, despite this, everyone remained glued to the eerie broadcast, observing Meng Fei's actions. He gazed at the rules, ensuring he had committed them to memory, though a sense of unease lingered within him. With persecutory delusions, Meng Fei felt certain that someone was scheming against him. "I knew it. You all harbor ill intentions," he fumed. "It must be Xiaotsue and the director conspiring to ensnare me." Tears of frustration nearly escaped him, but he bravely composed himself, asserting, "I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. You wretched lot, always plotting my demise, wail, wail." The audience from the Flower Nation responded, "Wail all you want. You lunatic. Meng Fei wore a defiant, petulant expression, resolutely glaring at the door before him, muttering, "Once I escape, you shall all pay dearly." 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of adversity. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. The viewers from the Flower Nation remarked, "Damn it. If this lunatic is truly insane, I refuse to believe it. My heart is weary. I shall never love again. Our Flower Nation boasts so many intelligent citizens. Why choose a mental patient? I feel a primary school student would perform better." Laughter erupted. You all claimed your national quality was exceptional and intellect surpassed the norm, yet you selected a lunatic. You win. Keep winning. Damn it, brothers, there's a spy. Let us deal with him. The live chat descended into chaos. Meng Fei wore a serious expression as he surveyed the door to his room. He then knocked on the door a second time, swiftly adjusting his posture to the meditative stance he had before. With his eyes shut, he began to count, not to 60 this time, but to a full 200. While players from other nations had already entered their respective rooms, Meng Fei remained motionless. A small fraction of players attempted to leave without entering the room, only to find themselves ensnared by the corridor's carpet or meeting a grim fate at the hands of the wall's mural. It was a perilous game. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. The blood-curdling and macabre scenes left many citizens of the Flower Nation huddled beneath their blankets, furiously typing insults at those foolishly watching their national broadcast, while murmuring to themselves, "The blanket is safe, the blanket is safe, the blanket is safe." Within the realm of the bizarre rules, Meng Fei had completed his counting and, convinced that the door before him had remained closed, cautiously retrieved the room card from his pocket and swiped it against the door. With a soft beep, the door swung open. Standing at the threshold, he hesitated, contemplating whether to step inside. The most likely scenario is that upon entering, it will be waiting right at the door, he reasoned. But I cannot refrain from entering. Only by doing so can I acquire a new rule sheet. If I enter and it is there, the probability of survival is nearly non-existent, which contradicts the rules. But what if? What if it truly is there? What a vexing dilemma. Meng Fei clutched his copper coin, then released it, voicing his decision. "In I go." As he cast the coin once more, it landed on the side inscribed with Tianchi Tongbao. A sigh of relief escaped him as he declared, "All right, I won't die. It's time to enter." The audience of the eerie broadcast was left in stunned silence. What is happening? Why must he toss a coin to decide whether to enter? "I'm in tears. I can't even handle this," they exclaimed. Could this be an ancient divination practice lost to time in Greater China? Who can explain this ritual to us? Though others were left bewildered, it did not deter Meng Fei from pushing open the hotel room door, cautiously surveying his surroundings like a timid creature. Chapter 4. Wishing for annihilation. Paranoia often ensnares its victims in a state of dread, leading them to erratic reasoning and judgment, firmly convinced of their persecution or harm. Such individuals frequently become excessively cautious, perpetually on guard, and often draw those around them into their delusional realm. This is one of the quintessential symptoms exhibited by Meng Fei. Present. Meng Fei surveyed his opulent surroundings. A lavish suite comprising a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and an open kitchen. The living area boasted a sleek LCD television, a 4-seater sofa, and a plush white carpet underfoot. Barefoot, Meng Fei stepped into the room, noting the lack of any immediate anomalies. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the buffer period of death, which could last a minimum of 15 minutes and, at times, extend through an entire night. Thus, as he observed the still open door, Meng Fei swiftly tore down the note affixed to it, deftly folding it into a small square and concealing it in the pocket of his hospital gown. Possessing the rules entirely calmed him, granting a modicum of reassurance. Then, with deliberation and caution, Meng Fei closed the door, only to discover another note behind it. The following were the official regulations. Please consult them diligently. The official rules are infallibly correct. Adhere to these stipulations for your health and safety. And be mindful of your SAN value. Trust me, you would not wish to confront the consequences of a total SAN depletion. 1. All facilities within the hotel are freely accessible. No additional fees will be incurred. 2. That you are a distinguished guest of our hotel. Rest assured, we are committed to your safety. 3. Please refrain from using the room phone after 10 o'clock at night. It may be utilized again after dawn. If the phone rings, do not answer it. From a certain perspective, humans exhibit a preference for red light. 5. Ensure that you always have a light source within reach. 6. Small animals. Meng Fei pondered aloud. The room phone is off limits. What time could it be? Standing at the threshold, he scanned the vicinity but found nothing to ascertain the hour. Uncertainty regarding the time rendered the use of the room phone inadvisable. He tilted his head and mused. Thus, Rule 3 is rendered obsolete until dawn. The hotel professes to guarantee their safety. However, the pressing question remains, how are they to communicate with the establishment? With no clear sense of time and the room phone strictly prohibited, he found himself at an impasse. Moreover, Rule 4 from the second note corresponded directly with Rule 6 from the first. While the hotel's lighting facilities were undoubtedly functional, the question lingered. Do humans genuinely prefer red light over blue? Additionally, Rule 6 had been obscured by garbled text, the latter portion entirely blacked out. Meng Fei's gaze fixated on Rule 6, and he uttered, "That thing did this. It destroyed Rule 6 within a minute of entering." Thus, Rule 6 held critical information pertaining to small creatures. Meng Fei muttered to himself, "Everything is problematic. All could potentially be problematic. Therefore, I must refrain from hasty actions." A hint of madness flickered in his expression as he committed the second note as stipulations to memory, subsequently tucking it into his pocket. The audience of the bizarre live stream felt a chill run down their spines, bewildered by Meng Fei's erratic behavior. Why was he collecting the rule notes? Hadn't a previous player done something similar? Confusion reigned. Did anyone possess information about this player? Meng Fei's actions left the viewers in a state of perplexity, compounded by their preconceived notions. They had long since dismissed him as anything resembling a normal individual, interpreting his conduct as symptomatic of a mental disorder, imbued with meanings incomprehensible to the average person. Surveying his surroundings once more, Meng Fei made his way to the bedroom door, which loomed in darkness. He first flicked the switch at the entrance, illuminating the space within. The bedroom's furnishings were minimalistic: a lavish double bed, a wardrobe, a nightstand, a lamp, and a blood-red landline phone. His gaze fell upon the bed, where he noticed the inky shadows lurking beneath it, an abyss that was almost surreal in its darkness. Meng Fei hesitated to enter the bedroom outright. Turning his attention elsewhere, he noted that both the bathroom and lavatory doors were firmly shut, devoid of light. He sought to discover any means of tracking time within the bedroom, but found nothing thus far. Something feels amiss. There should be at least one timekeeping device, he contemplated. Having observed countless strange live streams, he reasoned that if the rules were tethered to time, there must exist some object enabling players to measure it. His eyes fell upon the LCD television in the living room. Approaching the sofa, he found a small coffee table adorned with the remote control. Grasping the remote, he powered on the television. The screen flickered to life, revealing the first channel, News, and the displayed time read 7:50 p.m. 2 hours remained until 10 o'clock. Consequently, Rule 3 on the second note was not rendered useless after all. Meng Fei pondered, could there be a chance for self-preservation before danger strikes? He chuckled, a disconcerting grin curling upon his lips, a glint of inexplicable light dancing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Absolutely impossible. The notion of a chance for self-rescue? How absurd. I wish for nothing less than total annihilation. The sight of the deranged individual clad in a blue and white hospital gown laughing was more unsettling than eerie. The viewers from the flower-growing community nearly fled the live stream, exclaiming, "Mom asked why I cried, and I told her a lunatic scared me," to which she handed me 2 handkerchiefs. It's abnormal. He must be the greatest source of mental pollution. My skin is crawling. Some viewers, perplexingly, found themselves drawn to him, especially captivated by his recent utterance, which exuded a touch of the yandere aesthetic. Fortunately, Meng Fei's laughter subsided after a brief moment. He resumed his search in the living room, which appeared relatively safe, scouring for any additional clues. Beneath the television, he discovered 2 AA batteries, which he promptly pocketed. His gaze shifted toward the tightly shut doors of the bathroom and lavatory. The suite's peculiar layout featured separate facilities for bathing and sanitation, with the illumination presumably located within. Meng Fei laid the 2 rule notes upon the coffee table, reiterating their contents once more. The audience of the bizarre live stream felt a sense of bewilderment. Brother, you've perused this rule several times. What exactly are you hoping to uncover? They questioned. It's incomprehensible. The player next door has begun searching for all the rules, yet this lunatic remains fixated on the previous regulations. Chapter 5. The flower planting family. The audience of the flower planting family has become adept at navigating the intricacies of the CPU. Alas, the heavens conspire against us. Not so, not so. One madman's passing is but a trivial matter. It merely paves the way for a more reliable replacement. My only wish is that the next player is not me. This world is truly terrifying. Meng Fei scrutinized the note twice before meticulously folding it and tucking it into his pocket. He then proceeded to the small kitchen, an external space equipped with a countertop, a stove, and a refrigerator. Upon opening the refrigerator, he found it stocked with meat, eggs, dairy products, and an array of fruits and vegetables. Here, a third note made its appearance. 1. Please refrain from consuming the meat within the refrigerator. 2. Be mindful that the corresponding food items align with. Only 2 rules were presented. Yet, trepidation gripped everyone. In such a world, meat that is forbidden typically points to a 2-legged sheep. Meng Fei gazed at the note, tracing the second rule with his finger, muttering, "It seems I have squandered too much time. That entity has altered the rules." Suddenly, a clang echoed from the bathroom, as if something had been inadvertently knocked over. The viewers in the live stream erupted in screams, flooding the screen with messages. "Evil, be gone! Evil, be gone!" In Xiaoba's live stream, a 30-year-old man, claiming to have read detective novels for over a decade, instilled a great deal of confidence among the viewers who believed they could navigate this eerie game unscathed. Xiang Tianzhiyong felt he had memorized the rules inscribed on the 2 notes. He even discovered an object that could indicate time. The timer on the LCD television. Xiang Tianzhiyong confidently declared, "No worries. If we encounter any unexpected events before 10 o'clock, we can call customer service.at the very least. We can ensure our safety before that hour." The live stream was filled with praises for Xiang Tianzhiyong, exclaiming how handsome and capable he was. With this foundation of assurance, Xiang Tianzhiyong boldly began to gather information. To further test the rules, he proactively tossed the television remote under the bed and then called the hotel's customer service. "Hello, I accidentally dropped the remote under the bed. Could you please send someone to retrieve it?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Xiang Tianzhiyong's face paled. "Who is it?" "Hello, room service." The hotel staff had arrived at the door. Trembling in fear, Xiang Tianzhiyong opened the door, inviting the attendant in. The man, clad in a white uniform with a ghostly pallor and stiff movements, flashed a bright smile at Xiang Tianzhiyong before heading into the bedroom to retrieve the remote. He moved swiftly, diving under the bed and emerging like a monkey, leaving everyone bewildered. The room service attendant fixed his gaze on Xiang Tianzhiyong and said, "Please take care of the hotel's belongings, dear guest. Kindly do not create any trouble for us." A chill crept over Xiang Tianzhiyong, yet he managed an awkward smile as he watched the attendant leave. "Yoshi, no problem," he reassured himself, garnering admiration from a throng of viewers. As long as he could ascertain that room service would arrive promptly and provide assistance, everything would be fine. The audience of the flower planting family relayed this news, hopeful it might prove useful, as players in each game were entitled to 1 external assistance. In just 3 short minutes, the dynamics could shift dramatically. Meanwhile, The viewers fixated on Meng Fei felt as though they were suffocating. After the initial clang from the bathroom, no further sounds emerged. The tension of fear hung thick in the air, as they dreaded both the prospect of silence and the return of unsettling noises. Meng Fei stowed the third note away, slowly closing the refrigerator door. In a hushed manner, he approached the bathroom door. Barefoot and pressed against the wall, he moved stealthily, his motions honed from practice, as if he had performed this countless times before, making not a sound as he reached the bathroom door. The viewers of this eerie live stream were left questioning what was more frightening, the entity within the bathroom or Meng Fei himself. Standing before the bathroom door, he remarked, "There is still the bedroom, bathroom, and toilet to inspect. Let us venture inside." With that, he retrieved a coin, stating, "Let us go in." Holding the coin heads up, he pocketed it and announced, "All right, we can proceed." The act of tossing the coin had become a familiar ritual, prompting the audience to speculate its significance. Is this not divination? This certainly is the typical right. I am an expert. Allow me to say, this divination is anything but standard. What a lunatic. Why bother with such trivialities? Have you lost your mind? For goodness sake, at least adhere to one rule of the ghost story. We cannot bring shame to the flower-planting family. Unperturbed by the barrage of comments, Meng Fei opened the bathroom door. As the door swung wide, light flooded in. Though the shower curtain remained drawn, all could see a humanoid figure standing behind it. Meng Fei muttered, "We must not make eye contact." Yet, with the curtain still drawn, he thought he could observe as he pleased, even spinning around for a better look as he twirled. Meng Fei placed his hands behind his back, mimicking a little chick spreading its wings, performing a graceful pirouette 3 times. The audience of the flower-planting family had learned to navigate their own CPU with flair. Ha ha ha, how adorable! This madman is simply delightful. Why bother with him? He is clearly a lunatic and a member of a marginalized group. Even the insane have their joys, and while we may not share in that joy, at least one person is happy. See, that's so. Clearly, the shower curtain was not to be drawn. Meng Fei inspected the bathroom's layout. Aside from the obscured view behind the curtain, he noted a sink near the door adorned with the hotel's standard disposable toiletries. A toothbrush had fallen to the floor. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against entering. He closed the door and opened the restroom door instead. As light streamed in, he beheld a pristine toilet and a small window facing the door, ajar just enough for a curious squirrel to peer in at him, tilting its head in curiosity. Meng Fei gazed at the toilet, then scanned the surroundings. Upon entering, he flipped the light switch. The squirrel's tail fluffed up, yet it remained, rubbing its tiny paws together and grooming its cheeks. As Meng Fei inched closer, the squirrel dashed away. "Mim, so fluffy. I desire it," Meng Fei lamented, his eyes downcast, appearing pitiful like a 3-year-old child. Chapter 6. Clearly a lunatic, yet surprisingly dependable? The peculiar audience of the bizarre live stream. Wake up. This is the realm of rule-based horror tales. Give it to him. Give it to him. How adorable is that boy? The madness above has escalated. Let us see if the players have succumbed to insanity. No, they were already mad long ago. For heaven's sake, I can't take it anymore. Just hurry up and perish. Meng Fei, unable to catch the little squirrel, did not turn off the lights or close the door, but simply made his way back. Now, only the bedroom remained unexplored. Halfway through, Meng Fei turned back to the kitchen, opening the cupboard to inspect its contents. The cupboard held a variety of items. Aside from the basic staples of rice, flour, and oil, there were also white liquor, red wine, and beer. According to Rule 1, one could take freely without incurring extra charges. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Fei retrieved a bottle of high-proof white liquor and placed it beside the stove. He then returned to the bedroom door, gazing at the pitch-black space beneath the bed and remarked, "Out of 122 games, 46 posed dangers beneath the bed, and 32 were of a lethal nature." Thus, he decided to toss a coin. Again, he cast the coin. This time, it landed with the smooth side facing up. Meng Fei muttered, "No, no, no, that is a death sentence." He refrained from approaching the bed too hastily and instead felt his way to the wardrobe. The viewers of the bizarre livestream were on the edge of their seats in the realm of rule-based horror tales. Wardrobes are also hotspots for calamity. What if he triggered an opening door death scenario? Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Meng Fei flung open the wardrobe. It was empty, save for a dusty little flashlight in the corner. Meng Fei examined the flashlight, took it out, and inserted 2 AA batteries. After pressing the switch, he confirmed its functionality. He then turned his attention to the nightstand, opening both drawers, which yielded nothing of interest. He picked up the table lamp, scrutinizing it meticulously. It appeared to be an ordinary lamp, devoid of anything peculiar. There was also that blood-red landline phone. Meng Fei stared at the phone and murmured, "Where's the hotel service number? Why does it resemble the bizarre telephone from the 4th horror tale?" Upon uttering this, the members of the Bizarre Research Institute in the Flower Country collectively glanced at the blood-red landline phone resting on the table. Indeed, the 4th horror tale of the bizarre livestream revolved around this very phone. It was another eerie object that appeared alongside the bizarre broadcast. It could connect 2 worlds, and whoever answered the call would become ensnared by the entities of the bizarre realm until one side met death. Therefore, if the players sought external assistance, these researchers had to ensure that the call originated from the player and not from some other source. "No way," a voice trembled. The research group fell into a profound silence. Meng Fei sighed softly as he sat on the bed, patting the soft quilt. Just the space beneath the bed remained unexplored. This sentiment hinted at his lingering desire to investigate the bed's underbelly. Meng Fei had collected 3 notes, which he unfolded and laid out on the bed, reciting them one by one, engaging in a meaningless repetition. Yet, he found joy in it. The viewers of the Flower Country Bizarre livestream were growing anxious. "Help! I want to take his place in the rule-based horror tale. This fool is truly foolish. Even a dog plays better than him." "I know. The dog you refer to must be that idiot next door." After several readings, Meng Fei finally spoke aloud to the empty air. Note 1, Rule 4. Please keep away from these animals and refrain from feeding them. Incorrect. Note 1, Rule 5. Please use the room's telephone to contact the front desk. The hotel will compensate you. Doubt exists. Note 1, Rule 6. There are no issues with the hotel's lighting facilities. Whether red or blue light appears, it is a normal phenomenon, so please do not be concerned. Doubt exists. Note 2, Rule 2. You are our esteemed guest. Please note that we are committed to ensuring your safety. Why is it your safety? Rule 3. After 10 o'clock at night, do not use the room's telephone. It can be used after dawn. If the phone rings, please do not answer. Rule 4. From a certain perspective, humans tend to prefer red light. All of these contain doubts. Note 2, Rule 6. Important information is concealed. Note 3, Rule 2. Confirm that Note 1, Rule 4 is incorrect. Important information is concealed. Meng Fei's actions left the members of the Flower Country Bizarre Research Group momentarily stunned, but soon the group leader grasped the situation. Damn, this kid is communicating with us. This was truly unprecedented. The leader of the research group, Zhao Qi, boasted over a decade of detective experience, including involvement in major case investigations, and it was his exceptional deductive skills that had led to his selection as the group leader. However, even after witnessing numerous bizarre live streams and the gameplay of 79 players from the Flower Country, this was his first encounter with someone as deranged as Meng Fei. Most players, engulfed in extreme fear and panic, could hardly remember that they were the protagonists of the bizarre live stream. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter much to them. Upon entering the rule-based horror game, players would directly disengage from reality. Moreover, members of their research group could never guess what thoughts were swirling in the players' minds. It was utterly impossible. Meng Fei's previous behaviors were utterly perplexing to them. Thus, typically, the efficacy of external assistance for players was not particularly significant. Even if researchers outside the bizarre live stream gathered information, it did not guarantee its utility for the players. Some information might already be known to the players, Yet the research group would remain oblivious. A sudden sense of participation surged within Zhao Qi. Quick, take notes. After Meng Fei finished speaking, he tilted his head and said, "The small animals hold great significance for it, hence it chooses to alter matters related to them. It was overly eager, thus it exposed itself. Light is connected to what lies beneath the bed, but I have confirmed that I cannot defeat whatever is beneath there." Meng Fei grinned, his radiant smile contrasting with the chilling words that followed. "I will die. Oh, by the way, you must be curious why I am so certain. It is because it told me so. The divination of life and death, a single reading determines fate." Meng Fei held the Tianqi Tongbao coin, speaking with a cheerful demeanor. "It is indeed absurd. Yet when articulated by this lunatic, it becomes unexpectedly convincing." The audience from the flower country exclaimed. Suddenly, there was a sensation of clarity enveloping them. Chapter 7. It turns out I have been going mad. I gazed left and right, forward and backward, for what felt like an eternity, only to conclude with 2 words. Utterly absurd. The absurdity only escalated. Unexpected, yet somehow within reason. Is there anything wrong with my flourishing talents in the realm of the bizarre? Of course not. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Meng Fei remarked. Standing before the door, I had initially intended to admire the artwork on the wall, but it warned me of impending death, thus I refrained. I also wished to peer beneath the bed, yet it denied me even that glimpse. Getting too close to the bed's underbelly would also lead to demise. As Meng Fei spoke, he patted the quilt beneath him and lowered his voice, inquiring, "Is it not so? You would kill me, would you not?" His tone was tender, akin to whispering sweet nothings to a lover, yet he was conversing with an unseen entity lurking beneath the bed. Meng Fei's complexion was already pallid, his eye sockets deeply hollow. In a more spirited person, such eyes would exude depth. Yet Meng Fei was a disheveled figure with half-long black hair, his frailty and weariness betraying a profound neurosis. The eerie livestream room fell silent for a moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that this madman was even more unsettling than the ghost stories themselves. I had no doubt that if he could overpower the thing beneath the bed, he would indeed confront it head-on. But wait, have you not noticed a pressing issue? There are 2 monsters in this hotel room. Goodness, upon deeper reflection, it's chilling. Let us not speak of the upper floor. Evil begone. A safe haven, 1,000 yuan per person. Too exorbitant. I choose to join the realm of the bizarre. Despite the clamor within the peculiar livestream, it must be said that there exists a peculiar sense of anticipation surrounding this madman. Perhaps this is akin to the sensation of vanquishing magic with magic. Meng Fei stared at the 3 notes before him and declared, "There are still numerous questions, yet without exception, all these inquiries are aimed at my demise. However, I shall not perish. I will leave this place alive, to confront the Dean and Xiao Chui, confining them in the ward and feeding them inedible meals." A smile spread across Meng Fei's face, his tone uncharacteristically elevated, excitement and exhilaration unabashedly evident. He proclaimed, "Too many questions, far too many. But one thing is certain. The entity beneath the bed fears the light, and the creature in the bathroom will not seek me out. The little squirrel in the restroom is truly adorable," Meng Fei mused, breaking into song. "Beware the scythe behind the door. Beware the black hands beneath the bed. Beware the poison in the sweet milk. Beware the hands of the beautiful sister. Everything seeks to bring about my demise, yet I shall not perish. Death, keep your distance from me, for I abide by the rules." Meng Fei folded the rule notes, stating, "I must hide the rules well, clutching them tightly in my grasp. Modifications that have already occurred are unavoidable, yet I will not permit further alterations." Meng Fei's eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness as he declared, "I will keep my eyes wide open until the game concludes." Meng Fei's mania rendered him in need of less sleep than the average person, his words flowing incessantly, thoughts racing with fervor. Strangely enough, this disposition seemed remarkably suitable for the realm of bizarre tales. Zhao Qi promptly suggested, Let us venture to other countries' live streams to continue gathering information. Everything unknown to Meng Fei has been collected. However, this was merely the first hour since the inception of the rule-based bizarre tale, a period typically deemed safe. Aside from some casualties at the door, no further deaths had occurred. Meng Fei sat upon the bed, struggling to remain still, so he ventured to rummage through the small fridge in the kitchen. Nuts, peanuts, walnuts, and macadamia nuts. Overjoyed, Meng Fei retrieved the nuts and settled onto the living room sofa, cracking them open while watching television. The news broadcast was unlike any other, as segments requiring pixelation appeared every 3 minutes. Engrossed, Meng Fei munched on the nuts. Wow, incredible! This person's head has been severed yet continues to rise and attack. Amazing, 666, how shocking. I'm still a child. I shouldn't watch too much of this. The viewers of the peculiar live stream began to question their lives. Is it truly acceptable to be this leisurely? It feels excessively relaxed. I've even started snacking on chips. I'm hungry. I desire late-night snacks. Milk tea, skewers, little cakes, fried chicken, hot pot, spicy soup, sushi, barbecue, and beer. Tio, the one reciting the menu, halt. I shan't spare you. I wasn't even hungry until you made me so. In this grave and horrifying scenario, why is the protagonist more composed than I am? The thoughts of a madman are unfathomable. You couldn't possibly guess them. Yet compared to the tense players in other live streams, Meng Fei truly embodies a refreshing current, a clarity that invokes existential doubt. Meng Fei relished the nuts, watching television with glee, and even had the leisure to prepare a pot of warm milk in the small kitchen. Hot milk with honey. It tasted just like Little Wang's eye, and he began to sing. Within the realm of the rule-based bizarre tale live stream, the audience had become numb. Mom, may I open our Wang's eye to drink? Wow, I just tried it, and it surprisingly resembles Wang's eye. A new money-saving tip acquired today. My spirits are quite normal. Mom asks why I kneel to drink Wang's eye. Meng Fei brewed a large cup of honeyed milk, carrying it to the sofa, gazing at the news before him. Having had his fill of pixelated news, Meng Fei switched to several other programs, discovering a romantic drama. However, even in a love story, certain scenes required pixelation. Yet when the screen remained unpixelated, Meng Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. Upon encountering scenes needing pixelation, he would blush slightly, covering his face, peeking through his fingers. He resembled a child whose parents have imposed strict limits, as though he hadn't seen television in weeks. Everything seemed remarkably safe. Yet someone took note of this. The audience of the peculiar live stream observed. Why is his sanity so fragile? Goodness, it must be around 60. So, he is going mad now? Let him perish, he. Let them all die, purple sand. I too wish to go mad. Let me be the monkey of Wudong Mountain, and bestow upon you all a grand surprise. Chapter 8. It opened the door in the bathroom as hinted by the very first note of the eerie tale. One must pay heed to their SAN value. However, players are unable to view their own SAN values. Only the spectators of the bizarre live stream can see the precise SAN value bars. It is only through the aid of special items that players can glimpse their SAN values and the specific figures. Generally speaking, once a player becomes aware of their SAN value, they tend to deplete it more rapidly. Through the research conducted by the Eerie Research Group, they have arrived at definitive conclusions. A normal human's SAN value is 100. When the SAN value drops to 60, a person's mental state enters a fragile period, leading to hallucinations, increased susceptibility to fright, and even a significant probability of being scared to death. When the SAN value descends to 40, a person's mental state spirals into a breakdown, likely resulting in insanity. At 20, the mental state has already collapsed, causing individuals to perceive things that should not be seen, with nearly everyone succumbing to madness, despair, and uncontrollable weeping, while 80% may choose to take their own lives. When the SAN value plummets to 0, humanity loses all reason, inevitably meeting death or transforming into a monster. These conclusions are drawn from the experiences of thousands of players worldwide. Viewers of the eerie live streams have witnessed players' SAN values drop to 40, 20, or even 0. Naturally, most players do not have the opportunity to let their SAN values reach 0, as they are typically killed by bizarre creatures when their values hover around 40 or 20. The Eerie Research Group has also discovered that should players conquer their fears and other negative emotions, they can stabilize their SAN values. However, even though everyone is aware of this, players entering the realm of bizarre tales struggle to overcome it. Much like individuals entering a haunted house or engaging in horror games, fear is an instinctual response. Can one simply overcome instinctual emotions? It is precisely because of the SAN value bar that players within the realm of bizarre tales appear genuinely like players. Thus, when the Eerie live stream first aired, viewers approached it with the mindset of watching a horror film or playing a horror game, dismissing it as a mere prank. Yet, as players began to perish and the corresponding bizarre tales descended upon their nations, the rising death toll became undeniable, prompting a gradual realization that this was no mere jest. Even if it were, it was a deadly prank. The bizarre tales manifest randomly across the globe, typically bounded by national borders. As of now, the Eerie live stream has been broadcasting for 17 months, and many sparsely populated small nations have already succumbed. Currently, only a little over 100 nations remain, specifically 103. Those smaller nations, with their limited territory and populations, have long been overwhelmed by bizarre tales, and death is omnipresent. The current fervor for watching the Eerie live stream stems from this reality. The arrival of bizarre tales will mirror the state of the live stream. If one can decipher the means of survival, even ordinary individuals may endure within the realm of bizarre tales. In simpler terms, one must acquire strategies for success. Even if players perish, ordinary people must explore these strategies at the cost of their lives. The Huaxia Nation has long compiled strategies regarding previous bizarre tales, yet regrettably, some survivors of these tales have never emerged. Thus, in the real world, bizarre tales are categorized into those from which one can survive and those from which escape is impossible. The Huaxia Nation has never remained idle. In addition to the dedicated research group studying the rules of bizarre tales, the military has been mobilized to form a specialized incident response team, even imposing containment measures on certain rule-bound bizarre structures or regions that do not move unless entered by individuals. Furthermore, the Huaxia Nation has proactively established relevant forums and information repositories to provide citizens with the latest and most accurate information, diligently working to ensure the survival rate of its people. Over these 17 months, the Huaxia Nation has reported that the number of deaths due to bizarre tales has not exceeded 20,000. In contrast to other nations, which have faced death tolls in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, the preventative and remedial measures of the Huaxia Nation have proven effective. For the Huaxia Nation, while rule-bound bizarre tales are terrifying, they are not entirely hopeless. Of course, the riots stemming from bizarre tales in other nations are of no concern to the Huaxia Nation, particularly in certain countries where the death toll from riots far surpasses that caused by bizarre tales. Zhaoqi also noticed the short green line above Meng Fei's head, akin to a health bar, though exceedingly thin. It appears to indeed be 60. Please dispatch someone to verify the precise value. Therefore, is Meng Fei engaging in the game of bizarre tales while on the brink of insanity? While everyone was speechless, they found it reasonable. Meng Fei was engrossed in watching television. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a narrow crack, shrouded in darkness, through which a tiny, piercing eye emerged. The eye, grotesquely distorted, fixated intently on the back of Meng Fei's head. The sound of the door opening was not insignificant. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely freeze in fear or instinctively turn to look. However, Meng Fei remained unfazed, his eyes wide, expressionless, fixated on the television, stating, "Do not make eye contact with it." While Meng Fei could maintain his composure, it did not imply that everyone else could do the same. Several players had encountered identical scenarios, yet some failed to react in time, instinctively turning to look, only to be torn apart. This is the world of rule-bound bizarre tales. Those who do not adhere to the rules must pay the price. Meng Fei crushed a walnut shell with a firm grip, calmly peeling open a walnut, declaring, "If you don't close the door, I'll make you pay." a clear and unabashed provocation. It evidently heard his words, as if it had stumbled upon something amusing, and it pulled the door wide open, revealing its entire face. The smile stretched to the limits of human capability, yet its eyes were devoid of emotion, wide open. It was as if the muscles of its face bore no connection, unperturbed by one another. It stared hauntingly at Meng Fei, its smile remaining unchanged like a mask, its gaze locked onto him. Meng Fei, unfazed, continued to peel the walnut, but his pace quickened, and his strength intensified. The crackling sound grew increasingly intense, resembling a bizarre accompaniment. Chapter 9. Shadows crawling from beneath the bed in the darkness. The eerie live stream fell into a hushed silence, as everyone feared that their slightest movement might distract Meng Fei, causing him to lock eyes with that entity. Players from other countries had already made their bloody contributions from the very beginning. Not even the strongest of men, as robust as an ox and fierce as a tiger, could withstand its might. Zhao Qi urged everyone to be prepared. If Meng Fei were to take action, they must seize the solitary opportunity to alert him. Yet, Meng Fei remained motionless. Though his expression was devoid of emotion as he shelled nuts, he did not turn his head nor cast a glance at the creature. The standoff persisted for nearly half an hour before the bathroom door was slowly closed. The audience, who had been observing this unsettling scene, were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if they had barely survived. They dared not look, sensing that the difficulty had escalated beyond measure. Let it all be destroyed. Let it all perish. Why did this lunatic provoke it? Such a mindless fool. The deranged ought to be dealt with humanely to avoid hindrance. Are you insane? I believe you deserve humane treatment. For players from other countries, such scenarios typically concluded within 2 or 3 minutes. However, Meng Fei's standoff had stretched into a terrifying eternity. Glancing at the time displayed in the upper left corner of the television, 8:46, there remained 1 hour and 14 minutes until 10 o'clock. Meng Fei muttered, sensing something amiss. He inquired, "What do you all think? Doesn't it seem off? I should be counting to 63 before a minute passes." He pondered aloud. Is it a matter of time flow? Or is time itself problematic? Zhao Qi, hearing Meng Fei's words, instinctively checked the time. The bizarre live stream had commenced at 8:20 p.m., yet now it was already 9:43 p.m. 83 minutes had elapsed. However, upon entering the room and turning on the television, the displayed time was 7:50. Had only 56 minutes truly passed. Accounting for the initial 20 minutes Meng Fei spent outside, that would mean only 76 minutes had gone by. Most crucially, the passage of time in the realm of bizarre tales had always mirrored that of the real world. Zhao Qi's heart tightened. It was a temporal discrepancy. Other researchers also began to grasp the situation. This was the most common type of temporal misinformation, yet distinctly different. I just calculated that the television's time advanced approximately 63 seconds for every minute. Thus, 1 hour on the television equated to a mere 63 minutes, meaning, when the time on the television read 9:53, nearing 9:54, it was already 10 o'clock. No, wait. How can you be certain that the initial 7:50 was indeed the true 7:50? Zhao Qi asked, his voice trembling. A profound silence ensued. Wasn't this a form of misdirection? If one failed to notice the issue with time, they might genuinely believe that calling before 10 o'clock would resolve their predicament. They would be doomed. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Given that the time was displayed on television, a news broadcast, who would have suspected that time itself could be flawed? This exploited human cognitive inertia. Moreover, previous bizarre tales had not presented such anomalies. Zhao Qi felt a pang in his heart. Had such occurrences really never happened? Or were they simply too foolish to notice? He swiftly picked up the phone, informing the security department of this alarming situation, insisting that if they were to enter any more bizarre tales lacking a guide, they must be vigilant regarding the issue of time. The strategy for unraveling the bizarre tale now included this critical observation made by Meng Fei. The astonishment of those outside was palpable, though Meng Fei remained oblivious. However, he was resolute. I will absolutely refrain from touching the phone before dawn. Meng Fei continued to shell the nuts, casting his gaze toward the ajar bathroom door. At the slightly opened window, a reddish-brown squirrel appeared. The small creature's dark, beady eyes fixated on Meng Fei. Raising his hand, Meng Fei exclaimed, "Oh, little one, come here." The nut in Meng Fei's hand caught the squirrel's attention. Descending from the sofa, he approached the bathroom, where the squirrel twitched its nose, cautiously observing him. "Come here. I have delicious nuts for you," Meng Fei beckoned. His gaze upon the squirrel seemed almost obsessive. The squirrel remained fixated on Meng Fei, its body coiled with tension, as if ready to dart away at the slightest movement. Meng Fei inched closer. At this distance, a swift grab would suffice to catch the squirrel, yet he refrained. "I'll give you tasty treats. Be my little one," he said. The bizarre live stream audience was rendered speechless. "I'll offer you 200 yuan. Quickly go analyze the rules for me. I'll add another 100. Hurry, find a way to survive. I'll adopt you as my son. Son, add one more." The squirrel, clearly uninterested in becoming Meng Fei's offspring, swiftly darted away, vanishing from sight. "I am heartbroken. I'm saddened. I'm done playing," Meng Fei lamented, scattering the nuts one by one until they lined the bathroom door, continuing to sprinkle them until they reached the bedroom door. Pleased with his bait setup, he sat back and awaited the squirrel's return. After a moment's thought, he added, "But I can't just sit in the living room. I need to stir things up." Meng Fei rose and entered the bedroom. Despite his vow never to use the phone, why did he not remain in the living room? Most players would choose to stay on the bed, ensuring they could call for help at the first sign of danger. Meng Fei, however, chose to enter the bedroom, climbing onto the bed, lifting the covers, and hiding beneath them, leaving only his head exposed. All doors, save for the bathroom, stood wide open. Meng Fei stared intently at the bathroom. What time was it, really? No one could answer Meng Fei's question. But the next moment, the bedroom door slammed shut with a loud bang. The sudden sound sent a shiver through everyone. Then, the bedroom lights were extinguished. Note 2:5. Please ensure you have a source of light, no matter where you are. Meng Fei's eyes widened. Almost instinctively, at the moment the bedroom lights went out, he retrieved a dusty little flashlight and switched it on. His heart raced, pounding heavily. His eyes bulged, and his lip. In this heightened state, his once pale complexion gained a hint of color, and his teeth bit down on his lips, reddening them. Then, everyone witnessed a dark figure crawling out from beneath the ominous bed in the pitch blackness. Chapter 10. Our central theme is thrill. Meng Fei, driven by instinct, suddenly brandished his flashlight and directed it beneath the bed. The beam illuminated a peculiar creature lurking in the shadows. This eerie being possessed a human-like torso and limbs, yet its head was devoid of features, save for a grotesquely large, jagged maw that nearly dominated its entire cranium. Cloaked in darkness, the moment the flashlight's light struck it, the creature recoiled swiftly into the abyss beneath the bed. The viewers in the bizarre livestream were engulfed in panic. Wait, shouldn't we close our eyes? Wasn't it said that we must not make eye contact? Were those upstairs rendered senseless? This creature has no eyes. How could we possibly make eye contact? Damn it, that startled me. It's true, it has no eyes. Yes, the terror of the rules lies in the fact that people instinctively adhere to them. The rules dictate that upon encountering any humanoid entity, one must close their eyes and avoid direct gaze. Yet, this strange creature beneath the bed possesses no eyes. Others in various countries, remaining in their bedrooms, encountered similar predicaments. Particularly, Xiang Tianji from Little Baga country. However, at the very moment he closed his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Upon reopening them, he beheld his own body seated upon the bed, the flashlight tumbling from his grasp. Xiang Tianji's final thought echoed in his mind. Ah, my head is on the floor. Meng Fei, however, was different. He widened his eyes, refusing to blink. The viewers in the bizarre live stream were on the verge of losing their minds. For from their godlike perspective, They witnessed the eerie creature emerge from beneath the bed behind Meng Fei the instant it retreated. With elongated, slender hands resembling the grasp of a deathly specter, it lunged toward him. Yet Meng Fei, wielding the flashlight, deftly twisted his wrist, redirecting the beam toward the creature. The bizarre being gaped its mouth wide open, emitting a silent scream as it evaded the light and vanished into the darkness. Meng Fei cast the flashlight's beam toward the ceiling, filling the room with a gentle glow. The creature's bones emitted a series of cracking sounds as it abruptly dove back beneath the bed. For now, that was the darkest place to hide. Meng Fei chuckled, his face illuminated by the flashlight's glow, appearing quite fearsome. "Oh, light is your weakness?" he mused. "Yet, the light has not harmed you. Why then do you fear it?" Tilting his head in confusion, he rapped on the bed and called out, "Hey, why aren't you answering? It's incredibly rude not to respond when someone is asking a question." The creature beneath the bed remained utterly silent. Had it not been for the recent glimpse of its existence, others might have doubted its very reality. Meng Fei glanced at the tightly shut bedroom door and muttered, "Damn it, that little rascal is playing tricks on me." This exclamation left the live stream audience bewildered. What the hell? If I weren't watching this live stream, I might think this lunatic was cursing at me. Even I, a sunny boy, felt insulted, yet I had no evidence. So, who exactly is this rascal? Meng Fei pondered, but the lights in the bedroom remained unlit. After some contemplation, he decided to descend from the bed. As he stepped down, he shone the flashlight at his feet, only to find the eerie creature attempting to sneak up behind him, nearly startling him into a panic. With nimble fingers, Meng Fei twirled the flashlight, almost conjuring an illusion, seemingly inheriting the extraordinary skill of the flower-fingered artisans. The bizarre being dodged left and right, its movements akin to a frantic dance. "Let us embrace the theme of thrill," Meng Fei declared. He dashed to the door, flung it open, and swiftly turned on the bedroom light. The eerie creature darted back beneath the bed in a flash. Meanwhile, the living room lights had also been extinguished. To be precise, all lights except for the bathroom had been turned off. Had that strange creature chosen to exit moments ago, Meng Fei's situation would have been dire. For then, he would have found himself at a severe disadvantage, with the living room under the dominion of the eerie creature, while the bedroom's light switch resided in the living room. If the creature so desired, Meng Fei would have no hope for a peaceful night. Fortunately, it seemed the creature beneath the bed lacked intellect, acting solely on instinct. Thus, Meng Fei managed to exit the bedroom and, fortuitously, turn on the light. As Meng Fei glanced toward the living room, he noticed a figure standing in the dim light of the open kitchen. "Rule 3 from the first note," Meng Fei declared, promptly closing his eyes without hesitation. The figure stood in the kitchen, twisting its head, its mouth cracked open, revealing a set of white teeth gleaming ominously in the darkness. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. "Run! What are you standing there for? Surely you can't be paralyzed with fear. Fool! Just die already. Damn it! I'll be driven mad at this rate. Do you have no brains? No, something feels off. Perhaps this lunatic's actions are the right course." Yet, the members of the bizarre research team quickly came to a realization. "We cannot leave. Departing could lead to even worse circumstances. Yes, this creature will guard the living room. It must have been the one to close the bedroom door and extinguish the lights." Though this current bizarre tale was a small-scale solo affair, the difficulty was not to be underestimated. Could it be that the challenge was heightened because of Meng Fei? Let us dispense with trivialities and focus on the matter at hand. Upon entering a room, should you encounter any humanoid entity, promptly close your eyes and under no circumstances make eye contact. However, this does not imply that contact is forbidden. At the very least, direct gaze is the certain route to demise. Yet, one wonders, if Meng Fei were to move, would he meet his end? After all, there was an earlier rule stating one must not move when at the door. The figure standing in the small kitchen revealed its gleaming white teeth and charged forth, barreling straight toward Meng Fei's face, its fingers poised like deadly claws, ready to crush his skull. Meng Fei stood frozen in place. The rules dictated it, official rules, undeniably correct. If there remained a latent death rule, then what purpose did this bizarre tale serve? Rules reign supreme. If this damned world dares to break the rules, then let it face the consequences. Meng Fei even extended his hand to shield the bedroom light switch. The creature lunged at him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, its fingers poised to touch Meng Fei's eyes, only to halt abruptly. All breaths were collectively held, thrilling. The excitement was enough to induce a heart attack. Chapter 11. The cunning and eerie creature Meng Fei remained composed, even as he sensed the howling wind rushing towards him. His right hand still guarded the switch for the bedroom light. The creature's movement froze, its numbed face mere inches from Meng Fei. Lifeless eyes rolled slowly, half of its form illuminated by the glow of the bedroom light, while the other half lurked in Meng Fei's shadow. It gazed at the light switch he was protecting, a vivid expression of regret manifesting on its countenance. It lamented that Meng Fei had shielded the switch. Its initial intention had been to frighten Meng Fei away, and its true objective was, in fact, the bedroom light switch. This being possessed a certain level of intelligence and was wholly adversarial. The members of the Anomaly Research Group grew increasingly agitated. Its display of regret indicated that Meng Fei had indeed made the correct choice. Zhao Qi observed the terrifying scene unfolding in the Anomaly livestream, exhaling a heavy sigh, stating, "Perhaps we were all mistaken. This lunatic might just be the most fitting candidate for the rules of the bizarre tales." Everyone awaited the next moment, anticipating the actions of both parties in this standoff. Meng Fei too sensed the faint sounds nearby. "Do you think I would hide away? What a foolish thought," he retorted, showing no fear. The creature's eyes rotated, fixating on Meng Fei's face. A sardonic smile crept across Meng Fei's lips as he said, "Let me take a guess at your rules, shall I? First, you can only enter rooms when I am absent, correct? That explains your prolonged stay in the bathroom, as you cannot voluntarily enter a space I occupy. Furthermore, your combat prowess is likely inferior to that of the entity lurking beneath the bed, which is why you resort to underhanded tactics. Secondly, is it true that unless I see your eyes, you cannot initiate an attack on me? Or rather, you cannot physically touch me?" Meng Fei's grin grew increasingly audacious, revealing a pair of small canines, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret with a lover. "Am I right? Shall I put this to the test? Let me see if I can touch you first, and if that permits you to touch me in return." Meng Fei's hand twitched with anticipation. The creature stared at his hand, then back at his face, its expression remaining lifeless. The Anomaly livestream erupted in chaos. "Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't be reckless. Whatever you are contemplating, do not try it. Ah, I must call the authorities. Someone is trying to harm me. I'm going to have a heart attack." After fidgeting for 2 or 3 minutes, Meng Fei finally sighed. "Forget it. Life is precious, and tossing a coin requires 2 hands. Otherwise, what if I attempt a one-handed toss? What if I fail?" The creature stood before Meng Fei, motionless. Meng Fei chuckled. "Let's continue our conversation, shall we? Aren't you terrified of squirrels? You turned off all the lights you could, yet you avoided the bathroom light. Oh, you must think it brings bad luck." The creature, a doppelganger of Meng Fei, silently retreated a few steps. Meng Fei noticed the movement and said, "Are you trying to deceive me? Do you truly believe I would trust that you entered the bathroom? I do not believe you. I will guard the light switch. After all, the rules state that lighting devices pose no threat." It remained stationary, frozen in place. Meng Fei spoke to himself, reveling in his thoughts. From a certain perspective, humans are drawn to red light. What does that imply? How peculiar to be. By the way, are you mute? Meng Fei tilted his head, saying, "My arm is getting tired. Also, if I leave after midnight tomorrow, will that count as completing the challenge? Or is this a continuous saga? Wow, how terrifying. The hotel corridors must have other rules, right? Something to ponder. And please, do not call me. I wish to conserve this precious one-time assistance for a critical moment." This statement was directed at the Anomaly Research Group. Zhao Qi couldn't help but chuckle. All eyes were on Meng Fei's live stream, with viewers from various countries tuning in. This was not unexpected, as players from some nations had already perished at the hands of this creature or the one lurking. Meng Fei's live stream appeared extraordinarily peculiar. Upon sighting the creature, Meng Fei began mentally timing himself. He had previously stated that it took a minute to count to 63, a claim rooted in truth. During his 3 years in a psychiatric facility, he had often watched the clock tick, counting along with its rhythm. Individuals suffering from mania can become so exuberant that they struggle to sleep. During those sleepless nights, Meng Fei would lie in bed, seeking ways to pass the time. Counting seconds alongside an alarm clock was a simple yet effective choice. No need for deep thought, just follow the ticking sound and count. When Meng Fei reached 687, he finally heard a soft click as a door closed. For reasons unknown, the viewers in the Anomaly livestream felt a twinge of pity as they watched it cautiously shut the door. Meng Fei refrained from acting hastily. He counted to 1,000 before cautiously kicking around to confirm that nothing was amiss, then opened his eyes. The living room was devoid of the creature, and the bathroom door was firmly shut. Meng Fei's right hand still guarded the bedroom light switch. Meng Fei muttered, "This creature doesn't seem to possess much intelligence." The viewers of the Anomaly livestream had calmed their frayed nerves. For reasons unclear, some felt that if Meng Fei were the anomaly, he might have already obliterated it. Its intelligence is lacking? Damn it, my intelligence is lacking too. Strangely, an unsettling thought crossed their minds. This lunatic might indeed be smarter than them. What a stark truth. Initially, I thought he was foolish, but now I feel like the true fool. Ironically, those who were once the most skeptical of Meng Fei now witnessed him maintaining his composure, displaying analytical and investigative skills that surpassed the ordinary. Zhao Qi observed the shift from contempt to respect within the Anomaly livestream. Paranoia, it seems, can indeed be a boon. Chapter 12. The answers to the challenges. Zhao Qi and his companions endeavored to analyze Meng Fei's psychological state and personality traits, ultimately concluding that everything seemed to stem from a profound paranoia. Meng Fei was convinced that everything around him conspired to bring about his demise, leading him to trust no one but his own peculiar divinations regarding life and death. His other actions were predicated on meticulous observation and analysis, and he invariably envisioned the worst possible outcomes. This was why, when Meng Fei was assailed once more while in bed, he remained utterly composed, immediately turning to confront the bizarre entity. He had long been prepared, having catalogued every conceivable worst-case scenario in his mind. Even if more dire situations could arise, his prior preparations significantly enhanced his chances of survival. The researchers were somewhat in awe, genuinely impressed. Most importantly, it was perhaps due to Meng Fei's prolonged state of fear that terror had become his norm. In the face of such abnormal events, his demeanor remained unfazed. This also elucidated why, at the outset, his sanity points were considerably lower than those of other players. The researchers found themselves experiencing a sense of gratifying clarity. Someone inquired, "But should we really compel Meng Fei to use the hint opportunity automatically?" Often, players are oblivious to the dangers they might encounter. However, as outsiders, they possess access to information from other bizarre live streams, thereby gaining insights that surpass the player's understanding. In other words, as long as players can prolong their survival, their chances of success will be markedly increased. In previous instances, players from the flower planting nation had successfully navigated the rules of bizarre tales, relying on the researchers' guidance. Though the most frequent completions numbered merely 4 in succession. Zhao Qi pondered for a moment and replied, "We must assess the situation. If necessary, we shall proact." Several international viewers heard his words and hastily returned to their own bizarre live streams, urging them to utilize external assistance promptly, informing players that merely staying in the living room could secure their lives. Some viewers from the flower planting nation voiced their frustrations, yet the majority expressed understanding. What's wrong with them? Why must they reveal the answer? Let them all perish. I cannot fathom it. I am utterly astounded. Thank goodness that little brat is gone. Otherwise, I would have been tempted to curse. What are you saying? Are you all so foolish that the entire world must be riddled with bizarre tales for your satisfaction? I would rather other nations survive longer. I desire a peaceful life for a few more years. What kind of savior nonsense is this? To actually divulge the answer. It's laughable. They deserve to die. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Everyone in the world should perish, and let you be the only one left, you brainless fool. The bizarre live stream has persisted for over a year, amassing a total of 122 strange tales, some of which have been completed while others have not. The flower planting nation fared reasonably well, with 43 successful completions among the 122 bizarre tales, while some countries had not completed a single one. Nations with small land areas and populations have long been driven to ruin by these tales, their citizens either dead or fleeing. Numerous locales have transformed into unapproachable wastelands. The bizarre research group from the flower planting nation had once predicted that if the rule-bound bizarre tales continued to fail, humanity might face extinction within a decade. This is not merely a matter of national concern. It pertains to the entire globe. The principle of mutual dependence has remained true throughout history. This is why the flower planting nation has organized forums and is willing to disclose much of their information to the world. While they may disregard the casualties from riots, the number of rule-bound bizarre tales must be curtailed. Meng Fei switched on the living room light and returned to the threshold of the bedroom, peering intently beneath the bed. I can't shake the feeling that there's something else lurking underneath, Meng Fei murmured nervously. He continued, but the rules dictate that I must not look under the bed. Ah, something has fallen beneath it. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, exclaiming, but I am looking under the bed right now. Indeed, inspecting beneath the bed was nearly unavoidable, as this was a bed with a substantial frame, creating ample space underneath. To inspect the bedroom was to inevitably glimpse beneath the bed, thus the crucial point was not merely looking under the bed, but rather avoiding an attack from the strange entity concealed there. In the presence of light, the bizarre creature would hide beneath the bed, and most peculiarly, the space underneath was shrouded in complete darkness, as black as a coffin. Only the edges glimmered with light, while the center remained impenetrably dark. Meng Fei's heart raced as he thought, oh, I see now. There are indeed other entities beneath the bed. Is it a coffin or something else entirely black? His heartbeat quickened, his excitement causing him to tremble. Yet he did. Meng Fei crouched down, gazing intently beneath the bed, swallowing hard. No, not yet. I must wait a moment longer. Once I deal with the creature in the bathroom, then I shall return to investigate. The creature in the bathroom possessed intelligence. It was not reckless, but rather wary of those with cunning. Meng Fei resolved to first confront the entity in the bathroom. He turned his gaze towards the bathroom door, which seemed capable of controlling all the doors within the house. The bathroom door had inexplicably closed again. Meng Fei opened it, and indeed, the little squirrel reappeared, perched on the windowsill, observing him. Meng Fei opened the bathroom door and scattered some sun. He returned to the sofa, watching the little squirrel leap down from the windowsill, eagerly munching on walnuts. The squirrel's cheeks were stuffed to capacity as it ventured into the living room. In a swift motion, Meng Fei closed the bathroom door, startling the squirrel, which scurried to the countertop in the small kitchen. Meng Fei regarded the squirrel, his eyes shining with intrigue. Mom! There's a pervert! The squirrel exclaimed. Meng Fei made no move towards the squirrel, suspecting he would not capture it, and uncertain of the consequences if the squirrel were to bite him. After all, a note in the refrigerator indicated that certain foods corresponded to specific entities, present. The only small creature in the room was the little squirrel, and Meng Fei intended to observe further. Chapter 13. Evolve, Little Squirrel. Meng Fei poured a heap of nuts for the little squirrel and then returned to the sofa to watch television. This time, the bathroom door remained shut. It muttered to itself, what bad luck. As time passed, the clock on the eerie live broadcast displayed 10 o'clock. Several players from various countries had not received any hints from their nations. Upon making eye contact with it, or when the lights were extinguished, their first instinct was to make a call. However, The blood-red phone emitted a chilling laughter. One by one, players succumbed to the incessant laughter and perished. It was a trap, designed to deceive the panicked players into believing they still clung to a final lifeline. But it was merely an illusion. As Meng Fei noted the time reaching 10 o'clock, he suddenly posed a rhetorical question to himself. If they want me dead, what should they do next? With the utterance of these words, strange noises emanated from the bathroom, and the lights flickered erratically, bathing the room in a pulsating blue glow. The illumination streamed from the bathroom, casting an azure hue over the living room. Meng Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet the once docile little squirrel, perched upon the processing table munching on nuts, suddenly froze, its fur bristling under the blue light. The squirrel's form ballooned, rapidly growing to the size of a cat, emitting a guttural growl from its throat, and no longer did it resemble a mere squirrel. It had transformed into a feline creature, a large cat with a bushy tail and beady eyes. The cat glared at Meng Fei, its fur standing on end, baring its teeth and letting out a piercing roar. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Oh no!" Within the bizarre live broadcast, some viewers hurled insults, while others mocked. "This is hilarious. We were just about to conclude. Why is this thing thrown in? Damn it, this is a world of rules and strange tales. How can there be truly harmless creatures?" Furthermore, that entity in the bathroom fears the squirrel, which at the very least indicates the squirrel is stronger. What a lunatic. One should never harbor hope. Good riddance to them. Crazy. Just die already. Of course, no amount of vitriol would affect Meng Fei, as he was oblivious to it all, he remarked. So that's what it means. From a certain perspective, humanity prefers red light. The cat-like creature let out a shrill cry and lunged at Meng Fei, clearly illuminated by the blue light. It was now in a state of complete hostility. Meng Fei raised his arm to shield himself from the creature's assault. The feline beast, unrelenting, raked its claws across Meng Fei's arm, crimson blood cascading down and splattering onto the pristine white carpet. A large pool of blood spread out, and Meng Fei seized the cat-like creature, forcefully pinning it to the sofa. With his uninjured arm, he retrieved a dusty flashlight from his pocket. When he pressed the flashlight against the bloody gash on his arm, blood smeared across its surface. With one hand, Meng Fei flicked the switch on the flashlight, and the warm yellow light transformed into a blood-red hue tainted by his own blood. His eyes gleamed with determination as he declared, "I must thank you. Without you, I would still be oblivious to the true meaning of this rule." Meng Fei directed the flashlight's beam at the cat-like creature. The red light washed over it, and as it continued its mournful wails, it gradually quieted, its eyes transforming into round, innocent orbs. Embracing the creature, Meng Fei gently spoke, "Good kitty, strange kitty, come, shall we go and bite the bad guys to death?" The cat emitted a soft mewl, appearing remarkably docile. However, Meng Fei halted before placing the cat back in the bathroom. He approached the small refrigerator and opened it. Indeed, there was fish inside. Observing the seemingly harmless cat, even more innocuous than a ragdoll cat, he quietly extracted a fish, using one hand to illuminate the cat with the flashlight, ensuring it remained under the red light. With his other hand, he ignited the stove, cooking the chilled fish. Once cooked, Meng Fei meticulously removed the bones, leaving only the flesh. His movements were surprisingly fluid with just one hand. He presented the fish meat to the cat, blood still dripping from his arm, and cheerfully said, "Good kitty, strange kitty, time to eat." The cat gazed at him, displaying a surprisingly human-like emotion, as if touched, before bowing its head and devouring the fish with fervor. Meng Fei rested his chin on his hand. Watching the cat ravenously consume the fish, he set the flashlight aside, ensuring the red light continued to shine upon the cat, and then tore the tattered sleeve of his shirt, using high-proof alcohol to sterilize and bandage his wound. When the alcohol came into contact with the deep gashes, Meng Fei shivered momentarily but quickly attended to the injury. Injuries were hardly favorable, Meng Fei muttered, hoping for adequate medical assistance. The cat finished the fish, contentedly licking its paws, and noticed a drop of blood on the table. It approached, preparing to lick it. Meng Fei swiftly grasped the nape of the cat's neck, saying, "No, no, do not touch human blood." Holding the cat, Meng Fei declared, "Good kitty, come, I shall assist you in evolving once more." The audience in the strange live broadcast exclaimed, "Wait, what is evolution?" Meng Fei paid no heed to anyone attempting to halt him, for no one could impede his actions. He placed the cat at the doorway of the bathroom and switched off the flashlight. Bathed in blue light, the cat's black eyes suddenly constricted, and its form surged once again. It transformed into a creature the size of an adult dog, its fur lengthening, now a deep black-red hue. Meng Fei abruptly heard a bark, "Woof." He looked down to see a small white bundle no larger. Meng Fei chuckled, saying, "Why, it's little Meng Fei. What's wrong? Are you bored and want to come out to play?" The little puppy, dubbed Little Meng Fei by Meng Fei, whimpered twice and nestled against his heels, curling into a tiny ball. Meng Fei remarked, "Ah, so adorable. I could squash you with a single step." Raising his gaze towards the creature enveloped in blue light, he observed it had grown to the size of a leopard, resembling a dog, yet possessing layers upon layers of sharp fangs. Meng Fei calmly picked up the flashlight, stating, "It's quite all right, merely a mutation." The dog-like creature arched its back, emitting guttural sounds, its eyes fierce. Chapter 14. Locking eyes. "He could be killed," Meng Fei remarked. "The reason I did not attack immediately is that you perceive me as your keeper." He illuminated the scene with a flashlight, declaring, "Then I shall be your master." The instant the crimson light enveloped the dog, it struggled for a few moments before becoming exceedingly docile, its once ferocious gaze transforming into one of innocence and harmlessness. Meng Fei approached, affectionately stroking the dog's large head, then tugging at its paw, compelling it to follow him to the light switch in the living room. Meng Fei activated the living room light over 30 times, yet the illumination remained a warm yellowish white. The blue light from the bathroom persisted, but from this vantage point, it did not affect the dog. Could it be that only the bathroom light changes color? Meng Fei pondered. Observing the dog, which had now grown to a size reminiscent of a leopard, Meng Fei led the dog to the bathroom door, swiftly opening it and extinguishing the bathroom light. He had already spotted the bare feet before him. "Bite it to death," he commanded. The dog, bathed in the red light, seemed to ignite with fury upon seeing its target, yet remained motionless due to the However, as Meng Fei abruptly extinguished Chapter 15. The crimson telephone and mental assault at precisely midnight. As the television screen illuminated the hour, the phone in the bedroom rang. The jarring and shrill sound of the ringtone sent a jolt of fear through everyone present, causing those who had resolved to continue watching to abandon their intentions and prepare for slumber, resorting to replays if necessary. The number of spectators in the bizarre live stream dwindled dramatically, leaving only the unfortunate members of the anomalous research team, who were compelled to remain vigilant throughout. Zhao Qi clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his brow as he implored. Meng Fei, however, appeared oblivious, seated on the sofa like a statue, his gaze fixed solely on the television. Mao Mao stirred slightly, only to lazily return to his repose. The ringtone gradually faded away. After 6 or 7 minutes, it erupted once more, this time resonating like thunder. Meng Fei cleared his ears, yet remained unmoved. Following the cessation of the ringtone, a half-hour passed without any anomalies. The clock now read 1:23 in the early hours of reality, while the bizarre live stream indicated 050-7. It became evident that time itself was askew. The temporal display of the real world had surpassed that of the anomalous broadcast. Meng Fei was engrossed in the television, while players from other surviving nations had mostly received Meng Fei's basic strategy for survival: to shut all doors and await the arrival of noon the following day in the living room. Indeed, devoid of any elaborate maneuvers, they encountered no peril. As time marched on, some players succumbed to slumber. The phone rang at the same time, with over 60 nations still harboring players worldwide. Some slept soundly, like those from the Diamond Nation and Asan Nation, their snores louder than the phone's ringtone. Others remained steadfastly aware of the rules, becoming as still as quail upon hearing the ringtone, feigning deafness. A few brave souls even shouted 300 curses toward the bedroom, cranking the television volume to its maximum, aware that something lurked beneath the bed, and any sensible individual would steer clear. The second round of the phone's cacophony concluded. Yet Meng Fei cast a glance toward the bedroom door, stating, "Things come in threes." In that moment, everyone heard a gentle melody accompanied by a voice, indistinguishable in gender yet imbued with an irresistible allure, resonating as if it emanated directly from their minds. "Answer the phone." Even the viewers of the bizarre livestream felt its influence, with over 10% of the global audience subconsciously reaching for their phones. Among the 24 members of the anomalous research team, one picked up the phone. Zhao Qi was drenched in cold sweat. This was a mental assault. Within the realm of rule-based horror tales, numerous bewildering methods of attack existed, including those that would result in instant death for violating certain rules. Of course, mental assaults capable of influencing behavior were not in short supply. Such mental attacks had a more pronounced effect on individuals with lower SAN values. Some players in other bizarre live streams frightened themselves, reducing their SAN to 60 or 50, and they appeared utterly soulless as they reached for the phone. Among them was the American player, Caddis, whose SAN value had plummeted below 60. In a daze, she answered the call, hearing her mother's voice. Her mother spoke softly, "Dear Caddis, why don't you take a look under the bed?" Caddis, in a state of confusion, recalled that she must not look beneath the bed. Mom, I cannot do that. Her mother chuckled, her voice growing even more soothing. Why can't you? Have you forgotten? I've prepared a gift for you, hidden under the bed. Caddis's expression wavered as she replied, "But there are no buts, my dear Caddis, go and see. Your favorite thing awaits you there." Caddis's visage blanked completely, and she stiffly nodded. "All right, Mom." Slowly, she crouched down, willingly crawling beneath the bed, only to be violently pulled in. Player Caddis has perished. Residents of the United States, prepare yourselves. To convey the method of survival to Caddis, the United States had expended its only opportunity for a hint, yet no one anticipated such a turn of events. The directive to avoid answering the phone, occupying but a minuscule corner of their minds, proved to be the most unavoidable path to death. When a player dies, the horror tale unfolds. Everyone gazed in terror at the unfolding events within the tale, some unable to bear the weight of despair, already beginning to weep uncontrollably. No, it shouldn't be like this. It was never this terrifying at the outset. Indeed, in the beginning, the horror tale resembled a comedic show, akin to a prank. It was also the simplest to navigate, but as players perished within the realm of the horror tale, it transformed into an increasingly formidable challenge. It was as though it absorbed the flesh and blood of the deceased, growing ever stronger. In the anomalous live stream from the Flower Nation, Meng Fei moved. Zhao Qi felt cold sweat pooling in his palms, and the other researchers began to grow anxious. Should we utilize the hint opportunity? It can be interrupted. Zhao Qi swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Meng Fei's actions on the screen, stating, "Wait, let us see if he answers the phone." Meng Fei approached the crimson landline, staring at it intently for a considerable time. The soft ringtone persisted, and the voice incessantly echoed in his mind, urging him to answer. Furrowing his brow, Meng Fei muttered, "How annoying." Then, he yanked the crimson phone from its cradle, severed its cord, and hurled the device into the bathroom with a resounding crash. With a grim expression, he resembled a quintessential villain, proclaiming, "You can perish with him." The crimson landline echoed with a muted response. Meng Fei continued, "I know your intentions are malevolent. You wish to kill me, so do not hold it against me. One must look after oneself in this world." This was meant to be a rather domineering, villainous proclamation, yet when uttered by Meng Fei, it bore an amusing undertone. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he clapped his hands and squatted down in the small kitchen, searching for food. This time, he didn't even spare the rice, preparing a small pot of steamed rice and a plate of stir-fried greens for himself. The half-cooked rice and dark green vegetables looked unappetizing. Satisfied, Meng Fei carried his meal to the television, calling out to Mao Mao, "Come, Mao Mao, it's time to eat." The large dog approached, sniffing the aroma, then silently hopped off the sofa, retreating to a corner of the living room, settling down on a fluffy white blanket to resume watching television. Even the food Meng Fei prepared was left untouched by the dog. Chapter 16. The Madman, a quality candidate. Meng Fei, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt quite pleased with himself. "Oh, you're not hungry? Then there's nothing more to be done. I shall devour it all." With unbridled joy, Meng Fei indulged in his meal, the grains of rice crunching delightfully between his teeth. Subsequently, everyone gathered around to watch television with him. What initially seemed a life-and-death crisis was effortlessly alleviated by Meng Fei's eccentricity. The onlookers in the bizarre live-streaming room surprisingly found a sense of relief. A peculiar thought even crossed their minds. Thankfully, he is a madman. Zhao Qi, the leader of the strange research team, silently pinned a note, "Madman, a quality candidate." Indeed, it seemed that Meng Fei was an exceptionally prime choice. Meng Fei showcased a large bowl of half-cooked rice and a generous plate of dark stir-fried greens. The audience from the Flower Kingdom, while accompanying Meng Fei and watching a program that required pixelation, could not help but swallow hard. Damn, late-night cravings. Now I want a midnight snack: barbecue, hot pot, grilled meat, rice noodles, snail noodles. Stop with the menu already. I'm currently indulging in grilled fish, huh? I began to question whether the food was indeed delicious, yet it was clear that even dogs would turn their noses away. After flaunting his food, Meng Fei wiped his mouth and sighed deeply. Mao Mao, nestled in a corner, was intently watching the television. Stealing a glance at Mao Mao, then at the brightly lit bedroom, Meng Fei smacked his lips and declared, "I'm full. It's time to get to work." Work? What kind of work? Everyone's hearts tightened at the words. Meng Fei called out, "Mao Mao, let us go." The fluffy canine rose obediently, sticking close to Meng Fei as they entered the bedroom. Meng Fei approached the bed, tossed the blanket onto the floor, and flung open the wardrobe doors. The blanket could conveniently connect the bed to the wardrobe. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a flashlight and shone it beneath the bed. There lay a black wooden box. "Mao Mao, get it, go for it," he urged, reminiscent of childhood days when he would lead his pets into battle against others. Following his command, Mao Mao lunged forth and smashed. The box shattered, revealing a creature with a face adorned with spiral teeth, which emitted a chilling shriek. Meng Fei illuminated the monster with his flashlight, and in its desperation, it lunged towards him. However, Mao Mao bit off one of its hands, dark, viscous blood spilling onto the floor. The creature engaged Mao Mao in a fierce struggle. "Damn it, how utterly nonsensical. Does it even have a brain?" he exclaimed, having intentionally concealed the monster in the wardrobe with the blanket. The battle raged on, but it was evident that Mao Mao was no match for the creature. Soon, one of Mao Mao's ears was torn off, a front leg was crushed, and a gaping hole was punctured in his ribcage, exposing his innards. Meng Fei's breath quickened, his eyes narrowing in a peculiar manner. He ceased to shine the flashlight on the creature, which swiftly scurried back beneath the bed. Mao Mao, bleeding profusely, stood atop the pure white blanket, paused for a few seconds, and slowly collapsed to the ground. Meng Fei cried out in horror, "My son!" This exclamation was filled with genuine emotion. Startled by his cry, Mao Mao jolted awake, turning his head to look at Meng Fei with a feeble expression. Meng Fei rushed over, trembling hands enveloping Mao Mao. "My son, how tragically you have suffered." He then scooped Mao Mao up and stumbled towards the bathroom, gently placing him in the tub. With sincerity written across his face, he urged, "Come, eat quickly. Replenish your supplies." The bathtub, devoid of water, contained only the lifeless creature and another blood-red rotary phone. Mao Mao hesitated momentarily but ultimately devoured it, consuming an arm and a leg. Standing at the bathroom door, Meng Fei began to fumble with the light switch, repeatedly attempting until, at last, a blue glow illuminated the space. The entire bathroom was bathed in blue light, and in less than half a minute, Mau Mau swelled in size. If he had previously resembled a typical golden retriever, he now appeared entirely as a Tibetan mastiff. Especially striking were his four paws, with claws sharp as daggers, glimmering ominously. Mau Mau's already formidable fangs were now densely packed throughout his mouth, even visible in his throat. His fur bristled, transforming him into a true beast. At this moment, Mau Mau's body tensed, emitting low whines. Behind the original black pupils, two blood-red orbs emerged. The atmosphere was Meng Fei abruptly pressed the bathroom switch, and in the instant the monster lunged at him, he directed his now weathered flashlight towards Mau Mau. His face, shadowed by the light, appeared dim and indistinct. With a smile in his voice, he proclaimed, "Good doggy, strange doggy, doggy teaches, never surrender." The red-spotted light calmed Mau Mau, who ceased his assault on Meng Fei. The crimson light illuminated the monstrous dog, which began to wag its tail. Meng Fei, enveloped in the red light, retracted the flashlight and approached, stroking Mau Mau's coarse fur. "Good boy, your father has not been unkind to you." The bizarre live-streaming room fell silent for an extended moment. I was left in a state of pure bewilderment. Was it thrilling? Indeed. Was it terrifying? Most certainly. Yet, it all felt rather peculiar. What was truly happening? To be frank, everyone around me now seemed foolish, save for this madman. My mind felt clouded. What was this? Super evolution. With the evolution complete, the monster beneath the bed was obliterated. "Dog brother, we believe in you." Alas, another one upstairs has gone mad. While the audience jested, the members of the strange research team earnestly analyzed the situation. The deputy leader, Inhele, adjusted his thick glasses and remarked, "It is indeed unexpected, yet quite logical." Meng Fei's courage was commendable. If it were me, I truly would not dare to pursue. Super evolution? Most ordinary individuals would likely refrain from such actions, wouldn't they? Indeed, if it were I, once assured of survival in the living room, I would certainly refrain from further actions, Zhao Qi mused. But he is a madman. What logic can be applied to him? He enters this game as if he has an advantage. Isn't it just that? Inhele chuckled. This scholarly, mature woman gazed with a smile at Meng Fei in the bizarre live-streaming room. Perhaps, just perhaps, he truly was our unexpected hope. Chapter 17. Unveiling the Hidden Plot. A New Hope. Meng Fei is diligently searching for food to continue nourishing Mau Mau. He resolutely avoids offering. Thus, he decides to cook the remaining fish in the refrigerator, meticulously deboning it to ensure only the finest morsels for Mau Maod. In mere moments, Mau Mau devours the fish with fervor. Meng Fei gazes affectionately at the terrifying creature as it voraciously consumes the flesh, its cheeks puffed out. "Delicious," he remarks, his tone reminiscent of a doting father encouraging his child. "Finish your meal, and then we shall go out to play." After finishing the fish, Mau Mau licks its tongue and looks at Meng Fei with a glimmer of humanity in its eyes. Meng Fei, fastening his gaze upon Mau Mau's eyes, declares, "Let us go and eliminate it." He leads Mau Mau back to the bedroom, employing the same strategy as before. This time, the already wounded monster lurking beneath the bed proves Chapter 18. The true guest room telephone. "Damn, how ugly," Meng Fei muttered. After finishing his grumbling, he folded the 5 sheets of paper and tucked them into the small pocket of his jacket. But he was not done. He proceeded to tear down all the other papers adorned with illustrations. Each pair of sheets was grouped together, and then he stacked them into a thick pile. The paper of the sketchbook was already quite substantial, and now it formed a plump stack. Meng Fei held the 5 thick bundles in his hands and transformed the last sheet, inscribed with cryptic numbers and letters, into the shape of a small fox. He flung the rounded bundles onto the thick white carpet, which absorbed the impact silently. "What a piece of junk," Meng Fei scoffed. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way to the bathroom. There stood a creature bearing an identical visage to his, now reduced to a single arm, a leg, and a torso. Without hesitation, Meng Fei approached and began to tear apart the blue and white striped hospital gown. He ripped it into small strips and threaded these fabric pieces through the gaps of the paper bundles, stringing them together, ultimately securing the little fox at the end. With this collection of paper bundles fastened around his waist, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Very good, quite imposing. Then, he headed to the bedroom to drag out Mau Mau. The dog-like monster, possessing the size of an adult Tibetan Mastiff, was extraordinarily gentle. Meng Fei pointed at it in the bathtub. Stock up on food. Eat when you're hungry. Mau Mau regarded its. Meng Fei then dragged Mau Mau back into the living room and declared, "All right, let us continue watching television." At that moment, it was television time. 3:10 in the morning. Meng Fei truly sat on the couch, watching television As dawn broke, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Meng Fei showed little reaction. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon, after finishing most of his food, that he prepared to contact the hotel staff. He pulled open the hotel door. Although it seemed the time had long passed 2 in the afternoon, Meng Fei still had not ventured outside. Why now? Numerous players from other countries had already vacated their hotel rooms, and the one-night stay rule had also been marked as complete. Meng Fei did not cast a divination about life and death. He stared into the void and waved his hand. "Hello? Can you see me? Now listen carefully to what I'm saying. I need to know if there is any information I've overlooked. If so, please be sure to inform me. Also, you may call me now. I'll allow you 10 minutes to prepare. Furthermore, I wish to speak with the director. Could you please bring him to me? By the way, to prevent you from saying anything useless to me, I'll reiterate all the information I know." Meng Fei recounted all the rules and his discoveries, emphasizing the questions he still did not comprehend. "Please use the guest room telephone to contact the front desk. The hotel will compensate you." What consequences might this lead to? Have any players experienced this? All right, that's all my questions. Be sure to call me in 10 minutes. Meng Fei stood at the hotel entrance, counting to 600. Zhao Qi and Yin He Lu were both anxious and slightly excited. Zhao Qi quickly dispatched someone to find the director at Qingshan Mental Hospital. The messenger returned in less than 2 minutes, hurriedly reporting, "Team leader, this old man claims to be the director of Qingshan Mental Hospital." Entering the conference room was a sprightly old man, appearing to be in his 70s, with graying hair. He surveyed everyone and let out a soft sigh. Finally, Wei Vei managed to send him in. This statement carried an immense weight of information. Zhao Qi's expression grew serious. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Xiuqing, with a wearied countenance, remarked, "You do not understand my pain." Zhao Qi. The room fell silent. All present struck dumb, so Meng Fei had learned everything from Shen Xiuqing. Shen Xiuqing ambled over to an empty seat and sat down comfortably, saying, "You all continue. I'll just listen." Zhao Qi had no time to deal with him and swiftly consolidated information with everyone else. In a mere 10 minutes, they had compiled all the information that Meng Fei was unaware of. Then, Zhao Qi dialed the number to connect with Meng Fei. The crimson telephone flickered ominously. Meng Fei tossed the phone into the bathtub, leaving Zhao Qi and the others to make the call. Yet, there was a slight chance this call might connect to something else. Zhao Qi was fortunate. When the phone rang for the 10th time, a stiff-faced service staff member, appearing as if they had been dead for 10 days, materialized, holding the ringing landline. Clad in a black uniform, the staff member smiled at Meng Fei, revealing bright red lips. "Hello, dear guest of room 404, here is your call." The crimson telephone's wire snaked out from the staff member's sleeve as he maintained a chillingly rigid smile, his icy gaze fixed upon Meng Fei. Unperturbed, Meng Fei answered the call. Zhao Qi quickly interjected, "Currently, no one using the guest room telephone has requested compensation from the hotel, so we cannot provide an answer. However, a player called at 9:24, but the arriving staff member was in a white uniform and killed the player. After the deed, the staff member uttered, 'Do not be afraid, he has come to replace you.' Moreover, in some rooms, instead of squirrels, crows appeared. However, we are unaware of the effects of the crows. As for other information, we regret that we cannot provide it. Meng Fei listened calmly and asked, have the players who exited their rooms completed the challenge? Yes, they will proceed to the next rule of the tale, Zhao Qi affirmed hastily. Meng Fei gazed at the grinning staff member before him and inquired, one more question. Did any of them find the real guest room telephone? At this question, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What did that mean? Was the red telephone in the bedroom not the guest room telephone? Zhao Qi was jolted awake by the query. Shen Xiuqing leaned in, saying, Meng Fei, I saw a player preparing to run. They dashed forward 3 meters, and at the end of the hallway was a white telephone. Meng Fei replied, all right, understood. Director, do you miss me? Shen Xiuqing retorted, not at all. Are there any more questions? There's half a minute left. Meng Fei replied, no more questions, goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhao Qi was left dumbfounded. Wait, I still have things to ask. Shen Xiuqing quipped, did you really expect a lunatic to be obedient? P.S. The rules of the tale are truly mind-boggling. For those who enjoy it, please remember to comment, like, and send some free gifts. I will strive to write this book well, moi. Chapter 19. The rules for a one-night stay in the hotel have been cleared. Shen Xiuqing gazed at Zhao Qi with an expression akin to that of a lunatic. Zhao Qi remarked, as Shen Xiuqing settled into a chair, his eyes fixed on the eerie live-streaming screen, rest assured, he will undoubtedly succeed. Hele could not help but inquire, what makes you so certain? Shen Xiuqing chuckled, replying, have you heard of the 10,000-hour rule? If one accumulates experience in a particular endeavor for a total of 10,000 hours, they will undoubtedly attain mastery. The same principle applies to the realm of bizarre narratives. If you have watched all the eerie live streams from the very beginning to the present more than 10 times, you will be formidable upon entering. Upon hearing this, all members of the bizarre research team turned their gazes toward Shen Xiuqing. Rubbing his nose, Shen Xiuqing confidently stated, there's no other way. This is a therapeutic method. In truth, the reality was that this was Shen Xiuqing's means of revenge. After all, Meng Fei, this eccentric, was notorious as a top troublemaker at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. During the first 3 months of Meng Fei's stay in the institution, he would incessantly shout that he was perfectly sane while also claiming that a doppelganger was out to kill him. He would wreak havoc, attempting to escape while simultaneously indulging in episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants and the adventures of Little Carp, as well as the legend of Neza. Occasionally, he would descend into madness, proclaiming that the apocalypse was upon them and that everyone was doomed. He insisted on saving the world and all of humanity. Moreover, he was utterly fixated on escaping from the psychiatric facility. His determination was relentless, and his antics were countless. Whenever given the opportunity, Meng Fei was capable of anything. Each escape attempt sent the entire Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital into utter chaos. Shen Xiuqing, who was only in his 50s, had been worn down to the appearance of a frail old man in his 70s due to Meng Fei's incessant antics, his once scarce black hair having turned completely white. Subsequently, Shen Xiuqing discovered that Meng Fei had a penchant for animated shows, while he detested watching eerie live streams. However, if forced to watch them, Meng Fei would enter a remarkably normal state. Thus, this became a therapeutic approach. Additionally, due to Meng Fei's manic condition, he required significantly less sleep. Consequently, his record peak was a staggering 134 consecutive hours spent watching replays of bizarre live streams without closing his eyes. This was akin to someone tirelessly practicing problems without rest. Regardless of their initial proficiency, the accumulated time would ensure mastery. Zhao Qi also came to the realization that Meng Fei's initial remarks in the realm of after a moment of silence, even as the team leader, Zhao Qi found that managing to watch most of the eerie live streams just once was already a commendable effort. Moreover, he had not even viewed many recordings from remote countries. Despite this, Zhao Qi had watched replays of bizarre live streams at least 10,000 times. Watching all the bizarre narrative live streams over 10 times? That would surely be overwhelming. Zhaoqi turned his gaze to the others and declared, "From this moment forth, there will be no holidays. We shall watch every eerie live stream." A member of the bizarre research team interjected, "Is it too late to resign now?" Without Meng Fei, in a surprisingly cheerful mood, stated, "The call is complete. Although I cannot utilize the room's phone, you can still provide me with service, correct?" The service staff beamed even brighter, responding, "Indeed, we can?" Meng Fei inquired, "At no charge?" The service staff's expression darkened momentarily as he replied, "Of course." Yet his demeanor spoke volumes. Just as it is customary for hotel guests to enjoy services, whether or not to tip is entirely at their discretion. However, the staff's thoughts on the matter remained uncertain. Meng Fei pondered for a moment before retrieving a note from the hotel refrigerator from his pocket. He handed it to the service staff, stating, "This is for you." The staff stared at the note in silence. Meng Fei remarked, "Rules are priceless, and the vessel of rules is, of course, of great value." Upon hearing this, the service staff's smile gradually returned. "And is there anything else you require?" Meng Fei replied, "May I take everything I obtain in this room with me? All facilities within the hotel are available for your use. The hotel will not charge you any additional fees," the service staff assured. Meng Fei smiled. "That is splendid." He then turned to Mao Mao, who was squatting behind him, hesitating momentarily before retrieving a second note from his pocket and handing it to the service staff. Meng Fei instructed, "Please assist me in feeding my dog. Note that Rule 1 strictly prohibits feeding it meat, with the exception of fish. Rule 2. It has but one name, which is Mao Mao. Do you understand?" The service staff accepted the second note, affirming, "Of course, I understand." Satisfied, Meng Fei exited the room. The eerie live stream concluded at that moment. Congratulations to the player Meng Fei from the Flower Nation for this bizarre live stream has now come to an end. The player's condition will be fully restored. Upon witnessing the closure of the live stream, all those who had stayed up late watching the eerie broadcasts breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, I truly did not expect him to succeed. I am at a loss for words. My apologies, Meng Fei, for speaking too loudly earlier. Regardless, gratitude must be expressed for his success. From this day forth, Meng Fei, you are my deity. Throughout the ordeal, I merely played a role, the astonished version of a sunny boy. The successful completion of this endeavor was a boon for the people of the nation. At the very least, a threat to their safety would no longer loom. The live stream may have ended, but Meng Fei's life in the hotel had not. The moment the announcement appeared, Meng Fei's wounds healed rapidly. As he exited the hotel room, the once blood-red carpet beneath his feet transformed into pure white. An irresistible force compelled Meng Fei to leave the hotel and descend the staircase. His eyes darted around. Everything seemed different from the previous night. The paintings on the walls depicted normal landscapes rather than distorted images. Upon reaching the first floor, Meng Fei noticed a paper posted at the stairway. Although he could not discern all the rules, he did catch a glimpse of one. Rule 1. During nighttime, please do not leave your room, regardless of what transpires. If you have not yet entered your room, please do so as swiftly as possible. Meng Fei muttered, "What a devious setup." No wonder the copper-coined baby warned him that leaving room 404 would lead to death. This hotel must be a colossal bizarre narrative. However, what they had triggered was merely the tale of a one-night stay in the hotel. Chapter 20. Gifted Abilities. Winning every bet, Meng Fei observed as his body autonomously traversed the hotel lobby, exited the establishment, meandered through the garden, and approached a bus parked at the entrance. Once aboard the bus, he regained control over his own movements. He casually selected a seat, leaning against the window to gaze at the entirety of the hotel. The opulent manor stood resplendently, and from his vantage point, he could barely glimpse a portion of the hotel's glass windows. As Meng Fei's gaze lingered, shadows began to materialize before those windows. Regrettably, the eerie live stream had ceased transmission. Otherwise, he might have gathered a wealth of disturbing information regarding the viewer's dwindling sanity. Despite witnessing such a chilling sight, Meng Fei's sanity remained entirely unperturbed. He remained pressed against the glass, intently scrutinizing the silhouettes, attempting to discern their nature. The number of shadows varied from window to window. Some were completely vacant, while others displayed 5 or 6 figures crammed together at the panes. What on earth transpired here? Meng Fei pondered. Are you still worried about that over there? Why not concern yourself with your own predicament? A voice emanated from beside him. Meng Fei turned to see a man in a red and black checkered suit seated next to him, his face obscured by a mask. The mask was a duality of white and black, the white side featuring a beaming golden sun, while the black side. Meng Fei regarded him, and the masked man leisurely returned the stare. No one knows what transpired during the player's rest period, Meng Fei remarked. The masked man chuckled softly. Are you interested in knowing? Meng Fei countered. Are you the one who dispenses rewards? The masked man's laughter erupted. You are quite amusing. Thank you, but it seems most of my companions are rather deranged, Meng Fei retorted. Indeed, you are intriguing, the masked man said, his gaze as cold as a serpent's. Enough with the games. Speak plainly or be gone. I'm growing weary of this, Meng Fei snapped, his temper shifting with alarming swiftness. The masked man's demeanor froze momentarily. Meng Fei settled back in his seat, surveying the surroundings. The bus contained only the two of them. Crossing his legs, he continued, Your verbosity is reminiscent of someone I know. Who? The masked man inquired, surprisingly unfazed. Meng Fei disliked the way the masked man looked at him, akin to a patronizing figure. Is it the director? Is he a villain? The masked man questioned. Not exactly. Strictly speaking, he is a good person whom I admire. Yet, to me, he embodies villainy, Meng Fei explained. The masked man fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the hotel's windows. Then he is indeed a villain. What brings you here? Meng Fei asked. The masked man turned back to him, stating, Your performance has been exceptional, quite appealing to the audience. Meng Fei blinked. And what follows, the reward? Ah, you truly are a madman, the masked man replied, extending his hand to retrieve a black gift box from his coat. Do you wish to accept this reward? Should you choose to accept it, a price must be paid. Without hesitation, Meng Fei seized the black box, declaring, You jest. I've already paid a price. I provided your audience with an excellent show. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a thin slip of paper inside. The note contained the following words. Congratulations, dear player, you have received the ability, winning every bet. Winning every bet. In matters of gambling, you shall never lose. However, both parties must consent to the wager, and the final interpretation rests with the Eerie livestream. You may wager with anyone, but not all agreements shall hold validity. If you wish to accept this ability, please swallow this note. If you wish to decline, return the gift to its giver. Meng Fei smiled. I find this ability delightful. It is quite splendid. He proceeded to consume the note. Patting his stomach, he exclaimed, So, am I now a superhuman? Shall we wager? His eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, entirely devoid of despair. Meng Fei reveled in the moment. The masked man regarded him softly, murmuring, Madman? Come on, let's wager. Just a small matter. Meng Fei urged. I will not wager with you, the masked man retorted. Just a trivial bet, nothing significant, Meng Fei insisted. The masked man lost interest in Meng Fei. Initially, he believed him to be a genius masquerading as a lunatic. However, it now appeared that he was merely a fortunate fool. If this fool were truly clever, he would not have accepted such a cursed ability. The masked man rose, stating, No. Meng Fei remained seated, declaring, I wager you will regret this. The masked man regarded him with the detached gaze one might reserve for the deceased. I shall never regret it, he affirmed. Meng Fei chuckled. You will indeed wager with me. It is but a meaningless conversation, the masked man replied, moving toward the driver's seat. I shall escort you to a safe house. You have 1 day and 1 night to rest. Once the respite concludes, you must participate in the second round of the rules of the strange. Seated, he took control of the bus. Meng Fei followed eagerly, akin to a gambler possessed by his vice. Let us wager once more, on anything at all. The masked man ignored him. Meng Fei scrutinized the masked man, muttering, so much alike, truly too alike. The masked man assumed Meng Fei referred to the director. The corners of his mouth tightened beneath the mask, a surge of resentment coursing through him. Would he never be remembered by anyone? These wretched individuals, devoid of conscience, akin to parasitic vermin. Cursed, cursed, cursed. They all deserve to perish. The masked man accelerated the bus, speeding toward an impending cliff. Meng Fei, seated in the passenger seat, leaned forward, glancing at the masked man. I bet you will cry. The masked man offered no response as the bus plummeted over the cliff. It seemed to descend into a kaleidoscopic realm, and then, with a forceful kick, Meng Fei was ejected from the vehicle. In a surprisingly good mood, Meng Fei rubbed his backside and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a modest single room that bore an uncanny resemblance to a psychiatric ward. Chapter 21. The Peculiar Tale of Make-Believe. The second anecdote: if an ordinary person were to be confined here for a day and a night, devoid of a mobile phone, television, or even a book, they might very well lose their sanity. However, Meng Fei was entirely indifferent to this predicament. He climbed onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Throughout the entirety of the scenario, he hadn't so much as blinked, and considering that he had already gone 2 days and 3 nights without sleep prior to entering the realm of the peculiar narrative, it was no surprise that he now slept soundly and blissfully. Meng Fei remained in this state for an entire day and night, until the jarring sound of a bell jolted him awake, accompanied by a knock on his door. Please board the bus to the next location of the peculiar narrative, came the announcement. With disheveled hair, Meng Fei stepped out of his room and promptly boarded the bus. The next moment, his foot landed on a filthy floor, and a foul stench invaded his nostrils, causing him to grimace. Pinching his nose, he surveyed his surroundings. A dim and damp bedroom. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing the charred surface beneath. The room contained a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. Meng Fei mused, is this the standard setup? Would adding more items be fatal? It bears an uncanny resemblance to a psychiatric ward. How ominous! After muttering this to himself, he commenced his search for clues. The most frustrating aspect of the peculiar narrative game lay in its tendency to obscure the rule notes. These rule notes could number anywhere from a solitary piece to dozens, but it seemed this time would be another solitary narrative. A solitary narrative, how intriguing! Meng Fei speculated that this peculiar tale would likely prove more challenging than the previous hotel saga, and it would probably feature some intellectually endowed, bizarre entities. Scratching his head, he resolved to first gather information from the room. Since the rules were not laid out before him, he at least had a 15-minute window of safety. We're not blind, Meng Shun, he mused aloud, while Zhao Qi grew serious, directing the other researchers, remember this. From today onward, every word that Meng Fei utters must be noted. Meng Fei's gaze fell upon a notebook on the desk, a somewhat worn practice book. The white cover bore a small patch of black ink and a few rudimentary drawings of flowers and butterflies. Quite the artistic talent, he acknowledged. Taking a seat, he opened the practice book. It was the type commonly used in elementary schools, yellow pages with black lines. Upon flipping it open, he noticed several pages had been torn out, and the one before him contained the rules. Welcome to the make-believe peculiar narrative. You are the anticipated elder brother. Please embody the role of a good brother. Objectives for clearing the narrative: survive and leave the house. Below are the official rules. Please review them carefully. The official rules are absolutely accurate. Please adhere to the following regulations. For your health and safety, monitor your SAN value. Trust me, you would not wish to discover the consequences of losing all your SAN value. Rule 1. There are 6 individuals in the household. Please take note, there are 6 individuals in the home. Rule 2. The grandmother favors males over females, thus placing tremendous importance on her grandson. Any entity that threatens her grandson will incur her wrath. Rule 3. Generally, the grandfather and father will not interfere with your actions unless conflict arises with family members. Rule 4. Mother is a gentle person. However, please refrain from entering the kitchen. Rule 5. Under no circumstances should you allow her to discover your desire to leave this house. This time, the rules bore no alterations, no font changes, and no scribble. The only unexpected detail was the adorable and childlike handwriting beneath Rule 5, resembling tiny ants marching across the page, concluding with a small flower illustration. Rule 6. The elder brother is a good brother. He must cherish his younger sister and heed her words. Meng Fei's fingertips brushed over the lines as he murmured, "So, we have the elder brother, younger sister, grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. 6 individuals, indeed?" The mention of 6 individuals was reiterated twice, suggesting that occasionally others may appear in the home. The grandmother will protect me. The father and grandfather are mere background figures unless I engage in conflict with family members. With whom might I come into conflict? I must not enter Mother's kitchen. I must not let her discover my intention to leave this house. Meng Fei articulated his understanding. We're not blind, Meng Shan. A chatterbox indeed. Is it necessary to vocalize such simple matters? Suddenly, I feel my intelligence has aligned with Meng Shan's. How can a madman still be called a deity? Has it really been just one peculiar narrative? You all are far too lenient with him. It's laughable. What are we discussing? We are merely using an abbreviation. Meng Shan, the lunatic, abbreviated to Meng Shan. This time, the peculiar narrative seemed exceedingly simple. Perhaps it sufficed to evade detection while stealthily departing the house. Surely, that must be the case. Sneaking out under the cover of night? It couldn't be that straightforward, could it? Yet, it was entirely possible. Had there not been a previous narrative where one merely needed to remain undetected for an entire night to succeed? The viewers from the Flower Country couldn't help but engage in lively discussions during the live stream. Members of the peculiar narrative research team also breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, it appeared not to be overly challenging. Just hold on. As long as I can leave the house inconspicuously, it should suffice, right? I suppose I must play the role of a good brother and then casually exit, seizing the numerous opportunities to accompany mother on errands, like grocery shopping. Moreover, the grandmother seems to be a benevolent character. In the small 8 Bacchanation, the chosen participant was once again a man deeply engrossed in detective dramas, Kubo Daichi. Though new to the peculiar narratives, this one truly appeared simplistic. The previous narrative had been exceedingly difficult. Yoshida Shiryong had perished, but this particular tale seemed rather straightforward. Based on the rules, it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with the grandmother to secure her protection, thereby facilitating an exit from the house. Yash, the analysis is spot on, Kubo Daichi expressed, somewhat disappointed. This what a peculiar narrative entails. Far from the formidable challenge I had envisioned. Alas, luck is also a form of strength. Players from other nations seemed to concur that this set of rules was uncomplicated. Some were so moved that they wept openly. However, others felt disheartened, deeming the challenge too easy and lacking in excitement. Ivan from Bear Country flopped onto his bed after perusing the rules, resigning himself to apathy. The citizens of Bear Country watched anxiously, inundating the live stream chat with criticism. Ivan remained unfazed, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Meng Fei sat silently in his chair, fixated on the practice book before him, a sense of unease creeping in. Something was amiss, but if you enjoy the story, please consider clicking the free update button and sending gifts. The humble author is uncertain of whether readers will appreciate this peculiar narrative. Chapter 22. Paper Paji, bestow upon me your strength. Meng Fei stroked his chin, his fingers grazing the jagged edges of the coarse paper. The rules of the rule-based horror are infallible, except when altered by external forces. How peculiar, something feels amiss, quite unsettling indeed. Meng Fei muttered to himself, declaring, it should not be this straightforward. What we perceive is not necessarily what we see, and what we assume is not what we believe. Cast aside conventional thinking. Unexpected yet logical. As these words escaped his lips, the audience watching the live stream were jolted. Although they did not fully comprehend, it certainly felt impressive. Zhao Qi's breath quickened, his eyes fixated on Meng Fei's face, as though he wished to penetrate the very essence of his being. The members of the bizarre research group also held their breath, a mix of anticipation and trepidation, excitement and unease. What sort of fright would this lunatic bestow upon them this time? Meng Fei silently repeated the rules several times, then tore the paper once more, folding the yellow sheet into a paper podgy. He raised this paper podgy high, his expression solemn, as if conducting a sacred ritual. Rules, please grant me strength. Foolishness, I apologize. I truly do not know whom I am cursing. Perhaps it is myself? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. What the hell am I anticipating? What am I expecting? What on earth am I waiting for? Woo-woo, damn it. I long to cry. I genuinely want to weep. I had thought I was a savior, yet turned out to be a lunatic? I don't know. It feels so unbearable. Recently, I visited a doctor who diagnosed me with rule-based horror phobia, and now upon reflection, it seems this ailment may have evolved into a fear of foolish players in rule-based horror. Meng Fei held the paper podgy aloft, maintaining this posture for 3 minutes. The live stream room had descended into chaos, the collective mental state visibly deteriorating. Inhila glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, turning to look at Shen Xiuqing. Old sir, do tell the truth. Cough. A mouthful of wine went down the wrong way, spraying directly onto Zhao Qi, the group leader's face. Zhao Qi, Werwu. Inhilu, EW, that's disgusting. Zhao Qi. Indeed. I am suffering from dual torment today, both mentally and physically. Inhilu. What are you talking about? I was referring to you. How old are you? Still Wu-Ing, truly revolting. Zhao Qi. He is genuinely heartbroken. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, after completing his ritual of insanity masquerading as normalcy, retrieved from his pocket a fragment of his previous hospital gown fashioned into a thin cord, adorned with a thick stack of paper podgy. The rule paper from the hotel had also been folded into a paper podgy, tucked into his jacket pocket. Meng Fei, sigh, how impoverished. I only possess 2 paper podgy in total. The crowd in the live stream. So, do you possess some peculiar obsession with paper podgy? Meng Fei tied the 2 paper podgy to the thin cord and began to rummage through the desk, searching for props or other information. At that moment, a wardrobe door behind Meng Fei creaked open slightly, revealing a distinctly black and white eye peering through the crack, observing the inhabitants of the room. I truly detest this kind of horror. I abhor watching horror films. Why, oh why, does such a glitch plot still manage to terrify me? Woo-woo-woo mama, I'm scared. I don't want to sleep alone. I dare not even glance back at my wardrobe. Can everyone understand this feeling? It's not just the wardrobe. There's a bookshelf behind me, and I am too frightened to turn around. Ever since I watched the rule-based horror, I feel my chances of having a heart attack have significantly increased. Yet, what is most terrifying is that Meng Fei remains oblivious to the unknown entity lurking within the wardrobe behind him. Other players of rule-based horror had also noticed the peculiarities of the wardrobe, but the vast majority hesitated to act recklessly. Just because the existing rules do not mention it does not imply the absence of other rules. Should one act impulsively, they might trigger a deadly rule, incurring a greater loss. While Meng Fei searched the desk, he only discovered 2 textbooks, 3rd grade Chinese, 3rd grade mathematics, along with a few pencils that had been used down to the nub, and a piece of eraser that had oxidized to a yellowish hue. Meng Fei lowered his gaze and turned to the bed beside him. It was a spacious one. 8-meter bed, the mattress thick and the bedding plush, clearly handcrafted. The comforter was freshly made, thick and soft, starkly contrasting with the damp and gloomy room. The quilt was brand new, blue in color, adorned with a large Ultraman pattern. Meng Fei surveyed his surroundings, noting that there were no timekeeping devices within the room. Rules are unrelated to time. His gaze settled upon the final piece of furniture in the room. The wardrobe.it stood at the farthest distance from the bed, resembling the room's overall aesthetic, tattered and exceedingly old. Meng Fei stared at the wardrobe. "Aw, help! This lunatic surely isn't about to open the wardrobe door. Why must the mask of torment be worn upon my face? Why has no one opened the wardrobe door? Why, out of over 90 live streams, not a single who in their right mind would be foolish enough to open the wardrobe? Moreover, many have noticed eyes peering from within. How many rule-based horrors have we all watched? Closets, underbeds, sealed rooms, they are all death zones." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, who cares, let's all perish together. Everyone dies in my next life. I shall be a monkey on Wudong Mountain, delivering a slap to everyone. Ah ha ha. The audience in the live stream appear to be on the brink of losing their sanity. Yet, the true calamity was Meng Fei. Meng Fei's eyes fixated on the chapter 23. With a resounding bang, the bazaar makes its spectacular entrance. Everyone is engulfed in a sense of nonchalance, pondering, who can blame him for being a lunatic? Some individuals have even commenced self-soothing. Optimistically, they reflect that the number of madmen participating in the bazaar game can be counted on 2 hands, and Meng Fei is indeed the first lunatic to complete the bazaar challenge. Yes, indeed. We must harbor hope in our hearts. Nonchalance. Come, let us all chant together, nonchalance. Have you all lost your minds? So what if I don't venture out tonight? SK. A small-scale bazaar game doesn't require a grand venue. A mere room will suffice. Fear not, I place my trust in the bazaar research group and also in the military. Most of the strange tales in our great flower kingdom are likely well contained, presenting no significant threat. Right? Why the long faces? Our flower kingdom is far better than those out there. I harbor no dreams. As long as we meet our end eventually, I want to witness the demise of other nations. Ah, damn it. Why is my mind flooded with laughter at this moment? The mental state in the live broadcast room is exceptionally buoyant, as are the members of the bizarre research group. Zhaoqi, who has a cigarette? Lend me one to smoke. Inhilo. Smoke your mother. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, and don't even blink. And you, old gentleman, could you spare me a sip of your white liquor? Xiaoqing, ever generous, promptly produces a small white porcelain cup from her coat and pours a drink for Inhilu, saying, "No need to be polite. It's on me." Inhilu accepts the small cup and drains it in one go. Damn, after watching so many players, Meng Fei is the most thrilling, truly a lunatic. The others gaze eagerly at Xiaoqing, and one cannot blame them. Watching Meng Fei navigate the bizarre game indeed requires a modicum of courage, as one might easily be frightened to death by him. Ah, how could one possibly die from Meng Fei's antics? Surely it would be the bizarre entities that would be the cause of death. Xiaoqing loosens her coat, creating a delightful clattering sound, and the old man, with a warm smile and kind eyes, declares, "I also have yellow wine, rice wine, and plum wine. Come, choose for yourselves." Thus, what should have been a serious occasion transformed into a scene where everyone had a cup before them, exuding a rich aroma of alcohol. Xiaoqing savored a sip, relishing the moment, and remarked, "Life's pleasures. Drinking and watching the show." Meng Fei shuddered, shaking himself free from the wardrobe-esque grip. Why the lack of reaction? Surely nothing is amiss. Should I open it? Perhaps I should refrain for now. What if I can't handle it? Meng Fei pondered seriously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the items within the cabinet seemed to exhale in unison. Who knows how terrifying it would be if that dreadful man were to approach. He resembled a zombie straight out of Train to Busan. With a sudden shake of his head, Meng Fei turned to survey the room, muttering, "Perhaps I should simply open the door and take a look." Instantly, everyone's hearts tightened. No. What if an attack ensues once the door opens? Ancestors, father, my dear father, please don't take such reckless risks. Mother, oh mother, how terrifying. This lunatic is far scarier than a horror film. A smirk crept upon Meng Fei's lips, his eagerness palpable, sending shivers down everyone's spines. In the next moment, with a swift movement of his heel, Meng Fei grasped the wardrobe's handle and forcefully flung the doors open. With a thunderous crash, the bazaar made its dazzling entry. Viewers from the Flower Kingdom, along with a few from other nations, gasped in horror. Forget this. If I continue watching, I may not perish from the bizarre game but rather from this lunatic's antics. My heart, my poor heart, might be frightened into insanity. Will the state compensate me for this? The upstairs has gone mad, hasn't it? Why do I feel that Meng Fei's actions are devoid of fault? Is it I who is in error? Look at the obedient ones from other nations, then at our rebellious child. Oh, rebellious child! Could you not spare us some concern? Meng Fei swung his arms, causing the items within the wardrobe to tremble, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at him. The only consolation for everyone was that within the wardrobe resided not a fearsome monster, but rather a peculiar-looking little girl. The girl wore a white dress, her bare feet protruding from beneath the hem. Her skin was pale, her hair sparse and thin, dry and yellowed, with delicate hands where veins protruded like roots of a tree. Her eyes were large, occupying nearly 1/5 of her face, an alarming sight, her gaunt visage devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton. The wardrobe held no clothes. Beneath the girl lay a chaotic heap of fabric, as if this wardrobe were her nest. Meng Fei regarded the girl and demanded, "What do you have in your hands?" "Hand it over." The little girl gazed timidly at Meng Fei, yet her hands clutched tighter. The audience in the live stream room was on the verge of hysteria. Ancestors, this is no ordinary girl. She is a creature of the terrifying bizarre tales. Who knows what she could be? Where is that little coin you possess? Go on, toss it. Why haven't you thrown it? Why? I looked left and right, unable to discern anything unusual. However, since she is here, she cannot be an ordinary girl. Father, I implore you, let us proceed with caution. I cannot bear to watch any longer. You all continue watching, and remember to send me your thoughts afterward. Thank you, for I have a heart condition. I have scoured countless live streams, and only our Ming Shun is truly brave. He truly acts without hesitation, opening doors without a moment's pause, in a moment of respite. He is now confronting a bizarre entity. What does that little girl possess that he so desperately desires? Fool! I am exhausted from saying this. Notify me when he meets his demise, and I shall set off firecrackers. How could one allow a lunatic to enter? Damn it, even a pig would be a better choice. Meng Fei stared at the little girl and urged, "Hurry and give it to me. I see that rightfully mine?" The little girl blinked her large eyes, remaining silent, merely shaking her head gently. Meng Fei placed his hands on his hips, scrutinizing the young girl. "So, you truly refuse?" The little girl nodded. Meng Fei let out a heavy sigh, then abruptly knelt down, leaning against the wardrobe, wailing uncontrollably. "Ah, sister is bullying me. How can she treat her brother this way? I am so sad. I am so heartbroken. I can no longer endure." Everyone was left in shock. Even Shun Xiuqing could not maintain her grip on the small cup of liquor in her hand. Enhilu immediately grabbed the bottle of white liquor and took a swig. Chapter 24. The sisters' fright. Zhaoqi pondered. What could possibly convey the astonishment that envelopes me at this moment? What could it be? The anguish is overwhelming. It is the first time I feel the stark limitations of my vocabulary. Not only is Zhaoqi stunned beyond comprehension, but the audience from the flower planting nation in the livestream has collectively expressed their sentiments with 6 dots. One signifies shock, another bewilderment, one for confusion, one for lack of understanding, one questioning if they are fools, and the last pondering whether the object of their scrutiny truly is a fool. Occasionally, a few foreign onlookers would hop in to witness the spectacle, a term I shall refer to as showing up. Indeed, it seems the flower planting nation has witnessed a decline, leading to such a lamentable scene. Alas, fate has not favored them. How tragic it is for the flower planting nation, One wonders if they are on the brink of collapse. Oh, how it amuses me. How could a man beg for mercy from a mere child? I must record this and share it with the world. For heaven's sake, brothers, let us pull that fool out and give him a good beating. What audacity from that tiny nation! The flower-planting nation shall endure for a millennium. Just recently, they were imploring our assistance, and now that the crisis has passed, they act so arrogantly. The flower-planting nation has undoubtedly maintained the best order among nations for nearly 2 years now. Despite the arrival of bizarre rules and tales, their overall production and economy remain unaffected. The citizens enjoy a life of stability and prosperity. Moreover, even elementary school students have excelled in the large-scale bizarre rule scenarios, displaying remarkable resilience. Currently, only a few significant bizarre rules have emerged in the flower-planting nation, all of which are well managed by the relevant authorities. In contrast, several other countries have descended into chaos since the appearance of these bizarre tales, with some even embracing apocalyptic cults. To speak frankly, many nations now look to the flower-planting nation for survival. Internationally, the attitude towards the flower-planting nation is exceedingly favorable, though a few naysayers occasionally emerge. The flower-planting nation pays little heed to these fools. The higher-ups are solely focused on navigating through this significant crisis. Presently, they seem oblivious to how to entirely resolve the bizarre rule games. It is possible that bizarre rules may become a normalized existence in the future. The live stream chat is rife with commotion. Although Meng Fei may be perceived as eccentric, he remains one of their own. They can speak as they please about Meng Fei, but outsiders best refrain. Ironically, those who once derided him as a lunatic, lesser than swine, now find themselves defending him. Meng Fei continues to feign tears. The little girl interjects, Meng Fei, woo-woo, the cabbage in the field is wilting, just 2 or 3 years old, and my sister is hurt. The girl, unable to contain herself any longer, softly retorts, you are the brother? How can you say that your sister is hurt? You should be the one caring for her. Meng Fei lifts his face and responds, then I shall no longer be the brother. I want to be the younger sibling. The girl's expression freezes. She gazes at Meng Fei, her countenance taking on an almost menacing aspect, her voice sharp. You don't want to be the brother? Meng Fei's expression momentarily vanishes, and he mechanically utters, you are the expected brother. Please fulfill your role. Hence, I can only be the brother, correct? The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She remains silent, fixated on Meng Fei. He beams a radiant smile, reminiscent of a June day, the countenance of a child shifting with ease. Oh, come now, do not be angry. Did you not secretly write something? A good brother must cherish his sister and heed her words. This is what you penned, is it not? The girl's expression softens, yet her grip remains tightly clenched, revealing no cracks. Meng Fei's smile is dazzling, his hair obscuring his eyes, giving him a somewhat sinister appearance, but his lips curve into a beautiful arc. Very well, I shall adhere to your rules. In exchange, you will grant me what you hold. The girl bites her lip, her gaze locked onto Meng Fei's. Their eyes, one set shockingly large and the other murky, remain locked for a full half-minute. The girl finally speaks. Really? Will you truly uphold the rules? Meng Fei nods, affirming, yes, I shall follow your rules, cherish you, and heed your words. The girl's eyes sparkle. She seeks confirmation once more. Really? You will care for me and listen to me? Meng Fei replies, as long as it does not endanger my life, I shall comply. At this, the girl breaks into a shy smile, her small face radiating joy. All right, then let us see. I find myself utterly perplexed and greatly astonished. Why agree to this sister's request? Is it possible that as long as he does not perish, she will uphold her end? Brother, do come to. There is one aspect I find particularly concerning. The notion of being a good brother seems fraught with complications, does it not? My head aches. I cannot fathom Meng Fei's intentions. What of the commentary? Why has Meng Fei ceased to provide it? I suspect it is because he has discerned something within the wardrobe. I cannot say for certain. Thus, What of the commentary? The audience from the flower-planting nation, tormented by Meng Fei's antics, can only exchange bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. At this moment, Meng Fei extends his hand, sealing the promise with the girl. The small hand of the sister entwines with his, and she appears elated, humming a tune. Pulling promises, hanging for a century, no changes allowed. Whoever changes shall be burned alive. Meng Fei, yes, burned alive. Brother, what are you endorsing? Although they should appear as a pair of siblings, nearly all observers perceive them as being of the same age, at most first graders, nothing more. Once they complete their promise, the sister's smile becomes sincere. Without further urging from Meng Fei, the little girl hands him what she possesses. It is a piece of paper, a sheet identical to the first rule note. A yellowed page, meticulously folded into a small square. Meng Fei's expression momentarily falters as he reaches out to accept the small square, then slowly unfolds it. Below are the official rules. Please review them carefully. The official rules are undoubtedly accurate. Please adhere to the following guidelines for your health and safety. Pay heed to your SAN value. Trust me, you do not wish to discover the consequences of losing all SAN. Rule 1. Please ensure your room's doors and windows are secured. Rule 2. If any room remains unlit, do not enter. Rule 3. Regardless of how terrifying events may unfold among your family, please act as though you have seen nothing. Chapter 25, the second note, the lethal dose rules. Rule 4, should anyone wish to enter your room, kindly refuse them. Rule 5, do not allow your sister to consume meat. Rule 6, vast areas marred by pencil scribbles. Rule 7, refrain from being alone in a room with anyone, save for your sister. This is the second note of the rules horror story. The live stream has exploded. No one anticipated that the second note of the rules horror story would emerge from such a bizarre source. Unprecedented. Damn it, the CPU is on fire. My mind can scarcely keep up. The slap to the face came so swiftly that I had no time to evade. Goodness. This note is evidently far more useful than the first. Could Meng Fei have guessed it? Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Could it be that he possesses some unique ability? He must not have figured it out. Observe his expression. It froze in that moment. Had he truly guessed it, he would not wear such a countenance. Damn it. I can't shake the feeling that this rules horror story is not as simple as it seems. Indeed, the first note was seemingly innocuous, yet look at the second note. It feels as though the information leading to death is inscribed upon it. Hurry back to report. We must obtain the second note. Blast it, little brother, who is living rather well, dares to eavesdrop. This has ignited a near-global uproar. Especially for those players preparing to depart, they were directly contacted by their nation's central organizations. A blood-red telephone materialized out of thin air, emitting a jarring ring that compelled players to answer. Ringing, ringing. The sudden noise sent chills. Chapter 26. I'm not exaggerating, everyone here is a novice. Now, having stealthily consumed so many insects and grown in power, he no longer wishes to be a mere source of amusement. Rather, he craves the flesh of more humans. Is this not the very definition of madness? It is nothing short of a fantastical tale. The members of the bizarre research group exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. What? The rule-based horror game before them is a living entity? Shinshouqing remarked, what are you all looking like that for? Have your brains been devoured? I was merely using a metaphor, a mere analogy. Zhaoqi grasped Shinshouqing's implication. You mean, the rule-based horror was not this formidable before, but now it is different. More people will perish within it? Yes, look at those small nations. Are they not a microcosm of our world's future? Shinshouqing sighed deeply, his aging visage growing increasingly sorrowful. Perhaps there was still a chance to mitigate the situation, but now they had no opportunity left. This sentiment arose unanimously among them. Someone could not help but inquire, why do you say that? Shinshouqing smiled and asked, do you remember the trending topic from 3 years ago? 3 years ago? This statement left everyone present in a state of confusion. Shin Xiuqing gazed at the figure of Meng Fei on the screen and continued. Yes, 3 years ago. A young man stood atop a building, brandishing a megaphone, proclaiming that the world was on the brink of apocalypse. He made a grand spectacle of his suicidal intentions, declaring that the world was doomed, urging everyone to become virtuous individuals from that day forth. Do you recall? Somewhat reminiscent, they acknowledged that this incident did indeed make headlines. That young man. I feel like he resembles Meng Fei somewhat? Indeed, yet not entirely. I remember that man was quite the handsome fellow, albeit a mad one at that. Shin Xiuqing smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. That man was Meng Fei. After being rescued 3 years ago, he was immediately sent to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. His parents, well, let us not dwell on that. Once he arrived at the hospital, he incessantly spoke of the apocalypse, claiming that a doppelganger sought to kill him, and foretold that many would perish in the future, and he would instruct us to become kind-hearted individuals from that day forth. Hele listened, utterly captivated, and then? Shin Xiuqing replied, then it was all about medication and injections. Surely, you do not genuinely believe the words of a madman, do you? Hele considered, if I were a doctor, I certainly would not believe it. Isn't that the epitome of insanity? Outside, Meng Fei remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him, unaware that Shin Xiuqing was recounting his former illustrious history. Frankly, Meng Fei now felt utterly wretched as he reflected on that fervent call to action he made 3 years ago, urging everyone to embrace goodness. Indeed, it is quite embarrassing. At that moment, Meng Fei's expression fixated on the note in his hand, plunging him into silence. Meanwhile, his sister, curled up in the wardrobe, gazed at him anxiously, sensing his lack of joy or excitement. Brother! Meng Fei turned to his sister, asking, why did you hide this away? His sister blinked but remained silent. Meng Fei chuckled and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. Upon hearing him, his sister's expression became conflicted. Meng Fei chuckled again and coaxed, Am I not your brother? Do you not like your brother? I promise to care for you and heed your words. His sister bit her lip, gently nodding. What did he ask? What did he inquire about? Mom, my explanation has not only ceased but has also become tantalizingly vague. Woe is me. Meng Fei is incorrigible. With a stable mental state, he subtly sought to uncover the oddities hidden among the crowd. Do you know what Meng Fei asked? Damn, must it be so terrifying? I can read lips a bit. It seems Meng Fei said, if you cannot speak, just nod. Huh? The eerie background music echoed in my mind. If you cannot speak, clap your hands, followed by, if you cannot speak, stomp your feet. Am I losing my mind? If you cannot speak, just blink. It was not merely a chaotic dance of demons. It was a gathering of lunatics, yet, how exhilarating. Though Meng Fei constantly pushed their limits, it was both thrilling and delightful. Having received his sister's response, Meng Fei exhaled in relief, a strange grin spreading across his face. So, there truly is something interesting. His sister gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes, appearing bewildered. Meng Fei stated, Brother needs to talk to himself for a moment. Do not be afraid. His sister tilted her head, looking adorably innocent. After saying that, Meng Fei busied himself with unfolding the first rule paper, examining the 2 sheets closely. Both sets of rules were official and devoid of error, yet was the first rule paper truly as innocuous as it appeared? Who is he? The second note exuded an air of imminent danger. Oh, my suggestion is to refrain from using that contact opportunity haphazardly. The difficulty of this scenario is undoubtedly greater than the last. Meng Fei lifted his face, tilting it at a 45-degree angle, smiling brightly at the void above. The grin of a troubled patient was truly disconcerting. He proclaimed, this time, the number of fatalities in this scenario will surpass the last, and oh, let me rephrase. The number of survivors this time will surely be countable on 2 hands. In the previous scenario, merely over 30 individuals perished, as Meng Fei deduced a minimum safety plan within hours. Yet now, he claimed that the number of survivors would not exceed 10? Was this not utterly audacious? Was he jesting? How could so many die? Did he somehow gain the ability of foresight? What a lunatic! Since the inception of the rule-based horror, no small scenario had ever resulted in such casualties. Only large scenarios caused mass fatalities. Did he truly comprehend the nature of the rule-based horror? How laughable! It was absurd that they had once harbored such high hopes for him to create miracles, only to find themselves amused instead. Meng Fei tilted his head, saying, "I understand you will not believe me, but that is inconsequential. We shall see for ourselves. For this time, I cannot provide a solution to clear the scenario, not in the immediate future at least." "I am not exaggerating. You are all novices." With a provocative smile, Meng Fei added, "How lonely it is to be invincible." In the live stream, the audience, who had initially been provoked, now remarked, "Let us disperse. Who engages in a contest of wits between a good Samaritan and a madman?" Chapter 27. Gossip without censorship. After provoking everyone, Meng Fei extended his hand and gently lifted the little girl from the wardrobe by her armpits. The girl felt as light as a feather in his embrace, akin to cradling a kitten. Remarkably, the young girl showed no fear. Instead, she gazed intently at Meng Fei. He remarked, "You must be the one who painted the sixth rule, am I right?" "It is quite well done." The girl appeared momentarily stunned, but the next instant, she revealed a radiant smile, displaying her small white teeth, and affectionately wrapped her arms around Meng Fei's neck, nuzzling him. Meng Fei reassured her, "Come now, let us go have a meal, shall we?" At this, the girl's body stiffened for a brief moment before she gently nodded in agreement. Meng Fei, holding his frail sister, opened the door to the room. Immediately before him stood a woman clad in an apron, presumably their mother. Clutching a gleaming kitchen knife, she stood at the threshold, fixated on the door. Upon seeing Meng Fei emerge with the girl in his arms, a twitch flickered at the corner of her mouth. Undeterred, Meng Fei greeted her with a wave, calling out, "Mother." The familiarity in his voice rendered her expression momentarily blank. He craned his neck to survey the living room, which appeared to be a three-bedroom layout with an adjoining hall. Opposite his bedroom was another room, followed by the living room that seamlessly connected to the dining area. In one corner stood another room, while adjacent to the dining area was the kitchen. The kitchen door, a glass one, was ajar, releasing a gentle waft of warm air. Seemed the far side of the living room led to a balcony. The room was illuminated with soft lighting, casting a dim glow. On a single sofa in the living room sat a man, engrossed in a newspaper. That must be the father. On the long sofa beside him lounged an elderly gentleman, a pipe in hand, intently watching the television, albeit without sound. The balcony appeared to be adorned with an array of flowers and plants, and a rocking chair emitted a creaking sound, visible through the misty glass door. A blurred figure occupied the rocking chair, gently swaying, the only noise in the household. Meng Fei's smile deepened as he called out to the two men, "Father, grandfather." Yet, both remained eerily silent, resembling lifeless entities. Their mother regained her composure, scrutinizing Meng Fei's appearance before stating, "Dinner is ready. Let us eat." Meng Fei replied, "All right." He approached the dining table, which accommodated 6, with an additional high chair for infants tucked away in the corner. He lingered a moment longer on the high chair before placing his sister upon it. The instant she settled down, she tensed slightly, her tiny hands clutching Meng Fei's shirt tightly. He gently stroked her brittle hair, smiling, "It's all right, brother will be right back." Gradually, she released her grip, gazing steadily at him before giving a slight nod, an unspoken agreement. Setting his sister down, Meng Fei began to survey the living room. Logically, in a family of 6, there ought to be at least one rule sheet present. If his sister had once held a sheet, might the other family members possess one as well? The desire to inquire directly with them surged within Meng Fei, however. He was acutely aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. With that thought, a tremor of excitement coursed through him as he cast a glimmering gaze towards his father and grandfather. The father remained indifferent, fixated on his newspaper, while the grandfather paid no mind to Meng Fei. absorbed in the silent television. Meng Fei first glanced at the dining table, which bore only a decorative vase of faux flowers, nothing else in sight. Nearby stood the refrigerator, and he strolled over to open its door. A rush of cold air greeted him, revealing everything inside to be frozen solid. Raising an eyebrow, he opened the lower compartment, where an even chillier draft emerged. Fortunately, the sparse ingredients within posed no alarming presence. Meng Fei pondered, recalling Rule 3. Generally, the grandfather and father would not interfere with his actions unless a conflict arose amongst family members. Thus, he boldly strode over to the sofa, plopped down with a flourish, crossed his legs, and casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, cracking them open while craning his neck towards his father. What a sight! His head nearly nestled into his father's embrace. The father, still fixated on the newspaper, revealed a rather fresh edition, replete with sensational headlines about a scantily clad woman. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Tisk, tsk, tsk." The father asked, "Do you wish to read the newspaper?" Meng Fei replied, "Have you finished it, father?" Hand it over for a moment. The father, maintaining a stoic expression, relinquished the newspaper without a word. Meng Fei seized it without hesitation, diving into the contents. The newspaper was quite thick, comprised of 4 pages. He skimmed through it rapidly, exclaiming in disbelief, "What explosive content! The sensational news and the rule-related tales is unfiltered." He flipped through slowly. "Wait, I haven't finished yet." The woman murdered her entire family, then reported them missing, and conveniently collected a hefty compensation. He continued reading. Moreover, she had borrowed a substantial amount of money in her husband's name. Had it not been for the creditors pressing for repayment, they would have never discovered the bodies. What keen insight! Chuckling, he noted, "This is quite the gossip." As the audience engaged in lively discussions about the newspaper, Meng Fei's attention fixated on a corner of the page. Yesterday, a residential building suffered a gas explosion, claiming the lives of all 6 family members. This serves as a warning to residents to exercise caution with fire and to conduct regular checks. Meng Fei muttered, "A family of 6? The audience of the eerie live stream wasn't ordinary folk, was it?" To be frank, even if one initially watched the bizarre broadcast like a fool, after witnessing over 100 rule-related games, an awareness inevitably developed. By heavens, what a shocking revelation! A family of 6. Is there perhaps another individual within the household? He mused about the upstairs seer, who had met a grim fate. The mention of 6 family members prompted a thought. Who was the 6th? It seemed Meng Fei did not belong to this family. His audacity suggested he wouldn't perish easily, would he? "Typographical errors abound. Let us catch them," he exclaimed, genuinely concerned for everyone's mental state. Stimulating, truly stimulating. How to break the addiction of watching the mentally ill engage in rule-related tales. Meng Fei caressed the small section of the newspaper before ultimately returning it to his father. The father accepted the newspaper in silence, continuing to read without uttering a word. Chapter 28. The Power of Extraordinary Beings, Preserving the Well-Being of Flower Species. Meng Fei glanced at his grandfather, who was languidly sprawled on the sofa, his eyes fixed motionlessly on the television. Meng Fei turned his gaze towards the screen. Lo and behold, the live broadcast was a riotous spectacle, featuring a program notorious for its lack of censorship, deemed unsuitable for young viewers. Meng Fei stared for a couple of seconds, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed in horror, "2 men? Their voices have even changed pitch. Ha ha ha, 2 men. Ha ha ha, 2 men." This was the first time anyone had witnessed such a reaction from Meng Fei. It was utterly amusing, prompting him to take a screenshot. "I must create a meme out of this. Once it's done, don't forget to send it my way. I want to watch it 100 times. Oh, Meng God, in this day and age, one must respect everyone's sexual orientation," he continued. "I simply cannot accept it. Though I am female, I truly find it hard to come to terms with this. Woe is me. Meng Fei cast a terrified glance at his grandfather. Unfazed, his grandfather lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Meng Fei as if he were witnessing something utterly commonplace, before resuming his focus on the television. Meng Fei felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and promptly exited, shoving the seeds into his sister's hands. His sister looked at the seeds in her palm, then back at Meng Fei. Meng Fei flashed a toothy grin. What is the matter? Do you want imported ones? His sister blinked in confusion. Imported? Meng Fei spat out the seed kernel and displayed it in his palm. Imported. Unable to contain his laughter, Meng Fei chuckled heartily. His sister, observing Meng Fei's silly demeanor, gradually cracked a smile. After amusing his sister, Meng Fei turned and stealthily entered the room across from his bedroom. The door was ajar, easily yielding to his twist of the knob. No one seemed to mind his intrusion. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he slipped inside. The lights were on, satisfying the second rule of the note. Upon entering, he beheld a double bed and a small table cluttered with various items, alongside a heap of discarded materials stacked in the corner: cardboard, empty bottles, and scraps of paper. The small table was a chaotic assortment of cross-stitching materials: a cup, a fan, a bag of cotton, and a collection of new fabric. He also noticed several pairs of tiger-head shoes, varying in size, presumably intended for newborns. Meng Fei picked up a pair of tiny shoes, which could barely fill half of his palm. His eyes lit up. How adorably charming. Hand-stitched. I am truly deserving of this. I was bursting to speak earlier, yet I feared that if I spoke too much, death would come knocking at my door. You must have guessed by now that there seems to be another person in this household, yet this individual has yet to make an appearance. Could it be that Mama is harboring another little one in her womb? How peculiar. The fourth rule of the note stated not to enter the kitchen. What secrets lie concealed within? Rule 5. Could that entity be the hidden sixth? Moreover, what would happen if the doors and windows of my room were not securely locked? What consequences would arise from entering a darkened room? Terrifying events could unfold among family members, yet we must remain passive observers. Anyone attempting to enter my room must be turned away. No meat for my sister. Aside from her, I must not be alone in a room with anyone else, implying that anyone but my sister could potentially harm me. Furthermore, my sister has crossed out all of Rule 6. All of it? That rule must not have been something she desired. What could she possibly want? There are absolutely no clues. How exhilarating. Dear friends, do not forget to follow Xiao Fei. Remember to give a threefold support. Those without money can still lend their moral backing. I promise to bring you even more thrilling and stimulating experiences, Meng Fei exclaimed, brandishing his arms theatrically, while elegantly spinning thrice and mimicking some unknown figure with a series of kicks. Thank you for your generous gifts, dear family. Love you all, moi. Members of the Eerie Research Group sighed. I just want to cry. Shin Xiuqing took a deep breath and pulled out his latest Apple ID, dialing a number. Hello, is this Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? This is Shin Xiuqing. What? Who is Shin Xiuqing? That would be me. Who am I? I am the director. Who's the director? Switch to someone else on the line. I am Meng Fei's attending physician. Now you know. Don't you dare insult me, old lightbulb. I can hear you. Which fool allowed Meng Fei to watch the live stream? Does no one realize he might imitate what he sees? Damn it, wasn't he that 200 pounds of oysters bought by Meng Fei? You still refuse to admit it. I am furious. Hurry up and bring those jars of liquor to my room, quickly, or I might just die of anger from Meng Fei. If I die, I'll become a ghost and chase you all away. Not afraid of ghosts. Once Meng Fei is out, I'll lock him up. I'll show you all a good time. The members of the Eerie Research Group silently observed the frenzied old man. After his tirade, Shin Xiuqing stroked his sparse beard and said, "Pardon my outburst." The next moment, a knock echoed at the door of the Eerie Research Group's conference room. Everyone's hair stood on end. This was during the eerie live broadcast. Unless it was of utmost importance, no one would dare knock. Or perhaps the one knocking is not human? No one moved. Xiaoqing, however, took action. In the next moment, the conference room door swung open of its own accord, revealing a little girl with yellow hair standing outside. She possessed a pair of cunning, triangular eyes, her irises shimmering like living amber. Clad in a black robe, her disheveled hair cascaded around her. The little girl entered, carrying 2 jars of liquor, and with a thud, she slammed them onto the conference table. "Drink this, you old bastard." Her tone was flat yet laced with intense animosity. Xiaoqing chuckled lightly. "You're just full of bravado, little yellow fairy." The girl set down the liquor with a huff and walked out, the door closing automatically behind her, eyeing the final sliver of a gap. Everyone witnessed the little yellow fairy dissipate into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing in an instant. "Zhao Qi, inhale." Everyone. Xiaoqing opened a jar of liquor, looking at the others with a glint in his eye, seemingly mocking as he spoke. "Surely, you don't believe that the number of deaths in the flower family thus far can truly be attributed solely to the power of ordinary individuals?" Chapter 29. No need to panic, the power of the dragon vein remains untapped. Xiaoqing spoke with a hint of pride. This is both a crisis and, dare I say, an opportunity. A tingling sensation coursed through everyone, the blend of fear and anticipation regarding the unknown leaving them all on edge. Xiaoqing raised a glass, gazing at the figure of Meng Fei on the screen, declaring, "Meng Fei is merely our strongest candidate. Should he falter, we still have time to cultivate another like him. There is no need for panic. The power of the dragon vein is yet to be unleashed." Unbeknownst to Meng Fei, Xiaoqing's pretentiousness was bordering on the absurd, nearly causing him to lose his composure. After succumbing to a moment of madness, Meng Fei began tossing coins. The rationale behind this act was undeniably straightforward. He merely wished to ascertain the outcome of acquiring a pair of tiger head shoes. With the coins landing heads up, Meng Fei delightedly tucked the shoes into his pocket, reasoning that he was unlikely to meet his demise. Having successfully pilfered a pair of tiger head shoes, Meng Fei resumed his search of the room. Upon opening the wardrobe, he discovered, aside from a few elderly garments, several neatly crafted small outfits, evidently intended for an infant. "How utterly adorable!" Meng Fei exclaimed. After rummaging through the contents, he found nothing else of interest, so he closed the wardrobe and began sifting through the scattered debris. He dismissed the cardboard and empty bottles without a glance, meticulously examining the pile of waste paper. Among it, he unearthed a stack of neatly arranged slips. Pulling out the stack, he began to peruse them page by page. Aside from some assignments, he stumbled upon a new discovery. "Weather, sunny." The teacher said we must learn to keep a diary. It holds great significance. A diary can record both good and bad events, so I shall write them down. My deskmate, Su Mimi, possesses a beautifully adorned diary, and I too desire one. I mentioned it to my mother, but she pinched me so hard it hurt terribly. She said she provides for my food and clothing, yet I have so many demands. I must be insufferable. I merely wish for a diary. 10 yuan would suffice. No, 5 would do. Meng Fei, maintaining a stoic expression while gazing at the childish handwriting, recognized this diary belonged to his younger sister. He carefully extracted the page, folded it neatly, and tucked it inside the tiger head shoes. After scrutinizing the remaining papers, he found a second diary entry. "Weather, sunny. Today, I felt a bit sad. Grandma was quite angry and called me a burden, saying my mother is like a hen that lays no eggs. Mother remained silent with her head down, but I knew I would surely receive another pinch. When others are home, I must remain silent. Otherwise, Mother becomes even more furious. What have I done wrong? My birthday seemed to have passed a couple of days ago without celebration. If, in the future, I grow up, I hope to visit an amusement park. It must be delightful, as Su Mimi claims. However, the ticket is quite expensive, 50 yuan. Once I am older, I am certain I can go." As Meng Fei touched the innocent diary entry, he continued to fold the slips and place them inside the tiger head shoes. After carefully organizing the remaining papers in a corner, he rose, only for the door to creak ominously. Surely not, surely not. I cannot be alone in a room with others. A small head peeked in through the door, his sister gazing at him with wide eyes. Meng Fei's body relaxed slightly, and he instinctively smiled, asking, "What is it?" His sister remained silent, merely fixated on him. He gestured for her to hush and softly inquired, "Would you like to come in?" She slowly shook her head. Meng Fei replied, "Then wait for me. I will be done shortly." She nodded gently. After saying this, Meng Fei stood tall, surveying the room, and noticed a traditional painting depicting abundance and prosperity hanging by the bedside. Adjacent to it was a piece of yellowed paper, the contents of which had long faded from memory, now serving as the third rule of the strange tale. The following are the official rules. Please read them carefully. The official rules are undeniably accurate. Please adhere to the following guidelines for your health and safety. Be mindful of your SAN value. Trust me, you do not wish to discover the consequences of losing all SAN value. Rule 1. You are the elder brother in the household. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not succumb to fear. Rule 2. Should any family member seek assistance, do not refuse. Rule 3. Your sister is frail. Except in certain situations, she will not surpass your strength. Rule 4. If a family member mentions bedtime, please retire to bed within 10 minutes. Should the lights in the bedroom extinguish, refrain from making any sound. Remember one thing, you are already asleep. Rule 5. Everyone harbors fears, be it of specific things or situations. Some individuals become stronger through fear, while others do not. The judicious use of certain items may prove pivotal to your survival. Congratulations, courageous player, you possess ample bravery. Now, when you encounter a special item, it will provide a unique alert. But do take heed. What is poison to one may be nectar to another. A new rule of the strange tale. Aside from the one added by the sister, there are a total of 17 rules. Oh dear, what a calamity. How has the magic faltered? Who claimed this strange tale was simple? Step forward and face the consequences. This is dire. A most troubling situation indeed. My friends, have you noticed? Aside from the 2 slips in Meng Fei's room modified by his sister, this third slip remains utterly unchanged. The rules are wholly intact, yet exceedingly perilous. What does this signify? It indicates that this iteration of the strange tale holds no interest in altering its rules. Possessing absolute power, it scorns the need for deceit. How exhilarating! Come, I wager a pound of snacks that this strange tale will unfold just as Meng Fei predicted. Fewer than 10 will survive. I bet half a pound of Oreos. I wager 10 hairs from my legs. Oh, you insufferable lot, be gone. In the Flower Kingdom's live stream, chaos reigned, while viewers from other nations breathed a sigh of relief. By the established pattern. A solitary strange tale typically contains a maximum of 3 rule slips, yet Meng Fei has discovered them all in such a brief span. Some nations regretted their impulsive decisions to relay information to the players, wondering when their foolish players might uncover the third slip. Meanwhile, other nations chose to remain patient. After all, Meng Fei had advised against haste. However, several players had already ventured outside, compelled to heed the prompts. A few players, upon spotting their mother armed with a kitchen knife, were so startled they cried out, immediately drawing the attention of the entire family. Yet, as expected, their mother was a gentle soul. Despite the players' expressions of terror, none were harmed. Chapter 30. The conflict of rules thus far, no player has met their demise. There are even spies from other nations who have stealthily returned, seemingly unfazed by the peril. In the 103 live streams, not a single player has succumbed. If players are too fearful to explore other rooms, their demise is only a matter of time. An odd thought lingers in my mind. The dog that bites does not bark. Observing cautiously, my previous encounter with the rules of this peculiar tale still lingers vividly in my memory. Meng Fei gazed at the third rule paper that had come into his possession, retrieving the previous two and laying them out on his bed for a closer examination. Though silent, his fingers caressed the two rules. The second rule read, "Do not feed your sister meat." The third rule stated, "Your sister is quite fragile. Barring certain circumstances, she will not surpass you in strength." This was undeniably a direct connection. Feeding his sister meat would render her stronger than him? A smirk crept upon Meng Fei's lips, reminiscent of his initial encounter with the little squirrel. How delightful it was that this rule-based enigma seemed to resonate with him more. Folding the rule papers neatly, he tucked them into his jacket pocket and absent-mindedly touched a string of paper talismans, his hand brushing against his tiger-head shoes. The shoes were described as something a mother would dread to see, concealing her innermost fears. A line of translucent text materialized before Meng Fei's eyes. "WOW. BY heavens, this is truly miraculous." Every item Meng Fei casually picked was indeed a prop. Was it possible that his mother feared the tiger-head shoes? Could it be that she had harmed her own child? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps she was afflicted with some sort of mental illness, leading her to cook her own offspring? Hadn't it been stated that entry into the kitchen was forbidden? Was there a sixth person lurking within? Goodness gracious, the oracle upstairs must be dealt with. Excitement surged within him. This was not merely a horror game. It was a thrilling, suspenseful, puzzle-solving adventure. For reasons unbeknownst to him, watching Meng Fei's livestream was exhilarating and intensely stimulating. He jiggled the tiger-head shoes before shoving them into his pocket and stepping outside. His sister had been observing his every move, crouched by the doorway as he approached. He opened the door, revealing her standing barefoot in place, her hands nervously entwined. Meng Fei instinctively lifted her into his arms, marveling at her clinginess. She was reminiscent of a little puppy. His sister, a tad bashful, nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and affectionately nuzzling against him. A glance revealed an elderly woman standing not far off. With a sharp nose and gaunt features, she appeared to be quite unapproachable. The old lady donned a dark purple cotton dress, her hair neatly pinned up, adorned with an artificial flower. She wore black cloth shoes and cradled a bundle in her arms, resembling a blanket. Suddenly, the bundle stirred, and a tiny cream-colored puppy emerged from within. It wasn't exactly small. It appeared to be a 3-month-old golden retriever. The little golden pup, its eyes barely open. The grandmother glared fiercely at the two of them. Meng Fei's sister shrank back into his arms. The grandmother demanded, "What are you doing in my house?" Meng Fei replied calmly, "I'm searching for homework. My sister's assignment has gone missing, and I thought perhaps you had collected it as scrap." The grandmother's expression grew more menacing, her gaze fixated on them as she spat, "You worthless wretches. Still concerned about homework? You should be out working. You've raised a useless child." His sister recoiled, rendered speechless. Meng Fei flashed a grin and retorted, "Grandmother, one should not speak so harshly. Why do you linger in this world when you ought to have departed long ago?" The grandmother's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath coming in quick gasps. "What did you say?" Meng Fei feigned innocence. "Did I say anything at all?" The grandmother's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her grip on the puppy tightening. Meng Fei sighed, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Grandmother, you are getting on in years. Perhaps your hearing is failing. Take care of yourself, or your dear grandson will worry." Her expression softened slightly as she scrutinized him. "You're a boy. Don't associate with this worthless child. If you wish for something, ask your mother. If you want to do anything, consult your father. Your grandmother loves you. Dinner will be ready shortly, so go prepare." In a matter of moments, her demeanor shifted from predatory to that of a doting grandmother. Meng Fei chuckled softly, seating himself and his sister at the dining table. No sooner had they settled than the kitchen's glass door creaked open, revealing his mother's half-face, fixating on Meng Fei. "Come help with the dishes and serve the food." Meng Fei thought to himself, just moments ago, it was forbidden to enter the kitchen. Yet now I find it impossible to refuse my family's request. How familiar this feels. He set his sister down, saying, "Sister, go lend a hand." She blinked in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Meng Fei gently caressed her thin cheek, pleading, "Please, help your brother." After a moment of silence, his sister felt a pang of sympathy. She often bore the brunt of their mother's wrath. "Oh, Meng Fei, do you have no heart? Now that we have the tiger head shoes, even if you enter the kitchen, mother cannot harm you." Yet, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. The rules indicated that fear could indeed transform some into a greater force. What if their mother became stronger? In this world of rule-based tales, one must abandon kindness. Benevolent souls meet swift ends. Besides, his sister was so fragile. Even if she were angered, she posed no threat to Meng Fei. Indeed, several players had recognized the sister's weakness and seized the rule papers without consequence. Unwavering, Meng Fei held his sister's gaze. Her expression gradually shifted from sorrow to numbness, and she nodded, hastily making her way to the kitchen. Meng Fei followed closely. However, not a single strand of his hair crossed the threshold. His mother, brandishing a cleaver, was swiftly chopping chicken bones, casting a sidelong glance. "Why aren't you coming in?" Meng Fei replied. "A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. It's best I remain outside." His mother fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. "That's quite reasonable." Meng Fei nodded vigorously. "Ah, yes indeed. One must always find a reason, lest I find myself in dire straits." The atmosphere became increasingly tense as his mother remained silent. His sister timidly retrieved bowls and chopsticks, while Meng Fei stood at the kitchen entrance, ready to receive them. Chapter 31. The twisted family. The expression on the younger sister's face was tinged with confusion, yet Meng Fei subtly signaled her with his eyes. "Sister?" "Meng Fei. It's a fool, haven't I promised you?" Her eyes gradually widened, and a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, as if little stars sparkled in her gaze directed at Meng Fei. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Hurry and serve the dishes." The sister nodded repeatedly, scampering off to fetch the food. Holding a scalding bowl of food, she seemed oblivious to the heat. Meng Fei took the bowl from her, furrowing his brow, and flung it onto the table with precision. "Goodness, what is this? What on earth is this? A hint of power. It seems to be a hint of power. Incredible. Am I truly still in the real world? Really?" After tossing the bowl onto the table, Meng Fei hastily blew on his hand. "Oh my goodness, my hand is nearly burned to a crisp." Upon hearing this, the sister rushed out. His fingers were slender and pale, the veins prominently visible, resembling a network of plant roots intricately woven through his palm. At that moment, his palms were slightly flushed, exhibiting a delicate pink hue. The sister, gazing at Meng Fei's hand, gently touched his palm with her small, rough fingers, before suddenly looking up and solemnly stating, "Brother, your palm lines are twisted like a braid." "You must be very burdened in life." Meng Fei was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly, ruffling her hair again. "Is that so?" She accepted his affection, but then suddenly remarked. Meng Fei laughed and replied, "I have no one to worry about." The sister paused in surprise. Meng Fei continued, "My parents have abandoned me, and everyone else is doing quite well. I have no need to fret." "You're so young. Why do you still cling to such feudal superstitions?" The sister gazed at Meng Fei with wide eyes, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, "Has brother been abandoned?" "By your parents?" Meng Fei, "Yes." A look of bewilderment crossed her face as she grasped Meng Fei's hand and murmured softly, "I'm sorry." "Meng Fei, it's all right." Yet tears began to cascade down the sister's cheeks as she earnestly repeated, "I'm sorry." "Meng Fei, it's fine. Don't be silly, you little stinker." "Sister, ha ha ha." Meng Fei raised an eyebrow, feigning alarm as he said, "My dear mother, why are you laughing?" The sister quickly shook her head and dashed back into the kitchen to continue serving the dishes. Mother cast a discreet glance at the sister but said nothing. Once the dishes were served, Mother called everyone to the table. Father and grandfather, seemingly oblivious, maintained their positions. Grandmother sat in a rocking chair on the balcony, gently swaying as she cradled a small golden retriever, coaxing it to nurse. For a brief moment, the only sound in the room was that of the puppy feeding. Meng Fei and his sister had already taken their seats. The meal this evening was quite decent. Rice, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, seaweed and pork rib soup, scrambled eggs with chili, and cold spinach salad. An aromatic feast. Meng Fei rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. However, the sister tugged at the hem of his shirt. Meng Fei turned to look, and she gently shook her head. Meng Fei, I'll listen to you. He sat still, waiting, but growing bored. He began to play with his sister's little hand. This hand did not resemble that of a young girl. It bore the roughness of a laborer. He inadvertently noticed her bare feet and then glanced at his own. Meng Fei. They seem a bit smelly. It must be my sister's feet. He shook his head, scanning the surroundings for a suitable pair of shoes to borrow. Mother sat across from him, her gaze heavy as she observed Meng Fei and his sister, remaining silent. After what felt like half an hour, Grandmother leisurely approached the dining table, cradling the small golden retriever. With a critical eye, she surveyed the dishes before exclaiming, "Hey, old man, come eat." Only then did father and grandfather stir, moving to the table yet remaining still. Grandmother snapped, "You're sitting in the wrong spots, you little wretch. How dare you sit here?" The sister shivered, about to rise from her chair when grandmother delivered a sharp slap to her face, sending her crashing beneath the table. The little girl rolled on the floor, resembling an unwanted stray dog, and timidly got up, taking a seat in a different spot. Meng Fei observed the 6-seat dining table, with 2 chairs on each end and 2 on either side. The chair furthest from the kitchen door was occupied by grandmother, flanked by grandfather and father, while mother sat beside father, and the sister took the single chair closest to the kitchen door. Meng Fei sat next to grandfather. Goodness, in this 6-person household, even the seating arrangements were clearly defined by hierarchy. The sister's face was flushed from the slap, and she shrank into her chair, avoiding eye contact with the others. Grandmother assumed the role of the family matriarch, while grandfather and father occasionally served her dishes. Mother silently consumed her rice, not touching any of the food. The sister mimicked her behavior. Seeing that everyone had begun to eat, Meng Fei joined in, relishing the fragrant pork ribs, though he only indulged in the shredded potatoes, green peppers, and spinach. While eating, grandmother caught sight of Meng Fei and inquired, "Why aren't you eating meat?" Without batting an eye, Meng Fei replied, "I've been constipated lately. Meat makes it difficult to relieve myself." The family. Grandmother's expression twisted slightly as she coldly retorted, "We're eating here. Why bring up such filth? Also, your mother, this dish is far too salty. Are you trying to irritate me, hoping I'll die sooner?" Grandmother directed her ire at mother. Mother fell silent for a moment, setting down her utensils, and gave herself a harsh slap, lowering her gaze submissively. "Mother, I'm sorry. I'll certainly improve next time." Grandmother scoffed. "What did you say?" Mother slapped herself again, continuing to apologize. Grandmother mocked, "You're apologizing openly, yet you secretly wish I would die sooner, don't you?" "No, how could I ever think that? I want to honor you for a lifetime. May you live to 100, Mother replied humbly. Satisfied, Grandmother turned her attention to the quiet sister, suddenly slamming her hand on the table, grabbing her bowl, and hurling it at the sister while screaming, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You worthless wretch. Why don't you just die?" Father and grandfather appeared as if they were deaf and blind, showing no reaction whatsoever. Chapter 32. Have the rules for players in the beautiful country been altered? Rule 3. Please be mindful that, regardless of the terrifying events that may transpire among your family members, act as if you have not witnessed them. This is the rule. Meng Fei now has the option to rise and vehemently. However, the most probable outcome is that he would be besieged. Except for his sister, everyone else would likely choose to annihilate him. Meng Fei slightly raised his gaze towards his sister beside him. A porcelain bowl had struck her forehead, shards lacerating her face, with grains of rice mingling with a dark liquid trickling down. Was it dark red blood? His sister gazed at their grandmother in terror. The grandmother, filled with rage, shouted, "What are you staring at, you little wretch? How dare you look at me? Get out, get far away." His sister instinctively fled towards their bedroom, not daring to glance back. Meng Fei calmly continued his meal. Only after his sister had escaped did their grandmother emit a satisfied grunt, settling down with the whimpering golden retriever nestled in her arms. "Oh, my dear baby, did I frighten you? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Grandma loves you the most," she cooed to the little dog as if nothing were amiss. Their mother sat in silence, the family finishing their meal amidst an almost suffocating atmosphere. Once everyone had finished eating and began to vacate their seats, Meng Fei intended to check on his sister when their mother suddenly spoke again. "Help me wash the dishes." She fixed a penetrating gaze on Meng Fei, one that was decidedly far from the tenderness of a loving mother. Meng Fei raised an eyebrow, and this time he boldly declared, "Grandma, my mom asked me to wash the dishes." The elderly woman, who had been about to settle into a recliner with the puppy, abruptly turned her head, glaring furiously at their mother, and screamed, "What do you think you're doing?" The grandmother seemed infuriated. She carefully handed the little golden retriever to their grandfather and stormed over in a fit of rage. Slap! A resounding blow struck their mother's face, twisting it in pain as she fell silent. Though the grandmother was somewhat diminutive, it did not hinder her from inflicting harm. She seized their mother's hair and delivered a forceful kick to her knee, causing their mother to grasping their mother's hair. The grandmother relentlessly struck her face with her other hand. "How dare you? You actually expect a man to do your work for you? Are you some pampered young lady? You wretched creature! A disgraceful, uncultured fool." The slapping sounds were incessant. Their mother remained silent, yet her eyes bore an increasingly venomous glare directed at Meng Fei. Oh dear, that look was truly terrifying. Had Meng Fei inadvertently offended their mother? Goodness, would he be met with her wrath? Yet, at the very least, it demonstrated that the grandmother was on Meng Fei's side. Would it not suffice to cling to the grandmother's leg? However, he sensed it was not so simple. Meng Fei observed coldly as the elderly woman unleashed her fury upon their mother, while their grandfather and father sat idly by, showing no reaction whatsoever. The cacophony of violence was unbearably loud. Meng Fei had initially intended to check on his parents' bedroom, but now, should he approach, he might be followed, and besides, his sister was not present. Rule 7. Do not remain alone in a room with anyone except your sister. Thus, the best course of action was to stay with his sister at all times, ensuring that this rule would not pose any threat to Meng Fei. Everyone believed that Meng Fei's actions were devoid of logic, provoking both his grandmother and mother, even behaving erratically. Yet, it was not so. Meng Fei acted according to his own reasoning, for he did not trust the reality his eyes perceived. The rules of this bizarre narrative were more treacherous than the human heart. They would stop at nothing to drive players to despair. Therefore, from the very beginning, even if he felt pity for his sister, sentimentality would never triumph over rationality. He was not alone. He bore the destinies of countless others upon his shoulders. Having already been so irreparably damaged as to lose all sense of logic, even if he were to perish because of this, there would be little worth lamenting. However, Meng Fei did not wish for more lives to be ruined. Thus, he must strive to survive, to endure until the fourth iteration of the rules, and then shatter the curse of inevitable death that awaited him. Meng Fei returned to the bedroom. Finding it utterly empty, he sighed, closed the door, locked it, and checked the windows before opening the wardrobe. Indeed, his sister was curled up in the corner of the wardrobe, gazing at him timidly. Leaning against the wardrobe door, Meng Fei asked, "Are you going to hide like a little mouse whenever you're in trouble?" His sister slowly wrapped her arms around herself, replying, "I am not a little mouse." Meng Fei chuckled, and he sat down inside the wardrobe, gently patting her head. He remained silent, simply enjoying the quietude with his sister. She appeared puzzled, and after a brief moment, Meng Fei leaned back within the wardrobe, seemingly falling asleep. His sister gradually stood up, staring at Meng Fei's face, her expression blank. This scene caused a collective shudder among onlookers. Though his sister was smaller and weaker than Meng Fei, if he were truly asleep, she might very well harm him. She fixed her gaze on Meng Fei, then suddenly pulled his arm, nestling herself beneath it, wrapping her arms around his arm, and closing her eyes in his embrace. Meng Fei gently opened his eyelids, allowing his sister to make her move before returning to his slumber. The two of them fell asleep together in the cramped confines of the wardrobe. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country, a new player, a female named Nala, had arrived. Nala received information from the beautiful country, learning the complete locations of the notes, as well as the fact that if her mother were to trouble her, she could command her sister and even summon their grandmother for assistance. Moreover, the most crucial detail was that her sister was weaker than she. Upon acquiring this information, Nala promptly established a hierarchy within the family. Grandmother at the top, herself second, mother third, and sister fourth. As for their father and grandfather, she dismissed them entirely. As long as she did not conflict with her family, they would merely serve as background figures. Nala felt a sense of triumph, convinced that she had completely grasped the information, and regarding the other entity, she believed it to be their grandmother. All she needed to do was cling tightly to her grandmother's leg. With that thought, Nala slapped her sister twice, coercing her to hand over the note. Tearfully, the sister complied, yielding the note to Nala, though it bore some discrepancies compared to Meng Fei's. Specifically, the second rule of Note 7. Rule 7. Do not remain alone in a room with anyone, including your sister. There were no signs of modification. It was an entirely accurate rule tailored for Nala. To this day, only Nala's note had undergone alteration. All others had either meekly acquiesced or emulated Meng Fei's behavior, agreeing to their sister's rule. Yet Nala had directly struck her sister. The viewers of the live stream gasped in shock. However, Nala encountered no issues, even though the room contained only herself and her sister. Perhaps it was a flawed rule? Could it be? An unaltered, erroneous rule. Chapter 33. A shadow materialized out of thin air, slowly approaching the player. Surely, there should be no issue, for it was stated that the sister was weaker than the player. My goodness, I hope everything is fine. Ivan from the Bear Country also received a notification from his homeland, especially since Meng Fei had already uncovered all the rule notes and discovered a method to resolve the difficulties posed by Mother. It has now become evident to the world that Grandmother occupies the apex of the food chain in this rule-based horror, and it is highly probable that she is indeed Grandmother herself. Thus, directly conveying this information to the players of his own nation could significantly enhance their chances of survival. Ivan, a handsome young man of 20, exuded a rugged charm and had previously worked as a model. Surprised by the communication from his compatriots, he promptly inquired in detail about Meng Fei's actions within a span of mere 3 minutes. After pondering for a few moments, Ivan resolved to emulate Meng Fei's approach. However, unlike others who intended to deceive and exploit their sisters, Ivan believed that Meng Fei would adhere to his agreement with his sister. Thus, he too intended to honor his own pact with her. He cherished his sister and was determined to heed her wishes. During the time Meng Fei was asleep, several female players attempted to leverage Grandmother's presence to resist Mother's demands, but were met with harsh reprimands from her. The gender discrimination exhibited by Grandmother led to an entirely different experience for the female players compared to their male counterparts. However, thus far, this iteration of the rule-based horror had not proven to be as terrifying as anticipated. Despite some obstacles, there had been no fatalities. With his eyes closed and breathing steady, Meng Fei was genuinely asleep. After a considerable interval, a sudden knock echoed through the door, accompanied by a man's voice. It's time to sleep. Hurry up. Startled, Meng Fei awoke, rubbing his eyes, still feeling drowsy, while his sister sat up, anxiously gazing towards the door. In the next moment, the doorknob was twisted. Meng Fei lazily glanced over. The old-fashioned door lock clicked shut with a simple press. The door remained unopened, and after a few seconds of silence, the voice outside coldly urged, "Go to sleep." Meng Fei replied, "Understood, father." Another silence ensued, and after half a minute, the footsteps gradually receded. His sister nestled beside Meng Fei. Watching him intently, he surveyed the room, glancing at the wardrobe, feeling that it offered more safety. Yet, the rules were explicit, leaving him no choice. Without further ado, Meng Fei scooped his sister into his arms and placed her on the bed. Tossed onto the mattress, she bounced slightly on the blanket before hurriedly attempting to get off. No, I cannot sleep on this bed." Meng Fei tilted his head, gazing at her. "Why not?" She fell silent, ultimately uttering a single phrase, "Grandmother will be angry." Meng Fei pressed on, "Are you afraid of grandmother?" She shook her head and remained silent. Meng Fei gently pinched her thin face, saying, "Then let us share the bed. Otherwise, I might be frightened. Am I not such a good brother? Don't you want to protect me? With you by my side, I won't be scared." His sister fixed her gaze on Meng Fei and, after a moment, nodded ever so slightly. With a shy smile, she murmured, "Then you must protect me too, all right?" Meng Fei did not immediately agree. He simply replied, "As long as you express the desire for my protection, I will provide it. After all, I am your brother." Climbing onto the bed, he pulled back the Ultraman blanket, enveloping both himself and his sister within it. She grasped Meng Fei's hand, whispering, "This blanket is so soft. Is this what clouds feel like?" Meng Fei responded, "Not quite. Clouds are damp and light as a feather." His sister inquired softly, "Really?" Meng Fei assured her, "Indeed. How about I take you to a very high mountain one day to touch the clouds?" His sister fell into silence. Meng Fei sensed that time was running short. "I'm going to sleep now. Good night, sister." She still remained silent. Meng Fei left the light on, peacefully drifting into sleep. His sister curled up beside him. The atmosphere was remarkably safe, genuinely safe, with no unforeseen incidents. The audience relaxed, contemplating that perhaps the first night would indeed pass without danger. They continued watching the stream, indulging in their shows and games, casually snacking through the night. Though the world was perilous, life had to go on. Time flowed slowly, until, with a sudden crackle, the lights in the room extinguished abruptly. The chamber was plunged into darkness. Devoid of any light source, everything appeared obscured to the viewers, who could barely discern any shapes. "What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this?" exclaimed one. "Damn it, you scared me. My lights just went out too. I almost thought I had entered the rule-based horror. Turns out it's just someone in our building who fried the wiring. Eyes pitch black. I can't see anything. What good is wearing night vision goggles? Night vision doesn't work through a screen, you know?" Almost simultaneously, the lights in every player's room across the globe flickered out. Even with their eyes wide open, the viewers could not discern what was happening on the screen. Meng Fei maintained a calm, steady breath, entirely unaffected. After all, if the lights in the bedroom went out, one should remain silent and remember one thing. You are already asleep. This was the latter half of the fourth rule from the notes. Those who had fallen asleep would not react as the audience watched with bated breath. Someone with keen eyes noticed something peculiar. "Wait, when did that shadow appear at the door? This can't be right. Didn't Meng Fei lock the door? How could anything enter? Help, I can't breathe." The shadow appeared out of nowhere, standing at the door, and it suddenly moved, slowly inching closer to the person on the bed. This time, everyone understood. Something was indeed approaching the player. Meng Fei remained sound asleep. Zhao Qi was sweating profusely, while Yin He Lu's breathing had nearly ceased. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "No, we should use a hint." "What if Meng Fei gets killed while he is asleep?" Shin Xiuqing interjected decisively, "No need. I am Meng Fei's primary physician. I know him well. If he were truly asleep, his breathing would be lighter and slower. He is merely pretending to sleep. Do not disturb him." Indeed, Shen Xiuqing had proven himself to be a worthy adversary to Meng Fei over 3 years. To the untrained eye, Meng Fei appeared to be in a deep slumber, as he exhibited no response whatsoever. Yet, his mind remained alert. During his slumber, he meticulously catalogued all possible scenarios and continually analyzed the rules in his mind. Meng Fei harbored a hypothesis, but he needed to gather more evidence to substantiate it. As he sensed a new gaze manifesting within the room, he surprisingly felt a sense of relaxation. Just as expected, it has arrived. Chapter 34. Collision of Rules, Mortal Peril. A shadow approached the bedside of Meng Fei, fixating its gaze upon him. After several minutes, it slowly bent down, its hands tightening around Meng Fei's neck, the icy, coarse sensation palpable. The shadow gradually applied pressure, causing Meng Fei's breathing to become labored. He emitted a couple of muffled grunts, akin to the response of a slumbering individual. The shadow's grip faltered. It suddenly released its hold, gently stroking Meng Fei's cheek, even tentatively pinching his nose. Meng Fei let out a soft grunt, yet remained in a deep slumber. Slightly irritated, he swatted away the intrusive hand, turned over, and embraced his sister, continuing to sleep. The shadow froze, standing at the edge of the bed, staring intently at Meng Fei, yet making no further movements. In a realm visible only to it, the girl cradled in Meng Fei's arms gazed back with wide, unblinking eyes, staring blankly at the shadow. After a prolonged standoff, the shadow retreated to the door and vanished. Approximately 20 minutes later, the room's lights flickered back to life. In contrast, some players from various countries were far from composed. While the majority remained awake, a few who had succumbed to sleep suddenly felt a tightening grip around their throats, instinctively screaming and thrashing about. Those players who screamed and struggled were met with even more vicious treatment. Many found themselves bound by ropes around their necks, hung directly above their beds, as the shadow tugged at their legs, watching them futilely attempt to rise, utterly unable to do so. Suspended in midair, their only point of leverage was their throats, as they gasped in terror, slowly succumbing. This was horror, true horror. For those watching the live streams, their inner dread magnified infinitely, especially as it was the early hours of the morning in the real world. As players perished, the live broadcast ceased, yet the viewers could not escape this overwhelming terror. Of course, there were those who reveled in this fear. Among the players who remained alert, very few felt fear from the shadow's assault. Nevertheless, aside from Meng Fei, none were cradling a sister to sleep. Even Ivan did not. The players who had previously shown disdain towards their sisters were now gripped by terror as they heard the closet door creak open. Small footsteps approached, drawing nearer to their side. The sister's innocent voice rang out, "You are not the brother or sister I hoped for. You are a villain. Therefore, I must eliminate you." Choice. There was no choice. Though the sister was the weakest, the shadow still lurked within the room. If the bedroom lights were to extinguish, silence must be maintained. Remember one thing. You are asleep. The sister was indeed fragile. Though these were two seemingly non-lethal rules, their collision brought forth a perilous outcome. Some players chose to rise in defiance, while others could only close their eyes and await their demise in terror. Among those who chose to resist, a few had participated in 1 or 2 rule-based tales and possessed gifted abilities. One player, endowed with the power of shadow displacement, instinctively shifted his position to the light switch. Yet, it was not the switch that posed the issue. It was the light itself. Desperately, he sought to escape, even charging towards the door. You cannot leave. You always wish to escape, thus you cannot. The sister's voice echoed behind him, laced with a hint of delight. The player flung open the door, his heart brimming with joy, only to collide violently with the wall. What is happening? He gasped in horror as he stared at the wall before him, while the shadow stood behind him, seizing his neck. With a swift twist of his head, he was pulled back for treatment. In his final moments, the player uttered a last desperate cry. The door is an illusion. In the darkness, only this message resonated clearly, transmitted to another realm. Indeed, the members of the anomalous research group received this news. Zhao Qi, observing the rules of this current instance, wore an expression of grave seriousness. This was not merely a matter of saving 10 lives. It threatened total annihilation. Inhele, donning glasses and clutching a pen, swiftly began analyzing the situation. We must have misunderstood something. This is not a survival-based rule tale. To date, rule tales have been categorized into survival, escape, exploration, puzzle solving, combat, and cumulative points. This instance might not fit neatly into a single category but could instead represent the most challenging amalgamation. Indeed, we had underestimated the complexity, falling prey to confusion. Inhele tightened her grip on her pen, her gaze fixated on the rules before her. How foolish of us to commit such a basic error. Zhao Qi remarked, there must be deeper connections among these rules. Collect data from the live streams of other nations. Since we are in a safe period, we must expedite our analysis. Additionally, the inspiration team should submit any new insights they may have. We will relay pertinent information to Meng Fei as needed. Everyone else, voice your thoughts. We must strive to unravel the truth behind this rule tale. Xin Xiuqing also scrutinized the rules before her, lost in contemplation. If it were Meng Fei, what would he think? Damn, I can't even begin to fathom. He is utterly extraordinary. Xin Xiuqing mused. To be honest, even if we harness the power of the dragon vein, could I truly nurture another like Meng Fei? It was precarious. That night, over a dozen individuals perished in the dark. Yet, the most damning truth was that the door in the truth seeker's home was not a true door. Countless souls likely spent the night in restless anxiety due to this revelation. Meng Fei, however, gave little thought to it. Once the lights illuminated, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair before closing his eyes to resume contemplation. Zhao Qi and Inhele were fraught with worry, their hair seemingly thinning as they lamented their luck. At least they had yet to exhaust their hint opportunities. Currently, it seemed that only the flower-planting nation had not used their hint chance. Some even suggested conspiracy theories, claiming that the flower-planting nation was deliberately orchestrating the downfall of players from other countries. Citizens of the flower-planting nation exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. We are formidable. It's your fault for hastily copying our homework. You deserve it. If you're going to copy, at least do it thoroughly." Zhao Qi scrutinized the rules for an extended period, highlighting several key points. Did we not have a hypothesis? Meng Fei is not one of the 6 individuals. Could that shadow be the remaining entity? Is it referring to that shadow? He organized his thoughts, aiming to clear his mind, embracing the unexpected yet logical. Suddenly, a young team member exclaimed, "Could it be that the key to surviving and leaving the home lies in finding a tool against the shadow?" Upon this revelation, everyone jolted in unison. Yes, the possibility was indeed significant, was it not? Chapter 35. Let my sister study well today. Inhilu stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility. However, where exactly is the door? Could it be that subduing the shadow would allow one to escape? Moreover, there are individuals who may grow stronger out of fear. Thus, the likelihood of such a scenario is merely 50%. It seems rather perilous to continue analyzing this. Yet, there is one phrase that piques my interest. What is poison to one may be nectar to another. This implies that a single object may be harmful to one individual while beneficial to another. Is it conceivable that the props might not only evoke fear but also incite affection? Inhele's eyes sparkled with excitement. This notion is quite intriguing. Zhao Qi clapped his hands in agreement, insisting that they must inform Meng Fei of this when they need to contact him. Amidst a flurry of voices, they shared various inexplicable possibilities, yet more remained conjectural. The group's spirits were somewhat elevated, as they were aware that Meng Fei would. Should they successfully aid Meng Fei in navigating this perilous juncture, their sense of accomplishment would undoubtedly soar. The passage of time in the world of rule-based horror tales mirrors that of reality. However, at 4 o'clock in the morning, whether it be players slumbering or those too frightened to find rest, they were all roused by the sound of knocking at the door. This time, it was their father. "How late is it? Get out of bed." Meng Fei slowly opened his eyes and called out, "I'm up." His father grunted and stormed away with heavy footsteps. Meng Fei sat up, rubbing his head, realizing that the timing felt off. Zhaoqi interjected, "Right? Who wakes someone at 4 in the morning?" Xin Xiuqing remarked, "It seems Zhaoqi is like a mascot, only clapping and cheering without contributing any real dialogue." Meng Fei yawned, thinking that since he was already awake, he might as well search his parents' bedroom, as there might be new information to uncover. His sister, seemingly asleep beside him, stirred as Meng Fei gently tidied her hair and tucked her in before preparing to leave the room. Before Meng Fei could step outside, another knock echoed through the door. This time, it was his grandfather. "Help your grandfather open the door, will you? I just need to grab something." Meng Fei raised an eyebrow. The rules clearly state that anyone wishing to enter his room must be denied. Yet, it appeared that his grandfather was seeking assistance. What a thrill this morning was turning out to be. If it were anyone else, would their SN value be too low to make the right choice? Meng Fei called out, "What does Grandpa need?" "I can get it for you." His grandfather urged from the other side, "No need, no need. I can get it myself. Just open the door for me." "Why is the door locked anyway?" "You never locked it before." His sister had been awakened by the commotion and sat up, regarding the door with a peculiar expression. Meng Fei chose not to respond to his grandfather but instead inquired, "Are you afraid of Grandma, Grandpa?" His sister looked at him, hesitatingly nodding in agreement. Meng Fei decisively added, "Stop knocking, Grandpa. If you keep it up, I'll call Grandma." His grandfather muttered, "This child, so disobedient. What's wrong with letting me in? Fine, fine, I'm leaving." With that, his grandfather departed. Meng Fei decided to wait 2 minutes before heading out, scanning the room when he suddenly noticed a piece of paper peeking from atop the wardrobe. A small corner was exposed. The wardrobe stood nearly 2 meters tall, but fortunately, Meng Fei, being a robust 1.80 meters, could reach it without needing to stand on tiptoe. He brushed off the dust from the paper, revealing it to be a diary. Weather: overcast. Today, Grandma, Dad, and Mom are not home. It's just Grandpa and me, but I am truly frightened of Grandpa. Sometimes he holds me in his arms, kisses my face, and touches my hands. Grandpa says I am his favorite, but I am so scared that I do not wish for Grandpa to like me." Meng Fei stared at the paper. Indeed, this was a mystery-based horror tale, not merely a surface-level escape. What was the purpose of this rule-based horror tale? He folded the paper neatly and tucked it into his tiger head shoes. Turning back, he glanced at his sister, who sat quietly on the bed, seemingly observing him. Meng Fei smiled. Given the circumstances, if he still did not realize that his sister was a being of significance, it would be quite foolish. At the very least, the probability was 80%. The remaining 20% could yield more unexpected outcomes. Meng Fei asked, "Do you want to come out with me?" After a moment of thought, his sister silently climbed out of bed and crawled into the wardrobe, watching him intently. Meng Fei remarked, "Oh, I see. You don't wish to come with me? Very well. I'll call for you when it's time to eat." With that, he opened the bedroom door, preparing to step out. However, the moment the door swung open, darkness enveloped him, an unsettling blackness. Meng Fei exhaled deeply, feeling a bit irritable as he scratched his head. "It's time to rise. Why not turn on the lights?" "Mom, could you please turn on the lights?" No one responded. Yet, the feeling of being watched lingered. Meng Fei's mood soured. He stared into the darkness and chuckled softly. If any room remained unlit, it would be best not to enter. Rules reign supreme. I shall adhere to them without fail, never crossing the line. Since they refuse to turn on the lights, I shall refrain from leaving. Good morning, everyone. With that, Meng Fei resolutely closed the door. His sister sat in the wide-open wardrobe, fixated on him. Meng Fei mused, What to do now? So dull and aimless. How about we study now? Sister, I have a third-grade Chinese textbook. How about we memorize some ancient poetry or recite some texts? Meng Fei sincerely gathered the Chinese book, math book, notebook, pen, and eraser. Not interested. Then how about we tackle multiplication and division? We can work on some application problems. Meng Fei earnestly pressed, you must choose one, right? Brother is thinking of you. Studying well will provide you with more choices in the future. Knowledge brings power. Charge forth, little oligarch. His sister quipped, ah, that doesn't seem quite right. Little Karami, charge forth. Meng Fei exclaimed, mimicking a fist pump for encouragement. Ha 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 ha, I wonder how much psychological trauma I'm inflicting on my sister. Oh no, becoming a bizarre creature still requires studying? Help, I can't breathe from laughing. His sister's expression grew numb as laughter erupted. Meng Fei? He is indeed a lunatic. Why should he care? Ha ha ha. Chapter 36. Knowledge is power. Strike with two fists. After all, Meng Fei, in the capacity of an older brother, implored his younger sister to study. How could she possibly harbor resentment over such a request? It is utterly amusing how other players treat her as if she were invisible, yearning to distance themselves, while Meng Fei genuinely wishes to assume the role of her brother. Sincerity, indeed, is an unparalleled weapon. Just look at Meng Fei's earnestness. He is exceptionally sincere, skillfully nestling into the wardrobe, claiming the other half, and then offering his advice. Do you prefer to recite texts? Or perhaps solve mathematical problems? Or would you rather paint? My dear, you must choose one, as a girl. Possessing some knowledge and education will shield you from being bullied in the future. Knowledge is power, after all. When someone dares to bully you, you can confront them head-on with two swift fists. Sister, confront them with two fists? Meng Fei's brows and eyes exuded warmth, his gaze sparkling like stars as he reached out his chilly hand to gently caress her brow. I am not deceiving you. Should the opportunity arise, I will truly take you to the highest mountains to touch the clouds. Even if I lack that chance, I will ensure others do so. Sister, do you know? I am a kind-hearted person. The sister stared at Meng Fei in bewilderment, her expression tinged with confusion as she replied, kind people receive no rewards. Meng Fei chuckled and inquired, who told you that? After a moment of silence, the sister responded, everyone says that kind people meet unfortunate ends. Kind people do not have happy outcomes, so I do not wish to be one. Meng Fei pinched her cheek and said, that is perfectly fine. You may act according to your own inclinations. Just be true to yourself. Whether you choose to be kind or selfish, what truly matters is your own happiness. As long as you do not harm others, it matters not what you choose to do. The sister quietly asked, as long as I do not harm others? Meng Fei nodded and said, I hope you can be joyful and carefree. The sister's expression began to crack, and she questioned, but why do you wish to do this? Because I am your brother, one who loves and cherishes you, and thus, I desire your happiness, Meng Fei replied. For a fleeting moment, the sister wavered, yet uncertainty lingered, for this man's acting was too convincing. This could merely be a ruse to deceive her. If this man tricked her, he could simply walk away, just as others did. In pursuit of their desires, they continuously deceived her, and once they had what they sought, they discarded her like refuse. Meng Fei did not rush her for a response. Instead, he quietly observed, gently stroking her head. The sister finally said, then let us recite the text. Meng Fei? Excellent. Let me see. Ah, this one is good. Written for women? How about this? I will read a line, and you will follow suit. Repeating it 30 times should suffice for memorization, don't you think? Written for women, you emerged from the Bible, walking alongside men for millennia. With your presence, how much love and strife has graced the world. Sister. The sister's expression went blank, and she crawled over to rummage through her Chinese textbook. This was not a feeble protest. What kind of third-grade Chinese textbook contains such material? Meng Fei, with utmost sincerity, responded, what do you mean? This is clearly what I see. Surely, Your eyes are not failing you, are they? Perhaps you are so hungry that you are hallucinating? The sister stared in disbelief, her mouth agape as she incredulously gazed at Meng Fei. Are my eyes really failing? Although phrased as a question, it carried an undertone of rebuttal. Meng Fei nodded, saying, "No worries in the future. I shall take you to see a doctor to check your head. Now, let us continue. Sister? The audience in the live stream? Wait a moment. Before we even discuss whose eyes are failing, why would an eye issue necessitate a checkup for the brain? And big brother, are you seriously painting a grand picture for this bizarre creature? Just empty rhetoric, directly painting it. Moreover, have our eyes also gone awry? What poem are you even reciting?" Meng Fei earnestly recited poetry. "You have suffered the pains of childbirth. You are the epitome of weakness. Despite your capabilities, working like a beast of burden at home or in the fields, how wonderful it is to be praised, as beautiful and radiant as a flower. You are cherished wives, pampered daughters, loving sisters, and respected mothers and elders. Do not forget to treat yourself kindly. Be a beautiful, joyful, and happy person." Meng Fei recited with remarkable seriousness, his voice unexpectedly gentle, and the sister listened. Upon finishing, she remarked, "This poem is incorrect." "What is incorrect?" Meng Fei asked. The sister replied, "Cherished wives, pampered daughters, loving sisters, respected mothers and elders. This is not entirely right." Meng Fei remained silent, gently caressing her cheek as he said, "It should be correct. If it is not, then it is a reflection of humanity's shortcomings." The sister fell silent for a moment. Meng Fei smiled and said, "Let us recite poetry together." The sister nodded gently. In the cramped, dilapidated wardrobe, the two of them, one large, one small, recited the somewhat flawed poem, word by word. The viewers of the live stream. Today we unexpectedly learned a new poem amidst the bizarre tales. Meng Fei resembled that advertisement, playing on loop. I feel as if my mind is now filled with the voices of Meng Fei and his sister. For some reason, I feel a twinge of emotion. Indeed, women should embody the essence of flowers, the moon, water, the earth, and sunlight. I feel as though I have memorized it. Although the poem is rather cliché, it strangely resonates. Goodness, it even praises women. Is there no respite left for men? Why must everything stir up gender conflict? Haha, this is hilarious. When women demand houses, cars, and exorbitant dowries, why is it not deemed gender conflict? Women are so well off. It is all men's fault. Are they mad? Must every discussion veer into these matters? Not all women desire cars, houses, or sky-high dowries. Please do not generalize. I do not want these things. I merely wish for someone who loves me. Yet, love is often a facade. What can I do? Damn it, I was in a perfectly good mood. Why must we delve into these issues? Is there something wrong? I stayed up until 5 in the morning not to quarrel over these trivial matters. Chapter 37. Ultraman's affection for little monsters. Meng Fei, having completed the poem recitation with his sister, inquired, "Did you enjoy it? Did you feel the power of knowledge?" His sister replied, Meng Fei chuckled and said, "Just teasing you. Knowledge has no real power, haha, silly girl." His sister retorted, "I can't stand you." Meng Fei playfully pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. Could it be that my sister truly dislikes me? Come now, I was just joking. Please forgive your brother." He feigned humility, acting quite comically. After a moment of restraint, his sister couldn't help but reveal. Meng Fei embraced her, saying, "Now that we've finished the poem, shall we delve into mathematics? Do you know how to calculate the circumference of an ellipse? Come, let me teach you. The circumference equals the circumference of a circle with the semi-minor axis as the radius, plus 4 times the difference between the semi-major and semi-minor axes. Do you understand?" His sister looked perplexed. Meng Fei continued, "Oh, haven't you learned that yet? Let us try something else. How about probability theory? Advanced functions? Derivatives?" His sister exclaimed, "What on earth are you talking about? I've never even heard of these." Meng Fei shrugged. Ah, it seems my brilliance is overwhelming, and perhaps my sister finds it a bit hard to grasp. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. Look at my sister's expression. It says it all. Are you kidding me? The laughter continued. Is this what they call the crushing of dimensions in learning? I barely scraped a pass in college calculus. I can handle ellipses and derivatives. But is probability the one about calculating chances? Capturing a high schooler. Pockball, go. He marveled at the absurdity of it all, noting how he appeared rather charmingly eccentric. Oh, the way he gently comforts children is so maternal. I almost want to pounce on him. Heh heh heh. After observing for a while, he noticed a hint of a brooding, pathological beauty emerging. Hush, everyone. This is my ex-husband. My ex-husband, let us reconcile. Under his sister's bemused gaze, Meng Fei scratched his head and said, let us learn something different. Perhaps the classic problem of chickens and rabbits in a cage is the simplest? His sister made a face, clearly unimpressed. Meng Fei laughed, his body trembling with mirth. Oh dear, how obedient you are. Shall we draw instead? His sister pondered for a moment and replied, but you must draw too. Finding it difficult to draw inside the wardrobe, they sprawled on the floor, completely ignoring the lone desk in the room. Meng Fei, with a pencil in hand, quickly sketched something, while his sister diligently focused on her own creation. After about half an hour, a knock sounded at the door. It was their mother's voice. Time to get up and eat. Meng Fei replied, Oh, we'll be right there. This time, their mother did not issue any further requests, likely cowed by their grandmother's reprimands. In the tense atmosphere of the live stream, Meng Fei's room felt like a chaotic torrent. Once he finished his drawing, his sister covered hers, sneaking glances at his work. Sitting cross-legged, Meng Fei declared, I drew Ultraman. Ultraman is beating up the little monster. His paper featured a cute, chibi version of Ultraman fiercely attacking a monster that resembled a dinosaur, who was crying pitifully with tears streaming down its face. His sister asked, Why is Ultraman hitting the little monster? Meng Fei replied, Because the little monster did something wrong. His sister paused, then softly questioned, Does doing something wrong mean you will be punished? Meng Fei shook his head and suddenly produced a second sheet of paper, revealing Ultraman cradling the little monster, both sobbing together. His sister tilted her head in confusion. Why are they both crying? With a serious expression, Meng Fei explained, Because the little monster apologized to Ultraman, and that's why Ultraman is crying, because he truly cares for the little monster. The little monster did wrong and had to be punished, but once it realized its mistake and apologized, Ultraman forgave it. But that shouldn't he be sad, should it? Shouldn't he they be happy? His sister struggled to comprehend. Meng Fei pondered, I'm not entirely sure, but perhaps Ultraman feels guilty too. He hit someone he loves, and seeing the little monster cry must have made him feel regret. So now that they've reconciled, he is overwhelmed with joy and sorrow. His sister frowned. That doesn't seem right. They should be laughing happily. Meng Fei chuckled. Perhaps I misinterpreted the scene, but I don't want to change it. Hee. His sister was momentarily speechless, gazing at him as if he were a lunatic. Suddenly, she felt an odd connection with him. Ahaha, look at her expression. It's absolutely hilarious. Is he really some kind of bizarre creature? In awe of the contrasting chaos in other live streams, she felt a sudden appreciation for Meng Fei. Whether it was his eccentricity or brilliance, he was undeniably a marvel. His sister found herself at a loss for words, retreating into silence. Meng Fei said, All right, I've shown you mine. Now let me see yours. However, his sister firmly covered her drawing, refusing to let him see. Their mother knocked again, urging, Hurry up and come eat. Meng Fei, not wanting to pressure his sister into revealing her artwork, took her hand and said, Let us go eat first. This time, his sister obediently followed him out of the bedroom. As usual, their grandfather and father occupied the living room, while their mother busied herself in the kitchen and their grandmother sat on the balcony, and no one paid any attention to the two siblings. Meng Fei led his sister towards their parents' bedroom, unbothered by the lack of supervision. He blissfully pulled his sister along, confidently entering their parents' room. This bedroom was evidently the largest in the house, furnished with a double bed, a computer desk, a wardrobe, and a vanity, though the vanity was cluttered with only a couple of bottles of lotion amidst a mess of items. Meng Fei picked up a pacifier. Indeed, there must be a younger child in the house, one even smaller than my sister. His sister, unfazed by entering their parents' room, stood nearby, merely observing him. Meng Fei rummaged through drawers without hesitation. Soon, he uncovered an old love letter, wedged deep within the vanity's drawer. The letter read, "This is the past that father fears." Meng Fei chuckled mischievously, while his sister looked at him with a disdainful expression. P.S. With ample time these past few days, I'll add an extra update. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 38. Come forth, my summoned beast, grandmother. Meng Fei raised the love letter high and proclaimed loudly, "Do not miss this chance as you pass by." Unveiling the past's embarrassing love letters, not 99, nor 98, but merely 9.8. A premium channel you truly deserve. The bizarre research group, having stayed awake all night in serious analysis, and the viewers who had been watching Meng Fei play, we really can't take this anymore. Who can pull this madman back to a normal channel? Other players, trembling with fear, were analyzing and deducing anxiously, striving to appease their families and grandmothers. And here we are. It's turned into a paid channel. Observing Meng Fei's antics, the higher-ups fell silent. Subsequently, the government issued an announcement stating that overseas IPs would incur a viewing fee of 9 yuan and 8 jiao. Overseas IPs? Wait, I can prove that I am from the homeland. Do I still have to pay? 9 yuan and 8 jiao for a monthly subscription is quite reasonable, by the way. With everything so chaotic abroad, are they really not considering returning home? Indeed, the situation overseas is utterly tumultuous, while domestically, not only is the public order good, but there are also special departments dedicated to managing bizarre tales, and one can watch Meng Shen's programs for free. It's simply fantastic. After careful consideration, everyone agreed. I shall roll up my bedding and return home. Family, we are going back. As long as you wish to watch, you must pay 9 yuan and 8 jiao for a monthly subscription. Related organizations abroad. This is outrageous. They dare to charge us. That very day, Meng Fei's paid live broadcast successfully garnered millions of paying viewers. Unbeknownst to Meng Fei, in a moment now, Meng Fei was exceedingly excited, for this was an object of his father's dread, a relic of an old love letter. He could hardly wait to open it. In the next moment, the door was thrust open with a bang. His father's voice, laced with anger, echoed, "What are you doing?" Meng Fei swiftly turned around, hastily stuffing the old love letter into his trousers, pressing it against his backside for safekeeping. This motion was fluid and seamless. Had it not been for the viewer's broad perspective, they would never have noticed such a maneuver. In the very next second, Meng Fei spread his hands innocently, exclaiming, "I'm not doing anything. Just looking for some snacks." His father's gaze was somewhat sinister. Meng Fei nonchalantly grabbed the pacifier and popped it into his mouth, smacking his lips. Not bad. Fortunately, he had just brushed off the dust from the pacifier. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a mouthful of grime. "Father, just give it to me." Silenced, he stared at Meng Fei, utterly at a loss for words, his lips twitching in exasperation. Meng Fei, feigning innocence, asked, "Father, do you want some? Here." As he spoke, Meng Fei attempted to hand over the pacifier. Father, with a dark expression, replied, "No need. Just don't go rummaging through things." Meng Fei called out, "Grandmother." It was evident that this doting grandson was favored by his grandmother. The moment Meng Fei raised his voice, grandmother appeared, cradling a golden retriever at the doorway. With a raised brow, grandmother coldly surveyed the scene within. What is going on? Without any pretense, Meng Fei dashed over, tugging at her sleeve, and with a playful tone, he whined, "Grandmother, look at my father, so fierce. I merely wanted to find something interesting. Look at this adorable pacifier and these cute tiger slippers." As he spoke, Meng Fei pulled the tiger slippers from his pocket, saying, "Grandmother, you made these, didn't you? They resplendid, far superior to those from the large shopping malls. I absolutely adore them." Grandmother's expression softened as she gazed at the pacifier and slippers, her face radiating warmth. "My dear grandson, do you like these shoes? Oh dear, shall I make you a new outfit? How about a pair just like the ones I'm wearing?" Father's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "Mother." Grandmother lifted her gaze, glaring fiercely at father, exclaiming, "What do you want from me? You worthless thing, you can't even manage your own wife. I can't rely on you. I can only hope my grandson will be filial to me. Useless wretch, you infuriate me. Why don't you hurry and see what your wife is dawdling about? It's taking her forever to make a meal." Facing grandmother's scathing reprimand, father's expression soured further, and he silently exited the room, allowing Meng Fei's antics to continue unchallenged. Grandmother gently patted Meng Fei's hand, her demeanor reminiscent of a truly affectionate grandmother. "Oh, my dear grandson, it's all right. You can do whatever you like. Grandmother will spoil you." Her attitude had shifted dramatically. Meng Fei realized he had guessed correctly. One man's poison is another man's nectar. The tiger slippers, once feared by his mother, had become a tool to win grandmother's favor. But what of the objects that instilled dread in his father? Whose favor might they invoke? This phenomenon did not go unnoticed by some of the viewers of the live stream. Upon seeing Meng Fei produce the slippers, they remarked how grandmother instantly transformed into a kind and gentle. Did he know all along and deliberately keep it to himself? Deliberate? Meng Fei has stated not to casually use that hint opportunity. It was other countries that initiated it themselves. How could one blame Meng Fei? This feels off. Are you from a different country? Most from the homeland say Meng Fei is too saintly. Yet here you are, blaming him as if he were concealing information. Ah, indeed. If Meng Fei had shared this speculation and it turned out to be incorrect, you would be the first to accuse him of deliberately misleading a group of dimwits. Where are the cyber police? Kick this fool out of the live stream. Unaware of the conspiracy theories swirling around him, Meng Fei was wholly absorbed in rummaging through his bedroom. Ever since grandmother had scolded father, Meng Fei could upturn the bed slats without anyone batting an eye. His sister stood quietly in the corner, unnoticed by both father and grandmother throughout. She seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, yet there was a glint of resentment in her eyes as she stared at Meng Fei. Upon lifting the bed slats, Meng Fei discovered two small paper balls amidst the dust. He picked them up and tucked them into his pocket, then stumbled upon a traditional rattle drum. The drum, adorned with vibrant colors, was quite charming. Meng Fei lifted the rattle drum, brushed off the dust, and called out, "Little sister, come look. I found something good." Chapter 39, Father severed mother's neck, and sister waddled over. Meng Fei twirled a rattle, laughing like a fool weighing 200 pounds. "Look, isn't it fun?" Sister replied in a sulky tone, "Not fun." Meng Fei halted the spinning rattle, patted sister's little head, and said, "Don't sulk. I am your loving brother who listens to you." Upon hearing this, sister fell silent for a moment, then grasped Meng Fei's hand tightly in her own. Meng Fei coaxed, "Come on, let us ransack the house together." With fervor, Meng Fei led sister to turn their parents' bedroom upside down. Initially hesitant, sister watched in awe as Meng Fei stuffed everything into his pockets. An assortment of items including a fruit knife, a pacifier, a rattle, and even a butterfly hairpin. Remarkably, aside from the fruit knife, none seemed particularly useful. Meng Fei rummaged through all the furniture but found no new treasures, emerging with a face covered in dust. Finally, He even turned over the trash bin, and lo and behold, luck favored the diligent. He successfully retrieved 2 crumpled paper balls. Sister giggled. Meng Fei playfully smeared dust all over her face. Sister exclaimed, "Ah!" Meng Fei declared, "Let us go wash your face." Speaking of washing up, Meng Fei belatedly realized he had forgotten to relieve himself. Alas, his bladder was in dire discomfort. The two exited their parents' bedroom, and with a semblance of conscience, Meng Fei returned the bed slats and arranged the bedding neatly. "We are splendid little household helpers," Sister chimed. The 2 mischievous little souls emerged from the bedroom and headed toward the bathroom. Upon opening the bathroom door, Meng Fei was met with a soft whimper. He halted, spotting a chubby little golden retriever sprawled at the bathroom entrance. The little dog, cherished in Grandma's embrace, was now abandoned at the bathroom door. Meng Fei nearly stepped on it. Everyone held their breath, for the bathroom had become a graveyard. It was rumored that a player, distracted while entering, accidentally stepped on the little retriever, resulting in a harrowing scream from the pup, which summoned a furious Grandma. In that fleeting moment, the once shrewish Grandma transformed into a terrifying specter, tearing the player to shreds. Noticing Meng Fei's attention on the golden retriever, the members of the eerie research group exhaled in relief. Meng Fei gazed at the pup, which lay there with its eyes still shut, whimpering like a helpless infant. Sister tightened her grip on Meng Fei's hand. Meng Fei reciprocated her grip, then effortlessly lifted the 10-pound puppy into his arms. The little retriever seemed terrified, emitting soft whimpers. Meng Fei, cradling the pup, deftly pulled a pacifier from his pocket and inserted it into the little dog's mouth. The golden retriever, now suckling on the pacifier, quieted down, resembling a child. Meng Fei held the puppy in one arm while grasping Sister's hand with the other. Sister fixated on the golden retriever and, this time, her voice rose slightly as she stated, "I dislike it." Meng Fei responded, "Oh, how can you not find the puppy adorable?" Sister's gaze turned ominous as she replied, "Because it is a beast." Meng Fei countered, "Even if it is a beast, some are cute while others are not. Come now, let us wash our hands." The golden retriever, clutching the pacifier, lay quietly on Meng Fei's arm. He set the pup on the wash basin, pulled Sister to the sink, and cleaned the dirt off her little face, wiping the pup as well. "I need to use the restroom." "Wait here." Meng Fei instructed Sister to wait outside, placing the golden retriever on the floor. After attending to his needs, he stepped out with the pup. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sound of a commotion in the kitchen. The muffled shouts of a woman and a man escalated into a cacophony of thuds and crashes. Then came the woman's shrieks and the man's roars. Sister stood at the door, coldly observing the indistinct shadows in the kitchen. Meng Fei asked, "Do you want me to help?" Sister shook her head, grasping Meng Fei's fingers, and said, "No, let us go." Grandfather and grandmother were seated on the sofa. Grandmother glared at the kitchen with a menacing expression, muttering, "That wretched girl, unable to tidy up properly, has no sense of decorum." Grandmother was now wielding fabric, diligently sewing something. Meng Fei approached and handed the golden retriever to her. With a startled exclamation, Grandmother's fearsome demeanor softened instantly. "My dear grandson," she cooed. She received the puppy and, in turn, seized Meng Fei's hand, saying, "Come, look at this fabric. Do you like it?" It appeared Grandmother was crafting a pair of silk pants. Meng Fei examined the fabric, beaming with delight. Grandmother's face crinkled into a smile. "As long as you like it. And you, don't think that just because your brother likes you, you can get away with everything. You must do your part." Her tone shifted sharply to address Sister, her expression stern. Sister bowed her head, remaining silent. Meng Fei merely smiled, choosing not to speak. Before long, the uproar in the kitchen subsided, culminating in a heavy thud of a cleaver striking bone, as Father emerged, drenched in blood. His face bore scratches, and he grimaced, wiping away the blood. "Dinner is ready, everyone." No one inquired about Mother's condition, and Meng Fei refrained from asking. After all, there were rules to adhere to. No matter how dreadful the circumstances, one must act as if they had not seen anything. The five of them gathered at the dining table, this time without Mother. Sister dashed into the kitchen to fetch dishes. Her neck had been severed. Meng Fei squinted. Mother exhibited no reaction, appearing lifeless. A dangerous thought crept into Meng Fei's mind. Sister scurried about, serving dishes, and as everyone finished their meal, she collected the bowls and chopsticks. Perhaps due to the harsh treatment of her daughter-in-law, grandmother was in surprisingly good spirits, refraining from scolding Sister. This meal passed without incident. Meng Fei observed Sister finish clearing the table and voluntarily moved to wash the dishes, while Mother lay motionless. Meng Fei pondered. Could she be pretending to be dead to deceive me? Viewers in the live stream reacted. Is she still pretending to be dead after all this? The blood must have drained by now. It's terrifying. Goodness, I feel like vomiting. Alas, the situation in other live streams was not much better. That little golden retriever had claimed several more victims. It felt eerie. Despite the apparent safety, many had met their demise. Chapter 40. Brave Meng Fei. Fear not the difficulties. Meng Fei squatted at the door for quite some time, and finally, he retrieved his small copper coin and tossed it, landed on heads. I won't die, he muttered, securing the coin tightly before extending a trembling foot. Although death was unlikely, losing an arm or a leg would certainly not be amusing. Better to test the waters first. After trying, he found nothing amiss. Meng Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he darted into the kitchen. It appeared that the rule was directed at his mother. If she were alive, one must absolutely refrain from entering the kitchen. What secrets could the kitchen possibly conceal? Just as Meng Fei was about to rummage through the cupboards, his younger sister spoke up. Brother, you shouldn't touch those things. Meng Fei replied, She warned, you will die. Mother will kill you. Meng Fei dismissed her concern, saying, Oh, that's fine. She can't kill me. With that, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and proceeded to search through the cabinets right in front of her. His sister exclaimed, This is absolutely insane. Meng Fei opened all the kitchen cabinets, and soon he stumbled upon several peculiar items. A gas canister that had turned to an iron shell, a jar of strange meat soaked in yellow wine, and a few tantalizing lace panties. Meng Fei pondered, could it be that Mother harbors some peculiar preferences? Though, he mused, it wasn't that strange. Just lace panties, after all. Children should look away and cover their ears. His sister wore a complex expression, gazing at Meng Fei as if he were utterly foolish. He stuffed the panties into his pockets, thoroughly filling both of the already limited pockets of his psychiatric hospital attire. With the panties in hand, Meng Fei swaggered out of the kitchen alongside his sister. Grandma, I'm off to bed, he greeted her before heading straight into the bedroom. Upon entering, he first pulled out the love letter from his pocket. His sister stood beside him, her expression one of disdain. Meng Fei declared, Come, it's reveal time. He unfolded the letter to reveal a thin sheet of paper and a yellowed, brittle photograph. The image depicted a young couple, the woman clad in a floral dress and the man in a simple suit. Though somewhat blurred, it was unmistakably a picture of his father and mother. Meng Fei stared at the photograph, silently flipping it over to find two lines inscribed on the back, one in neat regular script and the other in delicate cursive. The regular script read, I love you, just as the spring breeze loves the branches, as butterflies adore flowers, as birds cherish the sky. So, marry me, and I shall make you the happiest woman. The cursive script added, Since you love me so dearly, I too shall love you in return. Let us embark together into the hall of matrimony and become a blissful couple. The sweet words of yesteryear stood in stark contrast to the grim reality of the kitchen's secrets. How ironic, Meng Fei pondered. What does this signify? It suggests that a love-struck brain meets a grim fate. The hall of matrimony, more like a graveyard of life. Of course, if anyone were infatuated with me, I would be quite pleased. In the live stream room, I can hear this kid scheming from a mile away. What do we call this? A love-struck brain? Ah, to be loved by a love-struck brain is truly wonderful. What? You like me? That's fine, darling. I adore love-struck brains. Honestly, a love-struck partner is the most adorable little treasure in the world. Alas, what a tragic fate for a woman, as previous vows of eternal love transformed into a scene of chaos and bloodshed. After examining the photograph, Meng Fei unfolded the neatly stacked letter within the envelope. You are the spring breeze. You are the bright moon. You are the most beautiful flower in my heart. Ashamed to speak, unsure how to express my feelings, yet compelled to do so. If I do not voice it, I truly do not know how. Flowing forth, I could easily write an essay of 800 words filled with saccharine sentiments. The contents were enough to make anyone's teeth ache. Having read through it, Meng Fei returned the letter to its rightful place. He had a hunch about the origins of this token of affection. It involved two people, his father and mother. The feelings of resentment and fear from his father might just be a tool to enhance his mother's affection. Meng Fei contemplated how best to proceed. His sister crawled into the wardrobe, casting an inexplicable glance at him. This individual was unlike anyone else, impossible to discern what he was truly thinking. After organizing the envelope, Meng Fei turned to his sister and said, "You should take a look at your math book. Once school starts, if you don't know anything, it would be quite embarrassing for me." His sister retorted, "I am an uncanny being, a bizarre entity from a rule-abiding tale. Just because you're playing the role of an elder brother does not mean you truly are one." Though exasperated internally, she obediently picked up her math book and began reading from the first page. This sensation was rather novel for her. Was this what it felt like to be urged to study? As Meng Fei observed his sister diligently engaging with her math book, he secretly pulled 4 crumpled paper balls from his pocket. Indeed, these were the very paper balls discovered in their parents' bedroom. Meng Fei, in his stealthy manner, appeared brazenly transparent to everyone else, making it all too obvious what he was up to. To avoid detection from his sister, he squatted between the bed and the wall, facing the corner, and cautiously unwrapped the paper balls. Is it necessary to be so secretive over a mere note? I wish to read my sister's diary too. In this position, I can't see anything. How frustrating. Although the live stream had its blind spots, how could it be so thoroughly obscured? Unbeknownst to him, a crowd of eager onlookers awaited the unfolding drama with bated breath. Weather clear. Today, Mother cried. She hid in the kitchen, weeping in secret. I do not know why she cried. Mother rarely sheds tears. Even when scolded or struck by Grandma, she remains stoic. Why is it that she cried this time? Grandpa seems quite cheerful today. He touched my leg, which felt utterly disgusting, so revolting. When Mother saw him touch me, she seemed to lose her mind. She forcefully pinched me in the kitchen, insisting that I must never be alone with Grandpa, nor get too close to him. It is so difficult. I don't like Grandpa either, but he always seems to intrude. Just days ago, he entered my room while I was asleep. So revolting. Weather overcast. Today, everyone appears exceedingly happy, almost overly so. Even Grandma smiled at me. I feel so scared. Father told me I will have a little brother soon. I must love him dearly and be a good sister. I do not wish to be a good sister, yet I still nodded in agreement. Because Mother seems to be genuinely happy, and it appears she hasn't been this joyful in a long while. Thus, I am happy too. Chapter 41. Cognitive Bias, Fatal Behavior Weather. Strong winds today. Mother and Grandmother had a quarrel. It is said that they went to the hospital, where the doctor revealed it would be a little sister. Grandmother was infuriated, insisting that Mother should terminate the pregnancy. What does it mean to terminate? Does it mean hurting the sister? But she is still so small, nestled within Mother's womb. Father also appeared displeased, while Grandfather seemed indifferent, merely wandering off to the kitchen in search of something. Mother wept incessantly, convinced that the baby must be a boy, stating her intent to return to the hospital for further examination. Grandmother berated mother once again. How infuriating! If given the chance in the future, I will ensure that this wretched old woman kneels before me in supplication. Weather. Sunny mother's belly has grown larger. Grandmother claimed that if it were not a boy, she would sell the sister. She remarked that the sister would be quite valuable, even suggesting that had she known, she would have sold me too. Mother seemed anxious yet hopeful, urging me to protect my brother in the future. I asked her what if it were a sister instead. Mother, in a fit of anger, pinched me and commanded me to be silent, asserting that the little one inside her must certainly be a boy. I do not fully comprehend, but that is of little concern. I shall understand in due time. School is pleasant, devoid of grandmother and grandfather, yet I cannot bring mother along. Although mother frequently pinches me, I truly love her dearly. When I grow up, I shall earn a great deal of money to buy mother beautiful dresses, take her out for cream cakes, and purchase a grand house for her. For notes, while seemingly trivial, contain profound insights. The strange research group has begun to seek the underlying logic. Meng Fei has uncovered numerous diaries, leading to the conclusion that there is likely a brother still hidden within the household. However, he has yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he has already perished? Previously, there were reports indicating that this family may have perished in a gas explosion. Moreover, grandfather is truly despicable, utterly repulsive. Let us not digress. Our primary task now is to discover a method to unravel this bizarre narrative. Current information from other streaming rooms suggests that anyone who offends the sister will be attacked by shadows, leading to further conflicts. Aside from the players, the other 5 individuals have suffered casualties. The information is scant, yet did not the sister's diary mention her desire to kill grandmother? I find it hard to believe that the sister is a typical girl. Of course, in such a toxic family environment, how could any girl be considered normal? Other nations have experienced similar narrative horrors, yet thus far, no one has successfully navigated through them. How infuriating! What on earth is the method to break this narrative? The information is so chaotic that it becomes impossible to extract reliable data. After finishing the sister's diary, Meng Fei stuffed the papers into his tiger-headed shoes. The sister remained quietly in the wardrobe, engrossed in her mathematics book. Meng Fei leaned closer, observing her intently, and said, "Silly girl, you can always ask your brother if you don't understand. I am exceptionally clever." The sister inquired, "How many square centimeters are there in 1 square meter?" Meng Fei replied instantly, "I don't know." The sister asked, "Why are you silent?" Meng Fei, looking innocent, said, "Why the silence?" "I am creating gold.to," which Meng Fei remarked, "That joke is rather poor." He then told her another joke. A medium-rare steak and a medium steak met on the road, but neither greeted the other. "Do you know why?" the sister asked. "Why?" Meng Fei answered, "Because they were not acquainted." The sister said nothing, returning to her mathematics book, pencil in hand, attempting to calculate how many square centimeters are in a square meter. After writing just 1 character, she silently set down her pencil, exclaiming, "Darn it, it's clearly 10,000. Why was I even calculating it?" This question is so simple. While Meng Fei and the sister enjoyed their light-hearted banter, the atmosphere in other streaming rooms was far from pleasant. The player from the Xiaobaga family, Gupadati, was still alive but had suffered a significant loss of sanity. Currently, apart from the player who had discovered that the door was a Fixated, the others remained oblivious to the fact that the imposing door before them was a mere illusion. Gupadati also noticed that grandmother seemed to be the strongest, having successfully ingratiated herself with her gender-advantaged. As grandmother disdained the sister, Gupadati decided to keep his distance from her. Not being foolish, Gupadati was unsure whether approaching the door would draw attention to him, so he continued to engage grandmother in conversation with a smile. At that moment, mother and grandfather entered the kitchen. Grandmother sat on the balcony, and father was intently reading the newspaper. Gupadati perceived this as an opportunity. The longer he lingered in this household, the more dreadful he felt. He pretended to go to the refrigerator, then, drawing near to the door, made a sudden dash to grasp the doorknob. However, the door was locked. Cold sweat broke out on Padadi's forehead. He quickly released his grip, wishing to feign nonchalance, yet a loud bang echoed. What was that sound of something slamming shut? In the next moment, the lights dimmed and Father, who had been seated on the sofa, had somehow appeared behind him. A twisted smile stretched across Father's stern, expressionless face, and in an instant, it contorted grotesquely, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Father proclaimed, "Now, only you remain." Padadi's face contorted in disbelief. He awkwardly chuckled. "Father, what are you talking about?" Father should not turn against him. He had not clashed with anyone else. Yet, Father offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. In an instant, Father's neck elongated, his head resembling that of a man-eating flower, and his gaping maw devoured the upper half of Padadi's body. Blood splattered forth like tomato sauce, and amid the crimson chaos, the live stream flickered before plunging into darkness. Player Padadi has perished. Residents of Xiaobaga Nation, please prepare yourselves. The narrative horror will descend at midnight tomorrow. A chorus of curses ensued. How infuriating! Could he not use his brain for once? Why did he have to open the door? Damn it, he could have held on a little longer. Laughter erupted. Is this the so-called elite detective of Xiaobaga? Panic spread. Observers outside, with a goddess eye view, perceived everything as so simple and effortless. Yet, the players entrenched in the narrative horror found themselves bewildered. Many, due to their habitual thinking, believed that this narrative horror was relatively straightforward. Aside from the veteran players who had participated in previous games, the new players tended to underestimate the situation. Although Meng Fei had swiftly identified the guaranteed method to succeed in the last narrative horror, his various actions had led to a significant cognitive bias among them. Chapter 42. More than one shadow? Those who tuned into Meng Fei's live stream instinctively felt that the hotel check-in rules were exceedingly difficult. If they were indeed challenging, it must imply a subsequent simplicity. Yet, in reality, the bizarre rules of the hotel could only be classified as an easy mode within the hierarchy of strange events in the Land of Flowers. After all, the difficulty of a bizarre rule is not gauged by the player's highest capabilities, but rather their lowest. At this moment, Ivan from Bear Country found himself confronted with the most agonizing decision of his life. His grandmother had instructed his sister to nurse the little golden retriever, but in a moment of carelessness, she caused the puppy to choke. Now, their grandmother was pinning the sister to the ground, delivering harsh blows. This frail yet ferocious old woman wielded a rolling pin, mercilessly striking her granddaughter. The grotesque sight of skin torn and bruised was beyond imagination for an ordinary rolling pin. The crack of bones and the sister's faint cries pierced through Ivan's nerves. Ivan recalled his earlier inquiries about Meng Fei. "I shall be a brother who cherishes and listens to his sister." As a man from Bear Country, Ivan struggled to accept the scene before him, for women in their land would never find themselves in such a state of abuse. At the very least, they would engage in mutual harm. Taking a deep breath, Ivan rushed forward, lifting his grandmother away amid her furious roars, and scooped his sister off the ground, darting back to his room. He slammed the door shut, enveloped his sister in his arms, and sighed softly amidst his grandmother's shrieks. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I should have protected you sooner." Cradling his sister, who seemed as fragile as a shattered bone, Ivan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite her near-lifeless state, she leaned against him and smiled, saying, "Thank you, brother. I'm sorry, truly sorry. You must be in so much pain, but I will protect you," Ivan replied, filled with remorse yet relieved. The live stream chat erupted in a cacophony of disputes. Ivan did well. He is a real man. What? Where did he do well? He has already broken the rules, not just one. Are you saying that as a man, he should stand idly by while a defenseless girl is subjected to such cruelty? So what? Is it worth endangering his country for an enigmatic creature? How can you be so certain that Ivan is in the wrong? Ivan pondered, recognizing that his actions might indeed be misguided. Yet, having made his choice, he realized that regret was futile. He muttered, "Even if it was a mistake, since I have resolved to protect you, I will do so diligently. Rest assured, sister." His sister, trembling in his embrace, was covered in blood, even bleeding from her mouth, yet she smiled. Meng Fei was still engaged in a discussion with her about the mysteries of third-grade mathematics. As they debated the intricacies of multiplication and division, a voice boomed from outside. "What time is it? Why aren't you asleep? Hurry to bed." If a family member announced bedtime, one was expected to be in bed within 10 minutes. Meng Fei retorted, "If I recall correctly, didn't we just finish breakfast?" Indeed, Meng Fei was not mistaken. After waking players at 4 in the morning, it was now noon, and time to sleep. Zhao Qi focused intently on the screen. Alongside Meng Fei's live stream, there were other smaller screens displaying relatively stable survivor players. Upon hearing the announcement, their SAN values fluctuated to varying degrees. Only Meng Fei remained unaffected, his SAN value showing no signs of disturbance. As the call for sleep echoed, nearly all players, save for Meng Fei, hurried back to their bedrooms. Even those searching for clues immediately set aside their tasks. Meanwhile, Meng Fei continued his discussion on how to memorize multiplication tables. His sister suggested, "Just recite them in order." Meng Fei countered, "No, you should recite it like this. 1 times 1 equals 2. Which math teacher told you that 1 times 1 equals 2? His sister exclaimed, exasperated, even contemplating prying open Meng Fei's head to see what was inside. However, Meng Fei swiftly lifted her and tossed her onto the bed. The bed creaked a mournful protest, then began to groan. Meng Fei held her tightly, pressing her small head against his chest, stating, "It's time for bed. We need to sleep." Leaning against Meng Fei, his sister fell silent. Who wouldn't he be silent? The last 2 unfortunate souls from the previous dungeon had succumbed to silence at Meng Fei's behest. When Meng Fei declared it was time to sleep, he closed his eyes, appearing as if lifeless. During this period of slumber, Meng Fei's live stream did not witness any anomalies. The lights remained steady and did not suddenly extinguish. However, in other live streams, several players faced unspeakable entities lurking in the darkness. Zhao Qi stroked his chin, contemplating the patterns of shadow appearances. It seemed they did not manifest every sleep cycle. In Hulua remarked, "Moreover, as long as one does not react in a manner deemed awake, the shadows will not strike lethally." Meng Fei had no reason to worry, but the situation for others was dire, especially for the players from Bear Country, who faced even graver circumstances. "Something's off. Look closely. Is there more than one shadow in his room?" In Hulua's voice trembled slightly. Ivan lay in bed, his sister's weak breaths held tightly in his embrace. Feeling somewhat resigned, Ivan thought, since he had already violated the rules, death was inevitable. Therefore, he resolved to see it through. Before his demise, he would ensure that his sister would suffer no further harm. Ivan's breaths quickened as he held his sister protectively. A cold hand brushed against his neck, causing his heart to nearly cease. Not just one hand. His feet were being tugged by another, while yet another clawed at his arms. Ivan remained stoic, clutching his sister tightly, refusing to let go. These insidious actions persisted for a while, leaving Ivan's mind in disarray. Yet one conviction remained unwavering. He would not release his hold on his sister. Eventually, the shadows retreated without incident. However, Ivan's SAN value had plummeted to around 70. This was still commendable, considering he had triggered so many rules at once. Not succumbing to madness was a testament to his mental fortitude. As for the other players, many could not withstand the intangible death threats posed by the shadows, causing their SAN values to drop to 60 or even lower. In Hulua side, realizing that watching horror films regularly had its benefits, at the very least, one would understand that scaring oneself was the quickest path to demise. Chapter 43, Chaotic Time, The Resurrected Mother. The most perilous aspect is the fear we instill within ourselves. In the realm of bizarre narratives, the more one fears death, the swifter it approaches. The SAN value determines the longevity of a person's life. Aside from the occasional shadow emerging from the darkness, no other terrifying events transpired during this period of slumber. The peculiar research group from the Flower Nation issued a statement indicating that this particular bizarre narrative may extend over several days, urging the public not to remain glued to the live broadcast and to prioritize their rest. The live stream had now extended for 24 hours. The audience's enthusiasm had waned considerably since the beginning, with many choosing to abandon the experience altogether. This was not a form of entertainment. It was a torment. The viewers, akin to players, endured this slow-burning agony. During the sleeping hours, Zhao Qi instructed Yin Lu to take a portion of the researchers to rest. Yin Lu, acknowledging her age, did not protest and led those who could no longer endure to rest, assuring Zhao Qi to contact her promptly should any issues arise. Shen Xiuqing, on the other hand, exhibited no signs of fatigue. His eyes were fixed on the screen, attempting to deduce what Meng Fei intended to do based on his past experiences. What a futile endeavor! If he could truly fathom Meng Fei's thoughts, it would indeed be a miracle. Zhao Qi remained silently observing the screen, scrutinizing the shadows displayed, while he began to jot down notes and sketches. Can we still hold on? For now, let us investigate those live streams featuring multiple shadows, and let us divide the tasks. Xiao Zhao, you handle these streams and document whether the players have offended their families. Additionally, there are several players who opened doors. How did they meet their demise? Did they open the door before dying? What lay beyond the door? Record everything. And Xiaopeng, we haven't tea eaten yet, so please bring us some food. Meng Fei is working diligently in this bizarre narrative. We must not slacken our efforts either. We are not mere spectators. Zhao Qi muttered to himself. This was a suffocating period of time, for within the bizarre narrative, nothing horrific or violent had occurred. It felt akin to knowing there was a dog poised to bite you, yet having no idea from where it would spring or when it would strike. Although nothing was transpiring, the players' end values continued to plummet. Time trickled by slowly, until at 6 in the evening, a paternal voice resonated outside the players' quarters. Rise and shine. It's time for dinner. Meng Fei opened his eyes and smiled, realizing the situation. No wonder there was no timing device in the house. Even the television programs lacked a time display. This foolish contraption seemed intent on disorienting one's perception of time. Meng Fei scratched his head and sat up. His younger sister snuggled beside him, gazing at him with wide eyes. Meng Fei chuckled, extending his hand to playfully poke her nose. You little rascal. His sister responded, This is truly unsettling. Zhao Qi fixated on. Then from 4 o'clock until 6 o'clock in the evening, it added another 14 hours. Meng Fei was correct. If the players could not firmly believe in the flow of time, they would start doubting themselves. If I am not mistaken, the time between waking and getting up would become exceedingly chaotic, wouldn't it? Zhao Qi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Meng Fei was right. The number of survivors in this bizarre narrative would undoubtedly not exceed 10. The atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful. Someone remarked, So, if Meng Fei fails, is this the bizarre narrative we will have to confront? This bizarre narrative was arguably the most challenging small-scale narrative to date, and no solution had yet emerged. Zhao Qi sighed softly, turning his head with a smile. Do not worry. We have other methods. The supervisory team will not allow these entities to proliferate unchecked. Even if Meng Fei fails, it is of no consequence. We in the Flower Nation possess contingency plans. Trust in our country and give your all. We must assist Meng Fei. We still have a chance. Now, gather as much information as you can. Tonight, we must produce something substantial. Meng Fei rose, taking his sister with him as they exited the bedroom. They then spotted their mother, engrossed in mopping the floor. Meng Fei tilted his head and called out, Mother? Her movements paused momentarily. Please do me a favor and clean the floor. I will go prepare dinner. All right, Meng Fei replied. walking over to take the mop and began cleaning. Mother truly went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Meng Fei observed her back. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Meng Fei doubted himself. After all, the sight of his mother lying lifeless on the kitchen floor was still fresh in his memory. It was not just Meng Fei. Many players were now questioning their own realities. For them, it was as if someone had died in the household yesterday, be it father, mother, sister, or grandfather. Someone had certainly passed away. Yet today, being awakened to see the very person who had died yesterday standing alive before them was a profound shock. Some players managed to maintain their composure, reasoning that as strange entities, resurrection was nothing to be alarmed about. However, others were losing their grip. Players from the Romantic Nation even screamed, drawing crosses on their chests and pleading for divine salvation. They were utterly unhinged. The panicked players were then besieged by their family members, torn to shreds. Panic spread like wildfire. Meng Fei smacked his lips and pulled out a lace handkerchief from his pocket. It seems that family members return to their former states, but I wonder if they retain any memories from before. If they do. Meng Fei's gaze shifted between his father, silently observing the newspaper from the sofa, and his mother, bustling about in the kitchen. It is said that tracing AZ with one's eyes signifies cunning. But why is he so oblivious? I feel terrified yet strangely unafraid. It's utterly bewildering, I have no idea. It's all so chaotic. I sense my SN value is likely deteriorating as well. Meng Fei did not continue speaking, but his thoughts remained unbroken. This couple is truly formidable. They have managed to feign normalcy after having one of their own perish, so they lack any memories from before? Do they have their memories wiped clean after sleeping? Or is there something else? A shiver coursed through Meng Fei's skin as his gaze darkened. There must be more lurking beneath the surface. After all, this is a bizarre narrative. Nothing should be surprising in this realm. Chapter 44. Obtaining a new outfit for free. After Meng Fei finished mopping the floor, he accompanied his sister to the kitchen to assist with gathering dishes and utensils. The atmosphere remained unchanged, with their grandmother's acerbic tongue targeting their mother and sister, while their grandfather and father remained silent. After berating the mother and daughter duo, the grandmother's expression softened considerably as she turned to Meng Fei, saying, "My dear grandson, I made you some clothes yesterday. Would you like to take a look?" Meng Fei paused momentarily, his chopstick still clutching an egg, before he beamed, "Sure." He had misjudged the couple, for they were truly ruthless. Even after their father had violently beaten their mother, she remained composed, busily tending to household chores and preparing meals for the family. Such an act was indeed impressive, devoid of any trace of resentment. Meng Fei cast a sidelong glance at his mother, who sat in silence, eating plain rice, her head bowed and eyes downcast, resembling a mere punching bag. Meng Fei thought to himself, why does it feel like she is a puppet? After finishing their meal, Meng Fei led his sister to their grandmother's bedroom, where she proudly displayed the new clothes she had made for him. It was a black garment with red trims and adorned with red floral buttons. The sleeves were approximately 3/4 long and slightly oversized. The grandmother, beaming with delight, urged, "Come, try it on." Meng Fei responded, "All right." He swiftly removed his hospital gown and donned the fabric. The sight of his faintly defined abdominal muscles was shocking, leaving him utterly astounded. The contrast of his pale skin with the cherry red was overwhelming, and he could hardly contain himself. "I could become wealthy just by collecting discarded pants, brothers. Hurry up and collect," he exclaimed. "No peeking. Anyone who dares to look at my new wife will be dragged out. Honestly, this is madness. And may I remind you, this is a live stream for the bizarre tales." Meng Fei scoffed, "Oh please, you won't be able to resist me." Zhaoqi interjected, "Hey, Minister Chun, can you manage the comments in this live stream? It's filled with nonsense. Is this serious? Is it appropriate?" Minister Chen replied, "Do you think I can control the comments in a strange live stream? I'm just grateful they even allow players to use the restroom without a mosaic. Zhao Qi retorted, Bah. Minister Chen snapped back, Zhao Qi, say one more word. Zhao Qi, with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, hung up the phone and powered off his device, executing the actions seamlessly. Shen Xiuqing pondered, having previously believed herself to be quite unreliable, now found herself wondering if she was indeed somewhat dependable. Meng Fei admired his new attire, glancing around and expressing his gratitude to his grandmother. Thank you. It looks wonderful. The grandmother's face radiated with joy. Oh, no need to be polite. Wait, I'll also make you some shoes, trousers, and a shirt to go with it. Meng Fei replied, That would be great. Thank you, Grandma. He truly needed a pair of cloth shoes. His sister stood nearby, silently fidgeting with her hands. Meng Fei said, I'll be off now, Grandma. Take care. All right, dear Duppy, by the way, could you take care of the little one for me? I'll hurry and finish your clothes, the grandmother instructed, shoving the puppy into Meng Fei's arms while adding, If the little one makes a mess, just have that wretched person clean it up. And if it needs milk, go find that wretched person for it as well. You needn't worry about anything else. Just keep that little brat away from my darling. With a scornful glance at his sister, the grandmother coldly remarked, That little wretch has no good intentions. Meng Fei chose not to argue, as he still desired those clothes. Cradling the hefty golden retriever, he stepped outside, followed silently by his sister. Meng Fei securely held the puppy with one arm while grasping his sister's hand with the other. Shall we go watch some television? Upon exiting the bedroom, Meng Fei found the living room void of any presence. After surveying the area, he noticed the kitchen. Through the frosted glass door, he could vaguely discern two figures entwined, accompanied by suggestive sounds inappropriate for children. Meng Fei raised an eyebrow. His sister stared at the kitchen for a while before lowering her head in silence. Meng Fei suddenly asked, Don't you want to kill him? I can help you. His sister raised an eyebrow, appearing surprised. You can't kill him? Meng Fei chuckled. Oh, really? Perhaps his sister was unaware of how remarkably different she was. Even in the face of something that would terrify any child, she remained detached, observing like a mere bystander. Meng Fei found her intriguing, truly intriguing. They settled in the living room, watching television, while the golden retriever nestled. Meng Fei playfully tossed the puppy into the air, glancing at it and declaring, Come on, you're a strong boy. No need for whimpering. Whimper, the puppy responded. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the kitchen, and with a series of slaps, the kitchen door swung open violently. An aged face emerged, tinged with an unnatural flush, his eyes filled with a repulsive desire that immediately fell upon Meng Fei's sister. The grandfather leered at her, licking his lips as though she were a lamb to the slaughter. Meng Fei's stomach churned at the sight of his grandfather. What did it mean? It signified that the situation would become increasingly unbearable, and that players must endure and suppress their fears, among other things. Yet, the most revolting aspect was the way the grandfather gazed at Meng Fei. Clenching his fists, Meng Fei tried to remain calm. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. I could just gouge his eyes out. Despite the surge of rage coursing, other players, however, seemed far less fortunate, particularly the female players. The grandfather's lewd desires were utterly detestable. He even dared to touch the thighs of female players at the dining table, his actions repugnant and sleazy. Some female players were too intimidated to resist, and a few even appeared submissive, especially from countries notorious for their patriarchal views. They approached him, clearly intent on ingratiating themselves in hopes of survival. Yet, their naivety was striking. Meng Fei had barely managed to contain himself for a few minutes when his grandmother emerged, instantly recognizing the grandfather's perverse expression. Chapter 45. Try moving again. Grandmother's expression transformed instantaneously into one of extreme displeasure, and she screamed, You shameless wretch! She charged at grandfather, delivering fierce slaps to his face, exclaiming, How can you be so devoid of shame? How can you be so shameless? Grandfather, yelping in distress, curled up and scurried away, pleading, "Stop hitting me, please." Grandmother, grasping at his hair, clawed at his face, shouting, "You brazen scoundrel!" Grandfather, rolling and scrambling, finally managed to break free from grandmother's assault, darting into the bedroom and slamming the door shut with great force. Grandmother, panting heavily, pounded on the door, declaring, "You shameless old fool! Shameless!" Meng Fei remarked, "Well struck, splendidly done," causing the frog to croak. Younger sister chuckled softly. Meng Fei discreetly cast a glance her way, realizing, ah yes, that's the very sensation. The feeling of being an outsider. She seemed to regard the chaotic scene as nothing more than a jest, unfazed even though her mother had just endured such humiliation. Grandmother, unable to pry open the door, furiously kicked it several times before pivoting to glare at the kitchen, her eyes narrowing with intensity. "Wretched woman, today I shall make you understand what shame truly means." As she spoke, she surged into the kitchen like a swift predator, yanking open the door and storming in, where she seized Mother, who had yet to fully dress, and began to unleash a torrent of blows upon her. Meng Fei mused, only a world where Mother is injured has been established. Younger sister, displeased by this statement, retorted, "You mustn't say that. I dislike hearing it." Meng Fei replied, all right, then could you keep an eye on the golden retriever for me?" Younger sister tilted her head, casting a somewhat eerie glance at the whimpering golden retriever. Meng Fei continued, "Just watch over it. Should be no trouble, right?" After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Ignoring the anguished cries emanating from the kitchen, Meng Fei pirouetted, leaping into the balcony. This space had always been occupied by grandmother, and due to her animosity towards younger sister, Meng Fei had never ventured there. Now, however, it was the perfect opportunity to discover what lay within. As he surveyed the not particularly large balcony, he noted a lounge chair and a circle of flower stands, adorned with well-tended plants. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon 2 intact paper balls in the corner, along with another wedged into a flower pot. Not in a rush to inspect them, he tucked the paper balls into his sleeve and continued his search, even delving into the flower pot. To his surprise, he found an object that appeared peculiar, resembling a small box. It was caked in dirt, filthy, and when shaken, it seemed hollow. This little box bore no seams, and despite his efforts to pry it open, it remained steadfastly shut. It appeared to be a solid wooden toy. Feeling somewhat perplexed, he returned the object to the flower pot. The balcony yielded no further items of interest. As he sauntered out, he caught sight of blood smeared across the frosted glass door of the kitchen, and, coupled with the earlier screams, it was not difficult to surmise that Mother was the victim once more. Meng Fei pondered that in the next moment, Father emerged from his room, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, stating, "It's time for bed. You all should be sleeping." Meng Fei replied, "Oh." At this juncture, the clock in the real world read 10 o'clock in the evening. The so-called daytime of the third day was merely 4 hours long. Zhao Qi felt a pang of anxiety. In this disordered timeline, could Meng Fei truly remain alert? Meng Fei exhibited no reaction whatsoever. For someone who had spent countless hours alone in a dark room, akin to a prison cell, with only a nurse appearing at scheduled intervals to administer medication and meals, he would undoubtedly be unfazed by the chaos of time. His own experience with temporal disarray had occurred innumerable times. Meng Fei merely watched as his bloodied grandmother cheerfully scooped up the golden retriever, behaving as if nothing were amiss. The longer the situation persisted, the more surreal it became. He escorted younger sister back to the bedroom and swiftly climbed into bed, plunging into darkness. This time, Meng Fei's room was enveloped in shadows. A dark figure stealthily entered through the door, creeping towards Meng Fei's bedside, yet rather than disturbing him, it attempted to tug younger sister away. Meng Fei growled, "Dare to move again, and I swear." The shadow hesitated, turning to face Meng Fei, who lay with closed eyes, a serene expression gracing his features, even smacking his lips. The shadow continued to pull at younger sister. A grim voice emerged. "Touch her once more, and I'll make sure to shove that thing of yours down your throat." The shadow stood frozen at the edge of the bed, staring intently at Meng Fei, before extending a hand to caress his face. Meng Fei exclaimed, "My face is not for the likes of you to touch freely. You better watch out. If I don't deal with you, I'll make sure to share your surname." That night, numerous players began to experience hallucinations. What had merely been a test for the shadow transformed in their minds into an imminent threat to their lives. Some, gripped by fear, clashed with their families. Even if nothing transpired, the dread had already taken root. Ivan, in particular, had violated multiple rules, for shadows now inhabited his room, tugging at his skin, probing, and threatening him. He could only clutch younger sister tightly in his embrace. With her wounds still unhealed, Ivan chose to remain within the confines of the bedroom to protect her, ensuring no one else could enter, locking doors and windows, believing that as long as the lights remained off, no other dangers would arise. Ivan sought to buy some time. Younger sister leaned against Ivan, a bizarre smile of contentment gracing her lips. This night proved to be arduous for many players. In the real world, at 2 in the morning, family voices resonated once more. It was time to rise and eat. Zhao Qi, sipping concentrated coffee, fixated intently on the screen. He had not slept for 36 hours, continuously monitoring other live streams alongside Meng Fei's. Ian and Lu, having rested for a few hours, returned. Others also took their places, each sporting varying degrees of dark circles under their eyes. Zhao Qi took a sip of his coffee and declared, "Let us consolidate our information. I believe we are not far from a breakthrough." As it appeared, the door was not the correct path to advancement. The key point lay with younger sister. Although others could be resurrected, she could not. Even injured, she would not recover by the next day. Based on the information gathered, these were the hypotheses we could formulate. Chapter 46. Simply indulge your sister to the fullest. First and foremost, to achieve a successful outcome, one must eliminate the sister. This explanation arises from the perpetual torment she endures. To liberate her, one must resort to her demise, a duty that falls upon the elder brother. Although this rationale may seem rather implausible, it becomes clearer when considering the rules, which demand the brother to be a transparent figure, yet paradoxically, he may indeed kill the sister. This particular course of action has yet to be attempted, and it may even carry additional stipulations, such as the sister's voluntary request. Ian and Lu remarked, however, the risk is exceedingly high, and there are no leads. Zhao Qi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that further possibilities exist. The second potential option involves the elimination of the grandmother and grandfather. From the clues gathered by Meng Fei during the live broadcast, it is evident that the sister harbors affection for her mother, yet her grandparents are the source of her suffering. This scenario appears to hold greater plausibility. Indeed, I believe the diary is undoubtedly the most significant artifact. Rather than merely, it is not beyond reason that it might also fulfill the sister's desires. Returning to the beginning, the identity of the elder brother only holds validity in relation to the sister. The enigmatic research group is diligently enumerating possibilities, preparing to relay their findings to Meng Fei at 2 o'clock in the morning. Not only the players but also researchers from various nations are enduring torment. The Flower Nation has even received inquiries from multiple countries, all with a singular purpose. If the Flower Nation has developed a viable solution, they implore its disclosure. Currently, over 40 nations have descended into the peculiar realm of the family game, and many individuals have ventured into this bizarre narrative, with some failing to endure even an hour before meeting their demise. Panic is spreading like wildfire. Numerous countries have dispatched military forces to transport death row inmates and other criminals to the site of the family game, all to protect innocent civilians from harm. The condemned criminal laments, "How truly bitter this is. Zhao Qi's hair is falling out in clumps, exclaiming, "I have no time for this. Who knows what the method to succeed is? These are merely possibilities. You may as well give it a try." Zhao Qi contacted the higher-ups and, upon receiving permission, released the conjectures regarding potential methods of success. This serves the Flower Nation's interests as well. After all, should someone truly discover the means to succeed, Meng Fei could safely navigate through this peculiar narrative. Meng Fei scoffed, "Bah, you old bastard." He grimaced as he rubbed his face and then lifted his sister, saying, "Can you really tolerate this?" Upon exiting, he encountered their mother once more. "Greetings, my unfortunate mother." The mother's complexion darkened slightly. She uttered no words and turned away to busy herself in the kitchen. Meng Fei instructed his sister to assist their mother and then retreated to his room, securely locking the doors and windows. He began to examine the 3 crumpled pieces of paper he had discovered on the balcony. The weather was windy. "Today, there is no one at home, and I feel so scared." I ate some steamed buns, adding a bit of pickled vegetables inside. They were truly delicious. My mood has improved significantly, but the room is so dark, and I constantly feel as though something sinister lurks in the corners, watching me. By midnight, my father, grandmother, and grandfather returned. Grandmother was overjoyed and even gave me candy. Father informed me that I now have a younger brother and urged me to be a good sister, to protect and cherish him, and to listen to his wishes. I was surprised to see my father smile. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly at home. It was just my mother and me, along with that soft little brother. He is only half a month old, his eyes still unable to open, and he is rather adorable. Mother asked me to keep an eye on my brother while she tended to household chores, sweeping, mopping, cleaning the kitchen, and washing the bed linens. We do not own a washing machine. Grandmother insists it is too expensive, so mother must wash by hand. Today, it was also grandmother who instructed mother to wash the clothes. While mother washed the bed linens, she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing loudly. I rushed over, and mother embraced me, saying she was wrong. She had believed everything would change, that it would all be different. Mother expressed her deep-seated hatred for them, her anger palpable. Mother's belly was bleeding profusely, soaking through her clothes, and I felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Finally, there was that half-page of the diary, stained with muddy water. The weather was beautiful, the sun shining brightly, and the wind gentle. Mother was punished by grandmother again for not producing milk. Grandmother called mother a worthless burden and claimed I was the same. I didn't mind. But mother was truly distressed. She cooked while weeping, stifling her cries. I stood beside her, watching, and I asked, "If I were to kill them, would you be happy, mother?" Mother was taken aback, looking at me in disbelief, asking, "How could you even think of killing them?" I pondered seriously. The latter half of the page had been soaked in muddy water, rendering the writing illegible. Meng Fei stared at the diary, muttering, "Ah, what is it that you truly desire?" At some point, his sister had appeared behind him, gazing intently at Meng Fei. "Brother," she said. Meng Fei tucked away the diary and turned to face her. This malnourished, emaciated girl bore no resemblance to a third-grade student. Yet, she looked at Meng Fei with a sweet smile. "Brother, are you reading my diary again?" Meng Fei replied, "So, do you have something you wish to share with me?" The sister cheerfully shook her head, and in that moment, she was no longer the apathetic, puppet-like girl. She responded, "No, I have nothing to say to my brother." Meng Fei did not press her further. He took her hand and led her out of the bedroom towards the dining table, where he savored a sumptuous meal. Afterward, he returned to the bedroom with his sister to study language and mathematics, also taking the opportunity to teach her English. Is there no English textbook? I recall we began learning English in 3rd grade. No matter, let's start with phonetics. The sister propped her chin on her hands, lying on the floor, her little feet swinging back and forth. She even hummed a cheerful tune, happily following Meng Fei's lead in learning phonetics. The study session lasted at least 3 to 4 hours, yet Contrary to what others might have speculated, no one mentioned bedtime. Meng Fei stepped out momentarily to use the restroom, and his sister trailed behind like a little shadow. Meng Fei closed the bathroom door, leaving his sister outside, listening to her joyfully singing the alphabet song. As Meng Fei contemplated, he raised his head and said, "If there are still fortunate souls alive, and if their country has the means to communicate, then please relay this message for me. Simply indulge your sister to the fullest." Meng Fei spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhao Qi listened in silence. No, he thought, this judgment seems rather hasty. Protests were raised. Based on Meng Fei's actions, he did not appear to be indulging his sister. Furthermore, Ivan, who had steadfastly believed in Meng Fei's initial judgment and had been resolutely protecting his sister, had gone without food or water for an entire day and night. Chapter 47. The first player to successfully clear house play, protecting his sister, far from bringing Ivan any advantages, only led him to transgress numerous rules. Zhao Qi found it perplexing, particularly because Meng Fei's actions were inconsistent with his words. Let us add this possibility to our considerations for clearing the game. As for Meng Fei, we shall observe further. Shen Xiuqing had also been awake, remarking, "Since Meng Fei has said so, it must be nearly he likely has other plans in mind." As Meng Fei concluded his physiological activities and stepped outside, his sister was still hopping on the tiled floor, engaged in her game. Grandmother cradled a golden retriever while sewing on the sofa, and grandfather remained glued to the television. Father was absent from the living room, presumably retreating to his bedroom, while mother busied herself in the kitchen. With a flicker of mischief in his eyes, Meng Fei conceived a devious idea, yet he chose not to act upon it just yet. He led his sister directly to their bedroom. While other players trembled in fear, striving to appease their families and seeking an escape route, Meng Fei was teaching his sister about quadratic functions. Meng Fei remarked, "I find this too simple. Let us switch to learning about bivariate quadratic functions." His sister, however, had lost her smile. The day felt particularly interminable, and many players had received harsh lessons. It was futile to rely on beauty to gain favor with grandfather, for should grandmother discover it, the consequences would be dire. Adhering scrupulously to all rules and remaining a fearless outsider was the only way to survive. Yet, hope eluded everyone. Following these rules, how could one escape this home? Any player with a modicum of sense would not blindly believe that the grand door was the exit. After all, doors could be locked from the inside as well. Without any breakthrough, the most plausible means of escape for the players lay in winning over a single individual's favor, thereby leveraging the family's power to flee out of course. There were those who ventured down unconventional paths, such as the stunning Lijia from Kangaroo Country. Lijia, a quintessential blonde beauty, had not dared to enter her parents' bedroom, but in comparison to her rather unattractive grandfather, she set her sights on her father. Lijia was acutely aware that her father was likely the strongest, and the primary reason he was subdued by grandmother stemmed from his respect for her. Thus, Lijia endeavored to win her father's favor, even bringing her sister into his bedroom for good measure. With a charming smile and an alluring demeanor, Lijia gazed at her father. He tilted his head, his eyes deep and contemplative as he looked at her, then broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Ivan was enduring great torment. He had not consumed water for an entire day, even resorting to opening a window. His sister began to develop a high fever, crying out for water. Ivan knew he was doomed, yet before his demise, he wished for his sister to survive. He gently caressed her dry hair, his sanity gradually slipping away. Ivan murmured, "I have always longed for a sister. My sister must be the most adorable in the world. Thank you, my sister." As he mumbled, he felt a painful thirst in his throat, regretting having squandered the remaining water resources. Outside the door lurked watchful family members. Ivan pulled a small knife from his pocket, pilfered from the living room coffee table. This marked Ivan's second encounter with the rules of the bizarre game. Though it was regrettable, perhaps this was where his journey would conclude. With a sigh, Ivan sliced open his fingertip, offering his blood to his sister. "Please, I have betrayed my country. Just survive." His sister greedily licked the blood, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light. This was disastrous. Had it not been stated that one must not feed their sister meat? Did blood yield the same effect? Ivan was doomed. Damn it, he thought. How could one be kind in a game of rules? His impulsiveness would be his undoing, and potentially theirs as well. Having drunk the blood, his sister felt invigorated. She suddenly seized Ivan's arm and bit down fiercely. Ivan screamed in agony but managed to utter, "I'm sorry." This apology was uncertain in its recipient. Yet, his sister paid no heed to Ivan, voraciously devouring his arm. In mere moments, blood spilled profusely as Ivan attempted to resist, but his empty stomach rendered him no match for his sister. She nearly consumed his entire arm, gazing at Ivan, who lay on the ground, gasping in pain. This seemingly harmless sister wiped her mouth and asked, "Do you regret it?" Ivan, drenched in cold sweat and with a dazed expression, shook his head upon hearing her question. "To protect the weak is my will. Even if I pay a price for it, at least I have safeguarded you, right?" Ivan forced a smile. His sister looked at him, her face smeared with blood, yet at that moment, she smiled, her expression pure and sweet. "Yes, brother. You have protected me. Thank you, brother." Grasping both of Ivan's legs, she dragged him toward the wardrobe. She tore down the tattered cloth strips inside, revealing a tightly shut door beneath the thick fabric. The door was small, perfectly fitting the bottom of the wardrobe. Her sister rushed outside, emboldened by her meal, and with a fierce roar, she drove their family away before returning. In her hands, she clutched a small, muddy box. Beaming, she stood before Ivan and declared, "You succeeded. You are a good brother. So, my beloved brother, the one who listens to me, be prepared." She fiddled with the box, and from an unknown corner, she pried out a small wooden block. In the next instant, the little door in the wardrobe swung open with a click. Ivan, astonished, gazed at his sister, blood smeared on his face, his skeletal arm bleeding profusely, nearing death. His sister, seeing the door ajar, scooped him up in a princess carry and shoved him through the small opening. As he departed, Ivan clutched his sister's arm in confusion. She flashed a radiant smile and said, "Thank you. You truly care for me, Dsio. No need for thanks." Ivan replied, "No, I don't understand." Leaning closer, his sister kissed his cheek and said, "No need to understand. Just leave this hell." With a sudden shove, Ivan fell through. Congratulations to the player Ivan from Bear Country for successfully clearing the rules of the bizarre game, Houseplay. This peculiar live stream comes to an end here. Player Ivan's condition will be fully restored. Ivan from Bear Country has become the first player to successfully clear Houseplay. Chapter 48. This is not merely a home. It is a paradise. No one anticipated that the wardrobe in which my sister resided was, in fact, the genuine portal to escape. Everyone was taken aback, yet even if the entire world were privy to the method of passage, they would remain powerless. Apart from the flower-planting family, which had one final opportunity for communication, Zhao Qi stared at the screen in disbelief, his heart racing. Could it truly be that this was the way to clear the level? Contact Meng Fei. Contact Meng Fei. Hurry. However, Shen Xiuqing interjected, "No, it's not that simple. The opening of that door requires that box." Zhao Qi grew increasingly agitated, realizing, yes, the box. Hadn't Meng Fei already located that box? It was right there on the balcony. Hele, however, was not as stirred. She pondered for a moment and remarked, "That box can likely only be controlled by my sister." When Meng Fei obtained the box, he didn't notice anything unusual. Nevertheless, he must have already realized something, which is why he said he would strive to please his sister. So, does that mean that apart from Ivan and Meng Fei, the other players have misunderstood? The initial rule imposed by my sister was not a jest. It was indeed the most critical rule, damn it, but the subsequent rules made us perceive my sister as the weakest and most useless. Curse this insidious web of rules. Members of the flower-planting family's bizarre research group gazed at the players on the screen, desperately trying to appease their grandparents and parents, and a sense of pity unexpectedly welled up within them. How utterly unfortunate, ensnared by the convoluted rules. Meng Fei had once claimed that no player would clear the level with more than 2 hands. He was indeed conservative in his assessment. Not only was the bizarre research group astonished, but the entire world was taken aback as well. Everyone, wait a moment, let me sort this out. Damn, this is confusing. Does anyone understand to explain it to us? Wait, my brain's CPU has overheated. I'm bewildered. Bewildered? I'm completely frozen. So, this is how the level was cleared. Just like that. So simple? No, can it really be that simple? Entering this dungeon, even if I had 9 lives, I couldn't clear it. Is this truly a game for humans? Damn, that little beauty who was mingling with Grandpa was killed by Grandma. I just want to know, what happened to the one who was with Dad? Not dead yet, taking a different route, only to veer off course. Ivan actually cleared the level due to his kindness. I am truly astounded. Since when did the rules of this bizarre game advocate for truth, goodness, and beauty? Upon further reflection, even if they do promote truth, goodness, and beauty, it isn't problematic. Zhaoqi exclaimed, "Let us contact Meng Fei directly. Inform him of the method to clear the level." Xin Xiuqing pondered for a moment, but shook her head. No, this fellow is too straightforward. If you contact him, he might just go off the rails. Zhaoqi replied, I almost forgot. This kid is a bit of a lunatic. Inhele added, I think so too. Meng Fei must have other plans, so let us wait a bit longer. Zhaoqi lamented, Woe is me, you all just enjoy bullying me. Inhele retorted, Old Zhao, do you believe I want to kick you right now? Zhaoqi laughed, Oh come on, it was just a joke. Now that we know the method to clear the level, I'll take a nap, and if any issues arise, you can find me. With that, Zhaoqi called to the other group members, indicating that there was no significant problem, and it was time to rest. The sudden revelation of the clearing method brought joy, and exhausted members also intended to rest in the adjacent dormitory for a bit. After a day and night without sleep, even iron men would struggle to endure. Zhaoqi left for half an hour, then strolled back, sat down, and resumed watching the live stream. Inhele was busy organizing information and asked, Can't sleep? Zhaoqi chuckled wryly, Sleep? Not a chance. The live stream continued. On Meng Fei's end, everything was proceeding smoothly. The time had transitioned from 2 a.m. to 2 p.m., marking the passage of 12 hours, yet it was not yet time for rest. Currently, there were 36 surviving players, one having cleared the level and 66 deceased. The bizarre game had consumed 48 hours. After experiencing several rapid cycles of day and night, players began to question themselves, wondering why time felt so excruciating. The idle players were at a loss for what to do. Their families were in dire danger, and they targeted their efforts at pleasing certain individuals while also assisting other family members with tasks. Even sitting on the sofa watching television felt restless. Some players, whose mental state remained stable, opted for a conservative approach and returned to their rooms to sleep. This was indeed a cautious strategy. However, a low SAN value would render players incapable of achieving normal sleep. The players' anxious states also impacted the viewers. Meng Fei and his sister made another trip to the restroom. After all, nature calls. As Meng Fei gazed at the bathroom wall, for a fleeting moment, he saw a shadow hanging from the showerhead reflected in the tiles. Meng Fei thought, what a cliché trope. My mental preparation is already worn out. This lacks any creativity. He pulled up his pants and sauntered out of the bathroom. His sister stood at the door, tilting her little head, and suddenly asked, Brother, do you want to leave home? Meng Fei replied instantly, Not at all. Why would I want to leave home? Mom's cooking is absolutely delicious. Grandma makes me new clothes to wear. Grandpa watches the most inappropriate shows. There's a little golden retriever to pet, and I can help my sister with her studies. This is not merely a home. It is a paradise. His sister inquired, Is he really sincere? However, she lamented, But I really don't want to learn about derivatives, functions, ellipses, or even the intricacies of advanced English grammar and chemical reactions. Meng Fei took his sister's hand and said, "Do you understand the substitution reaction we just learned?" His sister shook her head in despair and confusion. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Oh, my silly sister. How about this? Let us learn about genes instead. That one is much easier." His sister responded with a puzzled expression. This was a long day, stretching from 2 a.m. to 8 p.m., an exhausting 16 hours. Zhaoqi suddenly had a thought. More people would likely perish that night. Inhele concurred, indeed, as nearly all players' SAN values have plummeted to 60. The 16-hour night dragged on. Players were unaware, they merely felt that time was unbearably slow. Meng Fei, meanwhile, was blissfully deep in sleep. His sister, however, was restless, unable to sleep, her mind swirling with thoughts of DNA, RNA, double helices, substitution reactions, valences, and derivatives. At that moment, the lights flickered off, and 4 shadows appeared at Meng Fei's bedside. Whispering silently, one shadow then grabbed a hemp rope and ensnared Meng Fei's neck, the other end tied to the headboard. Most players experienced a similar fate, with some driven mad by the impending sense of death, unable to maintain their composure. Chapter 49. The stricken rule: the player, feigning slumber, was mercilessly torn apart by the shadow, leaving only the haunting echoes of their agonizing screams. Do not violate the rules. This is the fundamental principle of survival. Regardless of the shadow's actions, Meng Fei remained as steadfast as a mountain, offering no reaction unless his sister was threatened. Even when a sharp blade was pressed against his eye, his breath remained undisturbed. It was the researchers, anxiously waiting, who bore the brunt of the tension. Zhaoqi and Inhelu even felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had disclosed the solution to the challenge to Meng Fei earlier. After enduring 16 hours of mental torment, of the 36 players, only 11 remained. When the lights flickered back on, a collective sigh of relief was released. 18 noon. The voice of their father echoed once more, calling them to rise for a meal. Meng Fei languidly opened his eyes, gazing at his sister, who Chapter 50. The arrival of the ultimate power. Ding ding ding. Meng Fei declared. As long as you ask, I shall. If his sister were to seek his help, he would certainly oblige. Yet, his sister merely smiled faintly and shook her head. She did not require assistance, nor did she wish for Meng Fei to suffer because of her. Confounded, Meng Fei gazed intently at his sister, observing the chaos that unfolded around them. Yet he refrained from intervening. Their father, hearing the commotion outside, emerged to find grandmother and mother entangled in a fierce struggle. Without uttering a word, he seized the ashtray from the coffee table and struck it against Mother's head without a moment's hesitation. The sound reverberated ominously. Startled, sister shivered. Mother's face was a grim tableau of blood and tears as she fought frantically with the two, only to have her skull brutally shattered by Father's blow. The woman's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, a pitiable sight. Father discarded the shattered ashtray, casting a cold glance at Mother before aiding grandmother to her feet. With a sneer, grandmother spat, "How shameless! Daring to lay hands on me! You deserve to die." Father, with a submissive demeanor, consoled grandmother. "Do not be angry, Mother. What a dutiful son he was." Grandfather stealthily detained sister's foot. Zhaoqi, in a frenzy, paced anxiously, nearly succumbing to the urge to call Meng Fei. Standing at a distance, Meng Fei lowered his gaze and uttered, "I can't take it anymore. It's time for a change." Would he truly make the switch? "My dear," Meng Fei closed his eyes, relaxing his body, while the sound of a man's laughter echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Inhelu screamed, "Meng Fei!" Zhaoqi, startled, exclaimed, "What is happening? Is Meng Fei under attack?" Zhaoqi's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the screen, his muscles tensing, disbelief etched on his face. Silence enveloped the room. Shinshouqing jolted upright, murmuring, "Is it happening?" The audience of the flower-growing nation erupted in chaos, the trending topic soaring to the top. Player Meng Fei's SAN value appeared to have plummeted. Was the flower-growing nation's success in jeopardy? Indeed, the screen displayed Meng Fei's SAN value depleted, reaching an almost non-existent state in mere moments. Zhao Qi cursed under his breath, regret flooding over him like tears. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, eyes still closed, twisted his neck slightly. Upon opening them, a singular thought consumed everyone's mind. This was not Meng Fei. Though Meng Fei was eccentric and somewhat foolish, he could never possess such eyes. Dark as an abyss, devoid of light, brimming with derision. Meng Fei's eyes had always sparkled. Whatever he beheld, they radiated brilliance. As he tousled his hair with an air of nonchalance, there was an undeniable theatrical quality to his movements. Every gesture drew attention, a palpable sense of danger permeating the atmosphere. He brushed aside the hair obscuring his eyes, revealing a strikingly handsome yet sinister visage. Meng Fei surveyed the turmoil within the room, bowing gracefully with the poise of an ancient Westerner. His voice had taken on a peculiar timbre. For the first time, my beloved family. Then, he turned his gaze to father, grandmother, and grandfather, smiling that a flash of sharp white teeth gleamed ominously. Please prepare yourselves to be offered as sacrificial lambs to my dear. As he spoke, Meng Fei drew forth a small knife from his pocket, the very knife he had casually acquired. His movements were devoid of lethargy, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary person. Resembling a shadow as he lunged behind father, the knife glinting menacingly, he sliced through half of father's neck, embedding itself in the bone. Meng Fei clicked his tongue, then seized the already shattered ashtray, bringing it down forcefully upon father's head. The impact was akin to smashing a watermelon. The scene was so explosive that many spectators were rendered nauseous. Releasing his grip, father's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Meng Fei spread his arms wide, tilting his head with a smile, even with remnants of tofu pudding smeared across his face. Grandmother stared in shock, eyes wide, nearly gasping for breath as she pointed at him. Meng Fei approached her with a friendly grin. Dear grandmother, I truly despise you. Thus, might I implore you to hasten your demise. With a swift kick, he sent grandmother sprawling to the ground, and in the next instant, he raised a wooden chair and brought it crashing down upon her. The brutal display reduced grandmother to a mere puddle of flesh, after which Meng Fei expressionlessly discarded the now ruined chair. Grandfather was in the midst of dragging sister towards the bedroom. Meng Fei charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent grandfather tumbling, sister crashing down alongside him. Grasping grandfather by the collar, he beamed brightly. You miserable old wretch, you dare touch his face? What right do you have to lay a hand upon him? Do not glare at him with those disgusting eyes. I will ensure your demise in spectacular fashion. Accompanied by this cheerful greeting were the fists that landed mercilessly upon grandfather's face, the sound of bone fracturing distinctly audible. Zhao Qi fell silent, having transformed from a frantic mouse to a voiceless lamb in an instant. Enhilu, too, fell silent, witnessing the violent scene before her, one that no child should behold, then glanced at Shen Xiuqing. Shen Xiuqing propped his face in his hands, staring at the table, deliberately avoiding the sight of others. Zhao Qi asked, Are we not going to explain? Shen Xiuqing replied with a chuckle, Ah, just a bit of mania. Zhao Qi retorted, Do you truly? Yet here was Meng Fei, directly dismantling the rules of the grotesque. The audience from the flower-growing nation exclaimed, This is absolutely extraordinary. I don't care. This is what we call a violent victory, right? So cool. It's beyond human comprehension. Is it just me, or does this feel unsettling? It seems as though he is not alone. Could it be split personality? Whatever the case, it's simply unfathomably powerful. Meng Shun, you are astounding. This defied logic. How could a human inflict such pain upon an otherworldly creature? What unspeakable deals had the flower-growing nation made to achieve such prowess? Had they betrayed all of humanity? Enough of this nonsense. If you're dissatisfied, why not become a player like Meng Shun? Amidst the uproar, Meng Fei finally accomplished what he had long desired, gazing at grandfather, now silenced by indescribable horrors and devoid of a third leg. Meng Fei tilted his head, addressing those before him with a smile. For the first time, greetings to you all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Fei. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 52. Destruction or Salvation? A provocative question. Meng Fei, bearing the weight of his sister, paced back and forth, his spirits lifting as a smile graced his face, radiating sheer delight. With his newfound cheerfulness, he was now inclined to speak coherently. Since you have called me, it implies that you must know the way to proceed, correct? This is no longer a matter of concern. However, I do have a few inquiries. I would appreciate your responses. First, what transpires if one enters a room devoid of illumination? Second, what occurs if my sister consumes meat? It seems I have no further questions. You may now contact me. Despite his pacing, there was an unusual seriousness etched upon his features, lending him an unexpected air of reliability. Zhao Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. Meng Fei's willingness to engage in conversation was the best outcome, and they were indeed capable of addressing his two queries. Zhao Qi promptly redialed the crimson telephone. This time, the home-esque crimson phone resonated with a gentler melody, akin to a soothing lullaby. With a sudden burst of energy, Meng Fei ended the torment of his grandfather's existence, then wiped his shoes before moving to answer the call. Zhao Qi hastily informed him, someone has successfully navigated the challenge. The door at home is concealed within the wardrobe. Your sister possesses that small cube, the one you discovered on the balcony, and has manipulated it to unlock the door. Now, regarding your inquiries. For individuals willingly ventured into the darkness, and the resulting effects upon the extinguishing of the lights were akin to being ambushed by shadowy figures. Furthermore, it appears that physical attacks are ineffectual against these shadows. As for your second question, it is not entirely accurate. After consuming blood and feasting upon human flesh, your sister has become significantly stronger. So, when do you plan to complete the challenge? Meng Fei wedged the receiver between his shoulder and head, his other shoulder still cradling his sister, one hand steadying her while the other fiddled with the telephone cord. There is no need for haste. You need not worry. I am certain of success, but my intentions extend beyond merely completing the challenge. Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities. After mumbling this, he terminated the call, all within the span of less than 2 minutes. Zhao Qi exclaimed, "What exactly gives you such confidence?" Shen Xiuqing shrugged, wearing an expression that conveyed an air of knowing superiority. He is a lunatic. Can you truly expect him to be obedient? Zhao Qi lamented, "This is infuriating. How can he be so vexing?" After hanging up, Meng Fei felt a damp discomfort enveloping him, and he promptly carried his sister into the bathroom, using a wet towel to wipe her down. The young girl's complexion was sallow, her body marred with numerous wounds, prompting a sigh from Meng Fei. Poor little thing. He gently caressed her cheek before placing the cleaned girl back into the bedroom and turning to wash himself in the shower. This time, Meng Fei removed only his outer garment, remaining clad in a white shirt and black trousers as he rinsed off, even managing to wash the outer garment simultaneously. How dare they treat us like outsiders? What is there to be ashamed of? I recall someone once performing live for us. It was absurd that he could still feel shy, a neurotic, innocent, bashful young man. Ridiculous. No matter where one goes, there are always those who rise above. You may boast all you. After finishing his shower, Meng Fei caught a whiff of the lingering metallic scent of blood on himself, which he found distasteful. He rummaged around until he found some soap, lathering it directly onto his clothes, creating a frothy layer before standing under the showerhead to rinse off. After nearly half an hour, he began to shiver from the frigid water. Confirming that no odor remained, he wrung out his clothes and emerged, drenched. This moment, the only living being in the vicinity was his sister. Pondering aloud, he murmured, "Is it destruction or salvation?" Presently, there seems to be little worth saving. However, she is a rather delightful child. Consuming her might yield even better results. Meng Fei uttered these chilling thoughts as he approached the refrigerator and began to rummage through its contents. He found meat and set about preparing a lavish dish of boiled meat, quite literally boiled. Adding a pinch of salt, he sliced it and sampled a piece. As he gazed at the bubbling meat in the pot and then at the morsel on his chopsticks, he could not suppress a gag. How can it smell so foul? Disgusted, he distanced the chopsticks from his nose, initially intending to discard the bitten piece back into the pot. Yet, a flicker of conscience held him back, and he instead tossed it into the trash bin. After cooking the meat, Meng Fei returned to the bedroom, attempting to feed it to his sister. However, she appeared to be on the brink of death. So fragile, children are truly troublesome. At least a braised egg would be more accommodating, offering me walnuts in return. Despite his complaints, he unsheathed a small knife. Unlike Ivan, Meng Fei directly sliced open his wrist. A crimson line swiftly appeared across his pale skin, thick droplets cascading down as he pried his sister's mouth open, allowing the blood to flow into her. What is the meaning of this? Hadn't the rules stated that she should not consume meat? Wouldn't that make her stronger? What was Meng Fei truly attempting to achieve? He was already aware of the method to complete the challenge. Confusion enveloped me, yet a nagging thought suggested that perhaps his actions were justified. Wasn't it just a matter of time before he faced repercussions for his earlier defiance? Now, I observed, biding my time. Foolish creature, why haven't you completed the challenge? Must everyone perish before your satisfaction is met? Silence. Could you not think before you speak? It is you who are the true fool. As the blood surged into his sister's mouth, she instinctively clung to Meng Fei's arm, greedily sucking. Noticing her grip intensifying, even to the point of biting him, Meng Fei finally restrained her head. Stop! Her eyes flared with ferocity as she glared at him, her mouth still latched onto his arm. Meng Fei tilted his head and delivered a powerful punch against the wall beside the bed, producing a resounding crash. In that moment, the memories from before her fainting resurfaced like a thunderous hammer, jolting her dazed mind awake. Reluctantly, she released her grip, gazing at the still bleeding wound, unable to resist licking her lips. Chapter 53. Not a silly, innocent little victim. Meng Fei lounged with one leg crossed over the other, casually taking some boiled meat and letting the slowly drip. She rarely had meat at home and endured beatings and scoldings for merely finishing half a bowl of rice. Now that she could indulge in meat, she showed no sign of disgust, eagerly grabbing the bloodied morsels and devouring them. Meng Fei watched her with a smirk, his damp hair clinging to his face, revealing an undeniable beauty that few could contest. What a sight! That posture, that smile. I'm utterly enchanted. Good heavens, I've only just realized he is truly handsome. He would look splendid in such simple, traditional attire. A stunning beauty, indeed. This is more than just infatuation. Your gaze is irresistible. Meng Fei, with a beaming smile, observed his sister and mused aloud. You are quite easy to please. It's remarkable how you relish such unappetizing meat. No one could dispute his statement, for Meng Fei himself could consume undercooked rice and overcooked vegetables with a straight face. Yet, his sister, who devoured the meat with such fervor, surpassed even him. After finishing the small bowl of meat, his sister patted her now rounded belly, her gaze wandering to Meng Fei's wrist. The wound there, though long, was not deep and had nearly stopped bleeding. Her eyes glazed over, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Meng Fei raised an eyebrow. His sister timidly lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, avoiding his gaze. Meng Fei chuckled. Are you afraid of me? She shyly lifted her head, casting a glance at him, shaking her head, then nodding. It wasn't him she feared, but the ominous Meng He. Meng Fei grinned. You're still aware, I see? He referred to the time when Meng Fei had lost all semblance of humanity, a moment when his sister seemed to have fainted. Now it appeared she had merely been pretending. "Do you have anything to say?" Meng Fei inquired, his gaze fixed on her. She looked bewildered. He continued, "Naughty child, in this twisted tale of rules, what is it that you truly desire? Are you not the essence of this narrative, the core of the scenario?" His sister remained perplexed. "Do you only wish for an elder brother?" He pressed on. "Was it not your actions that led to the demise of your entire family? In the 3rd grade, you eliminated your own kin. That's quite a talent. With mentally unstable grandparents, a father who was as good as air, and a mother on the brink of madness, was she not already beyond normalcy?" As Meng Fei spoke, she wore a look of confusion, pondering his intentions. "You could simply let me open the door and allow you to leave, couldn't you?" Meng Fei leaned back, propping himself up with his hand, casting a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, she was no mere innocent victim. Sitting on the bed, she licked her lips, her eyes revealing a fierceness that belied her youth. An innocent victim? A silly, sweet child. How could there be so many innocent little victims in this world? "Brother, this is a tale of rules and horrors, a realm of death and despair. The longer you linger, the closer you come to your demise." Meng Fei chuckled. "Will you perish at the hands of your family, or will it be by your own hand?" His sister fell silent for a moment, offering no reply. Meng Fei's laughter turned wild. "I have that fool. You cannot kill me." She withdrew into herself, turning to face the wall in silence. Meng Fei reached out, poking her back gently. "Come on, share your story with me. Rather than escaping, I would prefer to play with you." She hesitated. "Really?" "Of course. You're delightful, and your secrets are numerous." Her expression wavered. After all, she was just a child, and no matter how malicious or fierce, children are easily swayed. They are not born monsters. Meng Fei awaited her response, and gradually, she turned to face him. "Although I don't quite understand, it's fine if you seek the truth, but you must tell me a secret in return." "We shall exchange secrets." Meng Fei readily agreed. "All right, you go first." His sister wore a wary expression. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I'll share a super important secret. I wet the bed in middle school." Her eyes widened in shock. "You're joking." Meng Fei leaned in, seriousness etched on his face. "Hey, this is a super secret. It's a matter of my dignity. You wouldn't dare deny it, would you?" "Fine," she relented. "What do you want to know?" "How did you kill them?" he whispered, his voice laced with a chilling excitement, akin to a deranged killer. "Sitting on the bed," she pondered. "You must have seen my diary. Let me recount it from there. Grandma took the puppy, and Mom didn't change her fate. Grandpa was even worse, often doing disgusting things right in front of me. Mom seemed on the verge of madness. Not long after, she told me in the kitchen that I had to kill everyone. Crying, she said that our deaths would be too easy on them, so I should eliminate them all. It was quite simple. To celebrate the puppy's 100th day, Grandpa and Dad got utterly drunk, and Grandma joined in. I had Mom help me tie them up, and I killed Dad without hesitation. Then, Mom committed suicide. I stabbed Grandpa and Grandma many times, then tied their necks to the bedpost and strangled them to death." As she recounted these events, her expression remained devoid of emotion, as if narrating someone else's tale. Meng Fei listened intently, and once she finished, he asked, "Why have you become what you are now?" She contemplated for a moment before replying, "I don't remember. To be honest, ever since you all entered my world, it feels like I just woke up. When I saw them, I thought it was merely a dream, but later realized everything had changed." Meng Fei gazed at her, his voice dropping to a softer tone. "Do you hate them?" "How could I not?" she replied, but then smiled, a somewhat cute smile. "Yet, I do not hate them." Chapter 54. The divine innocence above, embrace my peace and truth, I harbor no animosity towards them at all. My disdain is reserved solely for my grandfather and grandmother, while my affection for my mother is boundless. My sister, unable to contain her thoughts, gazed out the window and remarked, I have always longed to grow up. Once I am older, I can take mother away. This place is not my hell, but hers. Mother is truly pitiable. Therefore, I do not consider myself unfortunate. Even though many feel sorry for me, I believe there is no need for their pity. When I grow up, everything will change. I will take mother away, provide her with a spacious home, and buy her new clothes, alleviating her burdens. Mother may have forgotten that when I was very young, she had a passion for painting. I wish to enable her to pursue her own desires, to free her from her suffering. Tears, hot and heavy, cascaded from my sister's eyes as she stared vacantly out the window. Yet, mother can no longer endure. I truly feel remorse for my slow maturation. It will be a long time before I am grown. Thus, when mother implored me to eliminate everyone, I found it impossible to refuse, for my mother has reached the end of her tether. My sister has never truly felt tragic. At times, she even experiences joy. After work, mother would pick her up from school. Occasionally, she would secretly buy her a snack and hold her gently. In those moments, happiness enveloped her. However, this home is a hell for mother. A normal person cannot long survive in such a place. Oh, how I weep! She has taken a life, yet I cannot help but feel sympathy for her. This cannot be my sister's fault. It is the fault of this peculiar family. Even while living in such a household, she has not succumbed to despair. She has always desired to grow up, to protect our mother. I sense a profound resemblance between my sister and myself, yet even if I were to grow up, I would be unable to shield my mother, for she departed long ago. Was it not her fragility that led to her downfall? Why must everyone be strong? Anyone should be allowed to be weak. Having not experienced another's suffering, one should refrain from urging them towards goodness. Tears welled in my sister's eyes, yet she turned her head towards Meng Fei and declared, My mother is my world. The reason behind the emergence of this bizarre rule is perhaps my yearning to know if having an older sibling would alter everything. I have already discovered the answer. Hell remains hell, unchanged by the presence of any individual. Therefore, now, brother, you may depart. Meng Fei, not a chance. Sister. She smiled and said, You are quite peculiar. You will perish here. Meng Fei extended his hand to wipe away her tears, speaking earnestly, You do not know me. I am a man of my word. You are strong, merely not yet grown, and there are many things yet to discover. The time for me to protect you has passed. Now, you must protect me. Sister was taken aback. Protect her brother? Meng Fei chuckled and added, Not only that, let us take our time. How about we study geography? Sister, can we not study? Meng Fei beamed. What do you think? Sister. As other players were tormented to the brink of madness, Meng Fei and his sister diligently studied Chinese geography. Meng Fei, quick question. What is the length of China's longest river? Sister, Yangtze, Yangtze, Yangtze. How could she possibly know its length? Hadn't it just been stated that the Yangtze is the longest river in China? Why inquire about its length again? Meng Fei continued to challenge her, when suddenly, the sound of a puppy whimpering filled the room. Sister paused her movements and then ignored it entirely. Meng Fei propped his chin on his hand and asked, That little golden retriever is your brother, isn't it? Sister, it's just a puppy. Her tone made it clear that she was not fond of the golden retriever. Perhaps it was because mother had originally believed that having a son would rescue her, altering her circumstances. Yet, this notion proved unfounded, for even with a son, mother's situation remained unchanged. Meng Fei inquired, Do you like your brother? Sister fell silent for a moment, unable to respond. It was a complicated matter. She recalled the joy mother expressed during her pregnancy, urging her to place her ear against her round, taut belly to listen to the little life within. At that time, she had eagerly anticipated her brother's arrival. After a long pause, Sister finally said, I don't dislike him. She was more mature than most children her age. She understood that none of this was her brother's fault. After all, what could possibly be wrong with a newborn? Meng Fei. Oh. Then, Meng Fei dashed to his grandparents' bedroom, scooping up the small golden retriever that was playfully crawling on the bed and happily bringing it back to the room. Meng Fei lovingly ruffled the puppy from head to tail, causing it to emit soft whimpers. Sister, how absurd. Meng Fei, while petting the puppy, continued to torment her by erasing her study notes. Meanwhile, the long day was driving many players to the brink of insanity. Witnessing their grandmother or father murder mother or sister, family members turning upon one another, while they themselves must suppress all fear amidst this interminable nightmare. It was torture for the clear-minded. Sanity points plummeted, hallucinations and murmurs surrounded them, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The sudden scares were enough to drive any ordinary person to madness. Some players even succumbed to the unbearable pressure and took their own lives. Blood stained the screen, plunging viewers into a state of panic. In just a few days, the suicide rates abroad soared alarmingly. Viewers from the flower-planting nation climbed walls to catch glimpses, always returning to watch Meng Fei's livestream. How delightful! This is the proper way to embrace life in another world. Just look at Meng Shun's adorable face. Oh, Meng Shun, keep me safe. Regardless of what that Meng He creature is, I fervently pray for Meng Shun's survival. Meng Shun above, protect my peace. Meng Shun above, protect my peace. The divine innocence above, embrace my peace. The previous statement contained two mistakes. Was it intentional or inadvertent? Chapter 55, Breaking the Rules. This is going to be significant. The day seems interminably long for my sister. She is merely a third-grade student, yet she is currently studying Chinese geography, advanced mathematics, displacement reactions, genetic recombination, and circuits. Sister, I am a peculiar being, not a turtle from a wishing well. If you ask me to learn, I shall learn. Meng Fei, why should young people refrain from studying? How can a peculiar being not even grasp advanced mathematics? Do they even deserve to be called peculiar? Meng Fei feels that time is fleeting. The little golden-haired one has yet to become bald, and his sister has not yet mastered her knowledge. And yet, it is already time for bed. The bedroom lights abruptly extinguish. A sizzling sound of electric current accompanied by sparks reverberates through everyone's hearts. This time, the door is ajar, and four voices, similar yet distinctly different, intertwine as they emanate from the pitch-black living room. What time is it? It's time for bed. This time, under the dim light, everyone clearly sees what lies beyond the door. If the monster beneath the bed in the previous instance was a creature of American horror, then these shadows could be considered embodiments of Chinese terror. Twisted, pitch-black humanoid figures with eyes aglow in red, they seem poised to pounce upon one at any moment, mercilessly tearing them to shreds, yet they appear to linger at the threshold, observing with an inscrutable, numbing gaze that feels as though it could pierce through to the soul. These shadows, mere silhouettes of human form, resemble smoke, seemingly more opaque than the surrounding darkness. A chill seeps from the depths of one's heart. Despite being bizarre entities in a peculiar live broadcast, many viewers dare not confront the darkness, especially now that it is nighttime in the real world. For shadows twist and entangle as they approach the bedroom, halting at the doorway. Their voices rise and fall, yet they utter the same refrain. What time is it? Still not asleep? The sister stares blankly at the monsters outside the door, then glances at Meng Fei, directly stating, "The lights are about to go out, brother. You ought to sleep now." Meng Fei, with a grin, replies, "Actually, I have a hypothesis, or rather, several hypotheses, so, may I trouble my dear sister to assist me in a little experiment?" "Sister, just say it. Do I have the right to refuse, do I?" For a fleeting moment, she contemplates. "After all, I am a murderer, a being beyond humanity. Why is this man not the slightest bit afraid of me?" The next moment, she brushes it aside, realizing he is, indeed, a lunatic. The sister is no longer inclined to resist as Meng Fei cheerfully lifts her and the little golden-haired one, cramming them into the wardrobe, holding his sister close while she hugs the little golden dog. The cramped space is instantly filled to capacity, and Meng Fei rests his head against his sister's, whispering softly, "Dear sister, be sure to get along well with our little friend." The sister holds the warm little golden dog in silence, and oh, I am utterly perplexed. Why is Meng Fei intent on breaking the rules? Goodness, has he ever not broken the rules? Does the previous instance not ring a bell? He is preparing for something grand. My sister is a deity. She will grow stronger, I asked Meng Fei, aiming for her to eliminate the others in our household. What significance does that hold? Unclear. Yet the adorable deity has mentioned it is an experiment. He wishes to uncover other truths I cannot comprehend, but I can only cry out in admiration. My beautiful and powerful ex-husband, please remarry me. No, no. I am the singularity of cuteness. It is not the adorable deity, but Meng Fei, though I find the adorable deity rather charming as well. Meng Fei, cradling the small, icy sister, comfortably curls up in the wardrobe, tilting his head, seemingly drifting into slumber. His breathing is steady, and given his position, it is evident to the naked eye that a suspicious liquid trickles from the corner of his mouth. The sister remains motionless, acutely aware of the dampness in her hair and the warmth of the little dog in her arms. A blank expression crosses her face. What kind of earthly suffering is this? Yet, she cannot help but stroke the little golden dog's ear, feeling its warmth and softness. Her emotions become somewhat peculiar. Shin Xiuqing sips her drink, fixated on the screen, and after a lengthy pause, she finally states, "He has truly fallen asleep." Zhao Qi, sporting two pronounced dark circles under his eyes, has not slept well these past few days. He is still attempting to fathom Meng Fei's intentions while also scouring other live broadcasts in search of clues. Upon hearing Shan Xiuqing's words, Zhao Qi's heart sinks. What? He has fallen asleep just like that? Shan Xiuqing nods, saying, "Damn it, this rascal seems quite at ease." Shan Xiuqing, despite racking her brain, cannot comprehend why Meng Fei feels so at peace. What's this? Is the wardrobe his dream sanctuary? Indeed. From the very beginning, Meng Fei intended to sleep in the wardrobe. Zhao Qi and Yin Hele exchange glances, with Yin Hele's long hair now frizzled. She scratches her head in confusion. Yin Hele, what are you staring at? Quickly check the live replay. It seems Meng Fei is in the clear. Though lacking any basis for certainty, Yin Hele harbors a mysterious trust in Meng Fei. Zhao Qi nods in agreement, thinking, whatever happens, the worst that can occur is that Meng Fei meets his end. It's not a significant issue. Zhao Qi, let us not dwell on that. He is currently doubting whether that Meng He can truly perish. Meng Fei sleeps soundly, yet the lights in the bedroom have extinguished and the entities outside sway as they enter, surrounding the wardrobe, scratching and gnawing. The sister, with wide eyes, senses the sleeping puppy in her embrace and the dampness on her head. A fleeting grimace crosses her visage as she silently utters, "Get lost?" The shadows hesitate momentarily, and after a brief interval, their forms gradually dissipate, vanishing entirely. This night is not prolonged. It lasts only 8 hours, yet for many players, it feels like an infernal torment. They cannot sleep, for they do not know when their necks might be seized. They cannot move, for it could lead to death. Hallucinations abound, and only those with exceptional mental fortitude can remain composed and feign death. This night concludes, and of the original 103 players, only 5 remain. The death rate exceeds 95%. Meng Fei's words ring true. Yet, apart from Meng Fei, the other players remain oblivious to the true method of clearing the game. Many countries have abandoned hope, choosing instead to focus solely on this bizarre narrative, striving to minimize the death rate. Ivan's method is deemed the best, yet it requires steadiness. Otherwise, one might perish before earning the sister's trust due to breaking the rules. The familiar voice sounds once more. It's time to rise and dine. This time, It is Mother's voice. Meng Fei opens his eyes, stating, "No need to linger. Go about your business. I will manage things here." This was directed at everyone. Woe is me, how wonderful! My dear one is still concerned for us, of course. I cannot simply linger by my beloved's side. I must strive diligently to earn a living and support my husband. Chapter 56. Indeed, the rules possess no inherent right or wrong. What on earth is the matter with these mad women? I am willing to make sacrifices for love. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Self-awareness is commendable, my dear sister. Zhao Qi, enough already, let us not dwell on that. We are diligently analyzing the circumstances of the other streams. Inhele, please, do not rush us. We are striving to become useful. Shin Xiuqing reclined on her swivel chair, spinning joyfully, exclaiming, "Oh dear, let that old man rest for a while." Though the members of the bizarre research group had scarcely rested, Shin Xiuqing had not rested at all. At that moment, the total duration of the peculiar rules was 88 hours. The real-world time was 6 o'clock in the morning. Meng Fei opened his eyes, one arm embracing his sister, the other pushing open the wardrobe door, elegantly emerging from within. Elegant, truly elegant. Meng Fei smiled and asked his sister, "How would you like them to perish today, sister?" "I cannot do it." Meng Fei gently caressed her little face and replied, "I was merely jesting." His sister cast her eyes downward. Meng Fei continued, "Why not give it a try? With the three of us, mother, you and I, against them, we surely stand a chance." His sister paused in surprise. Meng Fei then inquired, "By the way, do they still have their memories?" His sister answered instantly, "Yes, Meng Fei." "Oh, I see." Meng Fei led his sister outside, casually approaching their father, who exhibited no reaction, while their grandfather trembled in fear, hastily retreating into his bedroom. Meng Fei, "Oh dear, father, what are you watching?" With a cheerful grin, he leaned in. Chapter 57. Silly sister. This is your dollhouse. After finishing their meal, mother turned to Meng Fei and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Meng Fei replied, "You're welcome. If you truly wish to thank me, do present me with something of value." Mother then suggested, "Sister, why not give him that?" The little girl extended her tiny hand, pointing at the whimpering golden retriever nestled beneath Meng Fei's armpit. Meng Fei declined, stating, "No, I have too many dogs already. You may hold him and play, but keeping him is quite the hassle. Perhaps another time, and remember to express your gratitude to me." Meng Fei emphasized. Mother chuckled softly and agreed. After the meal, she began tidying up the household, simultaneously dealing with the remains of the other three. While handling Father's body, Mother remained silent for a considerable time before finally placing it on the balcony. Meng Fei then called out, "Mom, could you get me some snacks?" His sister, like a little shadow, followed closely behind Mother, assisting her. Mother, unfazed, went to the kitchen to prepare some chicken nuggets for Meng Fei. Once the chores were completed, the three of them settled on the sofa to watch television, reveling in their contentment. Thus, the day passed joyfully. As bedtime approached, the audience in the live stream began to notice something amiss. "Isn't there a shadow that hasn't entered?" Someone remarked, "That must be Mother." Meng Fei and his sister slept soundly, and when day broke again, they repeated the grim task of dispatching father, grandfather, and grandmother. This time, the three had become aware and planned to unite against them. Father proved to be quite a challenge. Meng Fei wished to eliminate him himself, but it was no simple feat. However, he had his means. Meng He interjected, "Do not overestimate yourselves. It is best to accept your fate and perish." After all, they were merely akin to pests in existence. As time progressed, the audience in the live stream merely came to check in. "Let me see, how did they meet their demise today?" After witnessing it repeatedly, some even began to feel a twinge of sympathy for father and grandmother, while disdain for grandfather grew. Now, the trio trembled at the sight of Meng Shun, which was quite amusing. The roles of predator and prey had shifted, and still, it was I, Meng Shin. With several days steeped in sanguine encounters, Mother's once aged visage gradually began to regain its youthful radiance. During her free time in the daylight, she would use grandmother's fabric to sew clothes for herself and her sister. Meng Fei, mother, his sister, and the little golden retriever lingered in the living room. At this juncture, the peculiar duration of the rules had extended to 7 days. Sister donned her new attire, a soft yellow dress, which, along with the improved diet over the past few days, helped transform her frail figure into that of a mother's appearance had astonishingly reverted from her 40s to a youthful visage of merely 20-something. Meng Fei observed this transformation keenly. On the 8th day in the real world, Meng Fei handed the little golden retriever to Mother. She hesitated and glanced at Sister, who nodded in affirmation. Mother cautiously accepted the dog, and as it settled into her arms, it began to contort and astonishingly transformed into a small infant. The baby, with its tender, fair skin, was innocently munching on its own hand. Meng Fei chuckled and asked, "Would you like to leave with me?" Sister replied, "I can't leave." Meng Fei, "Would you care to take a gamble with me?" Her eyes widened in surprise as she responded, "I will bet with you, but I still can't leave." Meng Fei smiled affectionately, tousling her hair, and said in a tone of gentle exasperation, "Oh, my silly sister, have you not yet realized? This is merely your dollhouse." Sister's expression froze, and she shivered, as if a jolt of electricity had surged through her. Meng Fei held up the small wooden block, proclaiming, "A dollhouse born of love. Why not take your beloved mother and escape this desolate place to bask in the sunlight?" These words reached the audience's ears without omission. Zhao felt a chill run through him, pondering, does this mean that this entire scenario is merely about that small wooden block? Ian and Lu felt their scalps tingle, staring incredulously at the screen. How is this possible? No, it can't be entirely impossible, but how could he even think in this direction? Shun Xiuqing remarked, "You must be out of your mind if you truly wish to guess T is not without clues. Remember when Ivan departed, and Sister held onto that small block of wood? That piece may be the very thing blocking the door. Damn it, could it really be? Are they now trapped inside that small block, while it remains in their possession?" The absurdity escalated. If this were true, then Meng Shun would truly be divine. How could this be? Moreover, what was the intention behind his departure? Did Meng Shun wish to abduct the bizarre entity? Listening to Meng Fei's words, Sister's face brightened with hope. Meng Fei encouraged, "So, go fulfill your dreams, treat Mother to delicious food, live in a grand house, wear beautiful clothes." Sister responded, "How could that possibly happen?" Meng Fei, slightly frustrated, exclaimed, "How can you claim it's impossible without even trying? Young people should possess ambition." Sister retorted, "Is this about ambition? Leaving the bizarre realm of rules? How could you possibly leave if it's not through the arrival of the rules? And even then, there are limitations on movement." Meng Fei swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "So, what is your name exactly? We've become quite familiar, no need to be secretive." Sister puffed her cheeks, replying, "I don't even know your name." Meng Fei answered, "I'm Meng Fei. That idiot Meng He already told you. Haven't you heard? Clearly, you have an issue with your hearing." Sister replied, "Su Zhao Di." The name was unappealing, and Meng Fei declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Su Xiao Mei." Sister exclaimed, "You re just changing my name without consent? Is this normal? Is this person truly sane? Oh, I almost forgot. He is indeed a lunatic." Meng Fei playfully pinched her cheeks and said, "Su Xiao Mei, from now on, you are everyone's little sister." Su Zhao Di no. Su Xiaomei couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I shall be called Su Xiaomei." Meng Fei's eyes sparkled as he said, "Su Xiaomei, let us go. Open the door, and let us step outside." Su Xiaomei replied, "Okay." She opened the door, intending to let Mother and her brother join them, but Meng Fei promptly halted her. "You still don't understand, do you? This is your dollhouse. As long as you bring it along, they will follow you." Meng Fei tapped the small block. Su Xiaomei questioned, Are you certain? Meng Fei affirmed. I am absolutely certain. I am sure, without a doubt. Su Xiaomei hesitated. P.S. Thank you all for your support. I am immensely grateful. I will strive to craft even better and more captivating stories to repay your affection. Chapter 58. The Dollhouse. Successful containment. Meng Fei spoke. Trust me. Believe that I will not lead you astray. Su Xiaomei nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, their mother, who had been listening nearby, suddenly produced a small fabric doll dressed in a little dress and handed it to Meng Fei. Son, you must live well, she said hesitantly. Meng Fei was momentarily taken aback, his expression momentarily clouded with confusion, akin to a creature unable to comprehend human speech. Yet, in the next moment, a natural smile graced his face as he replied, Thank you, mother. Meng Fei took Su Xiaomei by the hand, and together they leapt into the wardrobe store. Almost instantaneously, all the rules of the bizarre tale, playing house, that had descended upon the world vanished without a trace. Among those who endured until the very end of the bizarre tale, playing house, were not only Meng Fei but also a player from the Camel Country. Congratulations to the player Meng Fei from the flower planting family for successfully clearing the rules of the bizarre tale, playing house. This eerie live broadcast has now concluded. Player Meng Fei's condition will be fully restored. Congratulations to the player Yusef from Camel Country for successfully clearing the rules of the bizarre tale, playing house. This eerie live broadcast has now concluded. Player Yusef's condition will be fully restored. Yusef, who had been driven nearly mad after 7 long days. Is it over? Just like that? How did I even manage to clear it? Yusef exclaimed. Thank God, thank you. Yusef continued. Thank God. Meng Fei sneezed. Damn it, which bastard is thinking about me? The live stream abruptly cut off. Zhao Qi, with a weary expression, his beard having grown wild, wondered aloud. What? How can it just be over? He lamented. Great. I've even picked up the accent. Een Hele, who had been resting his chin on his hand, suddenly jolted awake. What? It's finished? Xin Xiuqing rubbed her face and sighed deeply. Yes, it's over. All members of the bizarre research group were momentarily at a loss as to whether they should feel joy or despair. While they were powerless to intervene, it had simply ended. They felt they could have endured for another 7 days. Really? Punching the clock. Wait, it's over? Honestly, those last words nearly fried my CPU. In this bizarre world, anything is possible. Wait, what is going on? Someone upstairs muttered some riddle-like words. What is going on? Whoa. Check the trending news, whoa. The bizarre tale, playing house, which had descended upon the entire world, has vanished. How is that possible? Indeed, the rules of the bizarre tale, playing house, which had enveloped the world, disappeared in an instant. Even those who had entered were expelled, though some were on the brink of madness, and others were missing limbs. The vanished bizarre tale was unprecedented, and all eyes inevitably turned to Meng Fei as the cause. The diplomatic department of the flower planting family was inundated with calls. This was no trivial matter. This was not merely one individual perfectly clearing a bizarre tale. This was a significant event that pertained to the entire world. Why did this happen? The flower planting family must provide a reasonable explanation. Who is Meng Fei? How did he achieve this? Have you reached some accord with the bizarre live broadcast? We demand an explanation. The official statement from the flower planting family. This pertains to domestic secrets. We are unable to respond. The situation exploded. Initially, the number of foreign viewers tuning into Meng Fei's live stream was modest, but now, the audience for Meng Fei's paid live broadcast surged towards 9 figures. Countless individuals sought information about Meng Fei, even uncovering details about his family. Meng Anan sat in her classroom, surrounded by classmates who eagerly bombarded her with questions. Anan, is your brother really Meng Fei? That's incredible. You two do look somewhat alike. Oh my, we didn't even know you had an older brother. He is so handsome. Meng Anan forced a smile. Well, he is not that great, really. What kind of person is your brother? What is he like or dislike? Can you tell us? Meng replied, sure. She compelled herself, under the curious gazes of her peers, to tear open the scars of her past. With a mask of a smile, Meng's heart bled. Why must you incessantly inquire about him? Why the relentless curiosity? Meanwhile, the members of the bizarre research group received information regarding the sudden disappearance of the playing house rules. Everyone instinctively turned to Shinshouqing. Shinshouqing lifted her gaze and said, I truly do not know how he accomplished it, but he did. Zhaoqi pressed, you really have no idea? Shinshouqing remained composed. I genuinely do not know. However, in terms of results, isn't it a good thing? Indeed, it was a good thing. Su Xiaomei emerged from the wardrobe door, and in the darkness, she heard Meng Fei's voice. From now on, you must study diligently and be a good child. Join us, sister. Su Xiaomei remained calm as she asked, what about brother? Meng Fei smiled, his voice devoid of emotion. Of course, continue. He tightly grasped. In the next moment, blinding sunlight assaulted her, prompting her to shut her eyes and crash heavily onto the ground. Su Xiaomei let out a soft groan and, after a while, managed to open her eyes. Above her was a blue sky, green trees, the earthy scent of soil, and a hint of the sweetness of rain. Su Xiaomei was momentarily stunned, gazing at the sky, murmuring, I really made it out. Had she truly escaped from her mother's hell? Then, what was she to do next? How could she become one of them, as her brother had said, and study diligently? Su Xiaomei gazed blankly at the sky, temporarily unwilling to ponder such matters. The sunlight felt wonderful. Hello, Su Xiaomei. A shadow enveloped Su Xiaomei. She looked up dazedly to see a little girl with yellow hair and amber eyes standing before her, dressed in a black robe and clutching a brick. Su Xiaomei blinked. Who are you? I am Huang Shaoxian, Lord Meng's little attendant, on orders from above. I am here to take you home. Su Xiaomei's eyes sparkled. Your brother's attendant? Huang Shaoxian nodded. So, will you come with me? Su Xiaomei replied eagerly, yes. Huang Shaoxian tilted her head. So obedient. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Su Xiaomei beamed brightly. If you deceive me, I will kill you. Huang Shaoxian shrugged. Oh dear, how frightening. Saying this, she tossed the brick she had been holding aside. If Su Xiaomei did not cooperate, that brick could end up anywhere. Huang Shaoxian then pulled out a smartphone and dialed a string of numbers, the phone ringing twice before connecting. Huang Shaoxian looked at the standing Su Xiaomei and the wooden block floating beside her, her amber eyes sparkling. Hello, ID number 45, Su Xiaomei, codename Dollhouse, successful containment. ID number 3, Huang Shaoxian reporting. Black box. ID, 45 codename, Dollhouse name. Su Xiaomei ability assessment, capable of containing living beings within a small wooden block she carries. Unless the interior of the block is completely destroyed, no living being may leave without Su Xiaomei's permission. Danger level, a moral alignment, generally kind with a hint of wickedness. Ordinarily, she is a gentle and adorable little girl. Possible handling, manageable containment method. Free range chapter 59. The hidden rules of the game. Meng Fei had been plummeting through the darkness for what felt like an eternity before he finally landed with a thud on the cold, hard surface of the bus. Lying on the ground, he pondered the meaning of life. It appears to have no significance. Meng Fei shifted his head, contemplating whether he had truly succeeded. This was indeed the first time he had audaciously breached the boundaries of the world of eerie tales. How thrilling, how exhilarating, how utterly delightful. Even after having utilized that fool twice, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With a contented grin, Meng Fei could not help but sway his head, visibly brimming with happiness. Not far away, a masked man dressed in a red and black checkered suit sat silently, observing Meng Fei. The latter, oblivious to the gaze, continued to writhe on the ground in sheer delight. How marvelous, I am truly remarkable, simply extraordinary. Although that fool did speak excessively, He remained in high spirits. I wonder if Su Xiaomei has managed to locate the organization. The little golden retriever was so delightful to pet. Oh, how I long for its fur. Is it eating well? A jumble of thoughts swirled in Meng Fei's mind, akin to a washing machine filled with countless small beads. The cacophony of information was overwhelming. After a considerable interval, the masked man could no longer contain himself and spoke. Hey! Meng Fei propped himself up with his hands, rose to his feet, and earnestly declared to the masked man, I am not He. I am Chu Yuxian. The masked man silently rubbed his forehead, seemingly at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept beneath his mask. Meng Fei tilted his head. He was no longer clad in a hospital gown but rather in a garment crafted by his grandmother. Oh dear, I feel so guilty towards my grandmother, he lamented. The masked man remarked, Is that not the quintessential crocodile's tears? He had lost count of how many times he had witnessed Meng Fei lamenting over his grandmother. After feigning tears, Meng Fei dusted himself off, rose to his feet, and plopped down on a nearby chair, stating, All right, if you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, let me return to my slumber. The masked man tilted his head, fixated on Meng Fei, remaining silent. Meng Fei shrank back slightly, his expression wary. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? The masked man chuckled, saying, How on earth did you manage to accomplish that? Meng Fei hushed him with a mysterious look, saying, Some things are better left unsaid. The masked man tilted his head, commenting, How peculiar. I initially thought you were merely lucky, but it seems that is not the case. He glanced at Meng Fei's chest, specifically at the area of his heart. A normal human might not have noticed, and even he had initially overlooked it. Yet, there resided an enigmatic power at Meng Fei's heart, a force so formidable that even he felt a chill upon witnessing it. Whether it was due to Meng Fei's utilization of this power, it had begun to spread, albeit slowly, yet undeniably so. The masked man found himself fixated on that spot. Meng Fei quirked his head and asked, What are you looking at? I'm not a mother. I don't have large breasts. The masked man replied, I feel as though I've been sexually harassed. Meng Fei crossed his legs, reclining like a dignified elder, and said, You are truly tedious. Why do you act like an old man when you are barely in your 20s? If you have questions, just ask directly. I will respond based on the circumstances. The masked man admitted, There are far too many questions to ask, and I hardly know where to begin. Indeed, he was overwhelmed by inquiries. How had Meng Fei managed to bring the bizarre from the world of eerie tales? No, it was not merely a matter of bringing it. Was it perhaps a release? Furthermore, within the confines of the eerie tales, why had Meng Fei, fully aware of the rules for clearing the game, continued to delay? Additionally, what was the origin of that entity within Meng Fei's body? The masked man had come to realize that this madman might very well be a hot potato, potentially jeopardizing the grand game. His fingers began to twitch involuntarily, his middle finger gently tapping on the armrest beneath him. Meng Fei grinned, asking, deep in thought, Are we? What are you pondering? Perhaps about that fool within my body? And how I managed to breach the boundaries? Also, why do I persist in delaying, even after so many have perished? He paused, adding, Well, I can only answer one question, the matter of the delay. Even if I were to resolve the eerie tales in 3 days, those who deserve to perish will indeed meet their end. Extending it to the 8th day is, of course, for your rules. Meng Fei spoke with a cheerful smile. The masked man felt a shiver run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. You? Meng Fei languidly slouched in his chair, affirming, Yes, that is precisely it. You are not mistaken. The masked man's expression tightened as he fixed his gaze on Meng Fei, his eyelids twitching. This was an invisible rule, yet in truth, no one had ever paid it heed. It was that the duration of the eerie tales and the rest period were nearly equivalent. Thus, if a player spent 30 hours in the eerie tales, their rest period would also extend to 30 hours. Of course, this duration was determined by the player who took the longest. If a player took 7 days but still perished in the eerie tales, the time would be based on the last surviving player's duration. Consequently, there would occasionally arise a scenario where the eerie tales seamlessly transitioned. This was precisely why so few had uncovered this hidden rule. Even if someone had speculated, they would not have given it much thought. What significance could this seemingly existent rule possibly hold? Yet, is it truly devoid of meaning? The masked man fixed his unwavering gaze upon Meng Fei. Meng Fei beamed a radiant smile, saying, "Do not appear so terrified. I merely wish to extend the stamina of other players a tad." After all, a group of players with sanity values in the 50s or 60s cannot possibly endure as those with values in the 70s or 80s. The masked man retorted, "Sexual harassment." Meng Fei, feeling a surge of pride, even propped up his feet and swayed them. Meng Fei chuckled like a kitten that had stolen a fish. "Oh dear, are you angry? However, this operation seems to have been quite a failure. I suppose only 2 individuals survived?" The masked man scoffed, responding, "You guessed wrong. It was 3. Meng Fei sweetly winked, expressing gratitude for the unexpected boon. The masked man muttered to himself, "This is madness, utter madness. Good heavens, could this fellow be attempting to extract information from me?" To be frank, did Meng Fei's previous statements hold any real value? It seemed, rather, that they did not. Chapter 60. "My dear, do not ignore me." Meng Fei was not idle either. He turned his body, propping his legs on the back of the chair, his head hanging towards the ground, and exclaimed, "Ah, there are over 7 days of rest time. What should I do? How utterly boring. Is the treatment in this wretched game truly so poor?" The masked man retorted with irritation, "The treatment is quite good. Stop your prattling." Meng Fei responded, "So, will it provide me with anything I desire?" Though somewhat reluctant, the masked man answered truthfully, "Yes, it will cater to all your needs, as long as they are not excessive." Meng Fei beamed, "Oh, splendid. In that case, I simply do not wish to leave this place." The masked man's gaze fell, and after pondering for half a minute, he stated, "Upon the conclusion of the 3rd instance, you will have the opportunity to choose." This was common knowledge. If one survived the 3rd instance, players could opt to depart. With arms crossed, Meng Fei gazed at the inverted world, his smile radiant, revealing his small canine teeth. "No way. This place is too wonderful. I refuse to leave. If I do, I'll have to return to the hospital, endure the tasteless food, the unpalatable medicine, and listen to the incessant nagging of the director, not to mention the myriad of lunatics. Absolutely not." The bus roared to life as the masked man drove, choosing not to engage in conversation with Meng Fei. Meng Fei, however, blissfully closed his eyes, and upon reaching their destination, was unceremoniously kicked off the bus by the masked man. Rubbing his rear end, Meng Fei cursed, "What a petty act of revenge. Can't you be more gentle?" Upon seeing the familiar confines of the psychiatric hospital, the first thing Meng Fei did was, naturally, to sleep. To rest well and dine heartily. Only then would he have the energy to continue his reckless escapades. Meanwhile, at the nearby Qingshan Primary School, in Class 3, a little girl clad in a pink dress with 2 floral buns cheerfully introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Xiaomei. I hope to be well acquainted with you all." This was a serene period, lasting a full week and a half. Zhaoqi felt somewhat unaccustomed to the tranquility, despite still being unable to relax completely. He needed to organize information and devise a plausible explanation for why the rules of the domestic game had vanished. Yet, truly, it was delightfully leisurely. Sipping a cola, Zhaoqi savored the moment. Inhilu had also reverted to his previous neat and meticulous appearance, refraining from carbonated drinks to avoid osteoporosis. Zhaoqi remarked, "It's fine. Not drinking now will lead to regrets later." What if tomorrow is our last? Inhilu replied, truly speechless. During this period, there was an unprecedented calm both domestically and abroad. Perhaps a significant part of this peace stemmed from the inexplicable disappearance of a rule-bound urban legend. A spark of hope ignited. Meng Fei was reveling in the delights of his safe house, which indeed had everything. After sleeping for 3 days, he finally arose to wash and eat, craving wagyu. This rule-bound game was genuinely fantastic. All his requests were fulfilled. Meng Fei exclaimed, "This is paradise, pure paradise." After ordering his meal, he requested a visit to the aquarium. Indeed, there was an aquarium. Meng Fei pressed his face against the glass, marveling at the gigantic whale inside. Goodness, is this truly heaven? Then, Meng Fei incessantly made various requests to see gardens, oceans, and beaches. All were graciously fulfilled. Dressed in vibrant beach shorts, Meng Fei sat on the sun-kissed sand, savoring the gentle breeze, comfortably squinting his eyes. Ah, no wonder those fellows regret it. If I were to abandon such a life, I too would feel remorse. With a deep sigh, Meng Fei lay on the beach and drifted into slumber. Astonishingly, this was not a mere illusion, but a tangible reality. A different voice emerged. Meng Fei frowned in displeasure, turning his back to the annoying presence. Seated beside him was a figure bearing his exact features, yet exuding an entirely different aura. Meng He had appeared. Meng He reached out, gently pinching Meng Fei's earlobe with an air of intimate familiarity, teasingly toying with it. Meng Fei exclaimed, "So bothersome." Meng He leaned closer, his breath chilling, and said, "I see this interesting? It is not an illusion. Everything here exists in reality." Meng Fei opened his eyes, coldly retorting, "What is real? What is false? Perhaps our world itself is merely a fabrication." Meng He chuckled, his tone sweet yet insidious. "Oh dear, why are you so irritable?" He wrapped his arms around Meng Fei's waist, pressing his cheek against the nape of Meng Fei's neck, affectionately nuzzling. "Always avoiding me is not a wise course of action. You are so gentle with others, yet so harsh with me. My heart aches. My dear, do not ignore me." Meng Fei neither struggled nor resisted, staring blankly ahead like a lifeless fish, muttering, "So annoying." Yet Meng He merely smiled, tightening his embrace, and finally, it was just the two of them. A fluffy white puppy squeezed between them, barking at Meng He in a cute voice, "Woof woof." Meng He raised an eyebrow, turning his hand to grab the puppy and toss it aside. Meng Fei gasped, "My precious." As he attempted to rise, Meng He firmly held onto Meng Fei's waist, preventing him from getting up. The little white dog, Meng Fei, "Woof woof woof." Meng He glared at the puppy. "Be quiet." Meng Fei, using all his limbs, tried to kick Meng He off, shouting, "Get lost." The little white dog rolled and tumbled back like a cotton candy. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Yes, yes, he is the worst, the most detestable." Meng He remained unfazed, leaning back against Meng Fei, a smirk on his lips, reveling in the warmth of his presence. Soft yet resilient, warm yet fervent. After thoroughly enjoying his delightful holiday, Meng Fei found that whenever he was unobserved, Meng He would appear, which was somewhat irksome, but it was all right. After all, the third rule-bound urban legend was about to commence. Please board the bus and head to the next location of the rule-bound urban legend. Meng Fei pushed open the door, experiencing the sensation of time and space fracturing as he entered the bus. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that this time, the bus was filled with others, presumably new players. Meng Fei casually selected a seat. Many of the newcomers were aware of Meng Fei's existence, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at him. After all of Meng Fei's classic moments had been crafted into widely circulated short videos. Moreover, it was due to Meng Fei that an entire rule-bound urban legend had vanished. Many of the newcomers regarded Meng Fei as an idol. However, there was also a figure with a venomous gaze fixated on Meng Fei. Ignoring him, Meng Fei reclined on the seat, appearing utterly unguarded as he pretended to sleep. Chapter 61. The world's most extraordinary phenomenon, Meng Fei. The audience in the bizarre livestream room was in a frenzy. What on earth? After a few days of absence, how could this father figure sleep so soundly? Where has our beloved deity been these past few days? It feels like an eternity. I miss him dearly. Sob sob. Wake up. Can't you see that the beautiful nation's unfortunate soul behind you wears a face full of resentment? I fear this madman might not awaken and could be taken out without warning. Rise and shine, rise and shine. Ah, my beloved deity's visage is truly a gift to the world. How delightful. Damn, that fool behind clearly intends to stir up trouble. The blonde from the beautiful nation is evidently harboring ill intentions. Meng Fei's actions render their beautiful nation utterly insignificant, despite the previous participant being a woman who was already a waste. Yet, Meng Fei's prowess is so remarkable that if left unchecked, it might threaten their beautiful nation's standing. Initially, the players from all nations in the rule of strange tales relied solely on luck, but it now appears that Meng Fei possesses not only good fortune but also a bit of intellect. Moreover, the recent disappearance of the previous instance has been attributed to Meng Fei. The reputation of the Flower Kingdom has evidently grown even stronger. However, this cannot be allowed to continue. Their beautiful nation must remain the most powerful leader. Brown fixed his gaze on Meng Fei, who had finally stirred. Stealthily, Brown approached Meng Fei, as a few players contemplated voicing their concerns. Brown shot them a vicious glare, silencing them instantly. Ultimately, Meng Fei is merely a madman. Whether he can assist them is uncertain, and there's no need to take risks for him. Furthermore, it's not certain that Meng Fei was responsible for the disappearance of the rule of strange tales. It could very well be mere coincidence. Everyone consoled themselves, concocting various excuses to justify their reluctance to assist Meng Fei. Thus, in this chaotic breakdown of order, the essence of humanity is further highlighted, and Meng Fei has never held faith in human nature. Just as Brown's hand was about to press down on Meng Fei's head, Meng Fei opened his eyes. His dark orbs glimmered with an icy light, as he swiftly shook his head and slipped off the chair like a nimble fish, in a deft twist. He executed a motion reminiscent of a zombie rising from the grave. With a series of cracking sounds, Meng Fei stood before Brown. "What are you doing?" Meng Fei inquired. Brown stared at Meng Fei and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. It was the kind of smile that would likely cause any woman enamored with Western men to weaken at the knees. With a cheerful demeanor, Brown remarked, "Oh, I noticed a fly on your face." "Oh, really?" Meng Fei appeared utterly unfazed. Brown let out a sigh of relief. Although Meng Fei's earlier movements were somewhat peculiar, it did not deter Brown from his intention to take action. Meng Fei maintained his gaze on Brown and said, "Ah, that fly seems to have landed on your shoulder." Brown instinctively glanced at his shoulder, only to feel a powerful hand gripping the other side. In the next moment, the seemingly frail Meng Fei effortlessly threw Brown to the floor of the bus. Meng Fei's hands moved with a dexterity surpassing that of a spider, as he calmly dislocated Brown's shoulders and then deftly dislodged his jaw. Everything transpired so abruptly that only when the excruciating pain arrived did Brown emit a bone-chilling scream. Meng Fei planted a foot on Brown's thigh, leaning down to gaze at the terrified expression on Brown's face. His countenance was frigid. "Damn it, I detest when others exhibit malice toward me. Not only are they foolish, but they are also exceedingly irritating." Already plagued by paranoia, Meng Fei nearly began to suspect that the entire world conspired against him, only to encounter a blind, malicious fool. Inside the bus, nearly 50 players were left dumbfounded. A lad from the land of Asan quivered and stammered, "Martial arts?" Fortunately, it seemed as though a translation device had been implanted in the minds of all players, making comprehension a non-issue. Within the bizarre live-stream room of the Flower Kingdom, it was clear that the revelation of their martial arts prowess would be impossible to explain. Why, though, Does this lunatic possess such remarkable skills? Incredible! From this day forth, Meng Fei shall be my deity. Even I, a medical student, am left in awe. He not only possesses divination skills but also martial arts. Is this truly martial arts? It appeared he effortlessly tossed that fool aside. What the hell? Are you Flower Kingdom folks truly this domineering? We, the beautiful nation, will certainly not sit idly by. Where are the moderators? Where are the moderators? Get this fool out of here. This is infuriating. Instead of watching over their own players, they constantly run to the Flower Kingdom. What's wrong? Is the internet in your country that poor? Meng Fei is infringing upon the rights of citizens from the beautiful nation. I demand an explanation from the Flower Kingdom. Shut your mouth. Indeed. Yes, yes, only you beautiful nation are in the right, the most right. Zhao Qi silently glanced at Shan Xiuqing. What a waste of the elderly gentleman's elegant name. The old man, with his leg crossed and a cup of wine in hand, his nose slightly flushed, said, "It's normal. I have some martial arts skills myself. Meng Fei has some too. What's the issue?" In Hilu exclaimed, "Of course there is an issue. What on earth is Meng Fei? How many hidden cards does he possess that we are unaware of? While possessing martial arts skills may not qualify as a hidden card, they must comprehend everything about Meng Fei to effectively cooperate with him." Shan Xiuqing paused for a moment before stating, "Meng Fei is a good child. Initially, I thought he was spouting nonsense, but now that I think about it, everything he said was true. Even if Meng Fei is ill, there is reason and logic behind his illness." Shan Xiuqing's words were a jumble, leaving the crowd in exasperation. He chuckled, saying, "I can't divulge, you'll just have to watch. Meng Fei will undoubtedly live up to our expectations." Meng Fei contemplated whether he should simply eliminate this fool. After all, this blonde fellow had already revealed his malice. Brown glared at Meng Fei with resentment. Meng Fei pondered for a moment and said, "I cannot provoke discord between our two nations. I am a pacifist. Thus, I shall reluctantly put you back together." Meng Fei proceeded to snap Brown's shoulders and jaw back into place with a series of cracks. Brown writhed in pain. Meng Fei raised his middle finger at Brown, saying, "Shut up. I don't wish to hear you speak." How impressive, truly impressive. Brown was genuinely a bit frightened now, and thus refrained from speaking. However, that did not prevent him from glaring fiercely at Meng Fei. Meng Fei adjusted his gaze. Brown quickly lowered his head, pretending nothing had occurred. After tidying up this fool, Meng Fei smoothly pivoted and sat back down in his chair. Chapter 62. Perhaps Meng Fei is not ill. With arms crossed and eyes shut, Meng Fei seemed to drift back into slumber. The sun bathed the handsome face of this gentleman from the Flower Nation, prompting a lingering gaze from onlookers. He appeared utterly harmless. Yet, inside the bus, an eerie silence prevailed. No one dared to gamble on whether this chilling individual was truly asleep or merely pretending. Brown clambered back to his seat, his demeanor deflated, while others regarded him with bemusement. His face flushed with embarrassment as he bellowed, "What are you staring at? Never seen a citizen of the beautiful country before." The others averted their gazes. Despite the obvious foolishness of this golden-haired American, he was evidently a brawny fellow, and provoking him would yield no benefit. The bus continued its journey in an unsettling quietude. Brown's resentful glare remained fixed on Meng Fei, yet even the slightest movement of Meng Fei's fingers caused him to involuntarily turn away, feigning indifference. "Be a man and confront Meng Shan," he chided himself. "Coward. Not to mention, Meng Shan has already triumphed. I've long been annoyed by that American brat. What a show-off. Does he really think he's something special?" As the peculiar hues surrounding them gradually faded, new landscapes emerged outside the bus window, expanses of magnificent fields. The verdant grass grew lush, interspersed with a myriad of vividly colored flowers. This scene resembled a vibrant oil painting. As the gentle breeze swept through, the grass swayed and the flowers danced, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Meng Fei lazily opened his eyes, comfortably situated in a single seat towards the front, affording him a splendid view of the scenery outside. He murmured to himself, "Purple roses, violet, blue violets, forget-me-nots, daisies, jasmine, lavender." He gazed dreamily at the vast flower fields, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure approached Meng Fei and leaned in to whisper, "I did not expect you to possess such extensive knowledge of flowers." The voice was soft and melodic, imbued with a unique timbre. Meng Fei, with a drooping brow, replied curtly, "Speak your mind, or spit it out quickly." In the absence of intriguing matters, he often donned a morose demeanor. What could possibly be interesting? Certainly, the bazaar and the paper laden with rules was, for Meng Fei, the epitome of a dream come true. Casting a glance at the intruder, then sweeping his gaze across the bus occupants, he muttered, "It feels like a grand tale of rules, doesn't it? A collective narrative, typically requiring collaboration." The interlocutor appeared amiable, at last. Meng Fei lifted his eyelids to regard the newcomer. He stood roughly at the same height as Meng Fei, perhaps slightly taller, with chestnut red hair and a luminescent complexion. A perpetual smile graced his lips, and his deep blue eyes held an enigmatic depth. His features were not the rugged norm associated with Western men, but possessed a certain delicacy. He was slender and appeared to be around 20, likely of European descent, an artist whose creative essence appealed to Meng Fei. After all, a handsome visage could only enhance one's standing in Meng Fei's eyes. Meng Fei lounged against the window, one leg bent atop the seat's edge while the other stretched out nonchalantly. He scrutinized the stranger with an expression that hinted at inscrutable depths. Arndt, under Meng Fei's gaze, felt his heartbeat quicken, a primal urge to flee tugging at him. Yet he remained rooted. Having followed most of Meng Fei's live streams, he was acutely aware of Meng Fei's formidable prowess. While others panicked and scrambled, fearful of inadvertently breaching the rules and meeting their demise, Meng Fei exhibited extraordinary analytical skills and maintained perfect control over the situation. Moreover, it was Meng Fei who had caused a pre-existing rule to vanish into thin air. It was utterly astonishing. Arndt had spent considerable time studying rule-based narratives. Although Meng Fei had only uttered a few speculations regarding strange beings during his broadcasts, all had proven accurate, and there were likely many more insights left unspoken. Arndt mused, "Is this the product of a mysterious ancient Eastern nation?" Though born in a land of romance, Arndt possessed a quarter of Flower Nation blood, his grandmother a classical beauty of that. Yet, Arndt had no desire to delve into such potentially gruesome pasts. He cherished only the enigmatic beauty of his grandmother's visage and the romantic tales recounted by his family. How wondrous and beautiful! Moreover, Meng Fei exuded an aura of mystery, complemented by his enigmatic skills and the prior incident with the copper coins. He embodied all of Arndt's fantasies about the Flower Nation. Arndt's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at Meng Fei. Meng Fei quipped, "Are you unwell? Keep staring, and I might just pluck your eyes out." His tone was flat, but his expression betrayed no jest. "Need help?" Meng Fei continued, "Keep your distance." The online audience from the land of romance erupted in outrage. How rude! This is utterly uncouth. Arndt, do not yield to such a brutish individual. Oh my God, how could he utter such cruel and bloody words? It's unimaginable. Arndt, oh, I almost forgot. Meng Fei is a lunatic. Lunatics are truly terrifying. We must steer clear of such dangerous individuals. Why had the authorities not yet warned Arndt to avoid an alliance with this brutish, terrifying, and perverse character? Many citizens from the land of romance frantically contacted their authorities, demanding that Arndt be cautioned to steer clear of the lunatic Meng Fei. The authorities of the land of romance pondered, "While many citizens are indeed lacking in judgment, at least we possess some sense. How can we issue a warning about an unknown rule-based narrative at the outset? If one wishes to die, they ought to speak up sooner. Furthermore, Allying with Meng Fei may not be a misguided choice. After all, there exists only a thin line between genius and madness. Numerous citizens from the land of romance flocked to the Flower Nation's live stream, clamoring for an explanation, expressing their discontent over the apparent disharmony and lack of camaraderie. The authorities of the Flower Nation remarked, "Initially, we believed Meng Fei to be unwell. Now it seems he may be the one in sound mind." Chapter 63. Not scaring humanity. The audience from the flower-growing nation is rather unrestrained, criticizing without reservation. Oh dear, actually quarreling with a lunatic, tsk.it is to be expected, considering their limited territory. Should they fail a few more times, they might find themselves utterly vanished, understandable.as for their claims. Those tales of multiple horrors you romantics have spun were not without their own underhanded tactics. What nonsense! What is the matter? Just because my adorable deity has dispelled a rule-related horror, you're all up in arms? Do you not know how to express gratitude? We've already entered a world of horrors. Is it wrong to poke your eyes out? You foolish creatures, get lost. Meng Fei is a lunatic. So what? Are you also mad? Occasionally, there are a few clueless souls stirring the pot. Alas, is this the caliber of the flower-growing nation? Truly regrettable. Calm down, everyone. Let us not disturb the peace. However, Meng Fei is indeed perilous and may resort to extreme actions against other players. Indeed, he poses a threat. He should be confined. How can a lunatic be allowed in a world of rules? The live stream descended into chaos, with actual complaints filed against the flower-growing nation, demanding that they forcibly remove Meng Fei. Zhao Qi, damn it, these people are truly geniuses. Inhilu, I never anticipated this. Who proposed such a brilliant suggestion? I genuinely wish to examine the workings of their mind. Unbeknownst to Meng Fei, his mere utterance had incited a cacophony, turning the environment upside down, where all sorts of creatures emerged. Meng Fei merely leaned back, propping his chin in a nonchalant manner, signaling the man before him to keep his distance. Yet, Arndt remained oblivious to Meng Fei's intent, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Meng Fei. He earnestly spoke. I am Arndt from the Romantic Nation. I watched your live stream before and have become your fan. May I have the honor of being your partner? Meng Fei lazily replied. Not interested. Arndt, however, persisted. Is it because I am not exceptional enough? Do you find no utility in me? I genuinely admire you. While my intellect and physical prowess may not match yours, I certainly exceed the average. Would you reconsider? Meng Fei covered his ears, refusing to listen. Not hearing it, you nonsense. Arndt was adamant about teaming up with Meng Fei. Meng Fei displayed visible annoyance, shaking his head vigorously, resembling someone on the verge of a breakdown. Ha ha ha, it's like witnessing my younger self. Not listening, nonsense. There was a time, after being scolded by my parents, when I never had such a moment again. Yet, you had a complete childhood. Arndt inherited one of the traits of the Romantic Nation, persistence. Will you not reconsider? I am truly capable. Meng Fei, now horrified, shrank deeper into his chair, curling into a ball, his eyes wide. I don't give a damn. Keep your distance. I only love my adorable deity. Others could not perceive it, but in Meng Fei's perception, a light, fluffy ball of fur had climbed atop his head, incessantly whining. Woof, woof, woof. The little deity rolled around on Meng Fei's head, displaying affection. Arndt questioned. What did he say? What was that about? Is there something wrong with his words? The two were in a tug-of-war, while Brown observed from behind, his gaze filled with resentment, daring to team up with a lunatic. Are you not afraid of an early demise? This time, the participant from the flower-growing nation was a young woman, clad in a JK uniform, her gaze timidly lingering on Brown. Players from other nations remained silent. Meng Fei, curled into a ball, trembled, no longer resembling the audacious figure he once was. Zhao Qi chuckled. What? Is he homophobic? Shen Xiuqing was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something unpleasant, and after a pause, he managed to utter, "You will all come to know the reason, sooner or later." Inhe Lu, you certainly know how to keep people on edge. Aren't? Feeling conflicted, clarified. I am not gay. My orientation is entirely normal. Meng Fei stared at him with lifeless eyes. Someone once told me the same, but do you know what he later confessed? Aren't? Meng Fei spoke in a tone as dull as stagnant water, uttering disconcerting words. Because of you, I came to like men. I only like one man, and that is you. No other man will do. Aren't? Meng Fei hugged himself, terror evident on his face. I absolutely do not like humanity. I like no one. The live stream erupted in laughter. Once, he had continuously challenged his limits, and now, he was revealed to be homophobic? Ha ha ha. Quick, bring in more male partners. I am curious if the adorable deity will take flight. Damn. Will the cat take flight? I cannot help but envision a snow leopard soaring. Ha ha ha. This is utterly endearing. Previously unafraid of the uncanny. Was it because he was not human? Sigh. With a deity like that, I could inhale tin in one breath. It turns out even lunatics have their fears. Fear of male partners? Ha ha ha. Previously, he exuded an air of superiority. Now, apologies, Meng Fei. I am laughing too loudly. Aren't? I cannot accept that reasoning. Meng Fei glared at him, contemplating. You are from the romantic nation, reputed for being slow-paced, persistent. You are utterly incompatible with my ideal partner. Aren't? I can change, Meng Fei. Change? How could you believe that habits formed over a lifetime can simply be altered? Aren't looked at Meng Fei, stating, because I want to survive. No jesting involved. Meng Fei scrutinized him. Aren't stood upright. Perhaps if Meng Fei were of a different gender, he might have softened. After all, he was a handsome fellow. Teaming up wasn't out of the question. Meng Fei, I refuse. I am a king and do not require anyone else. Arrogant, excessively so, Brown sneered. Let us hope so. May fortune always favor you. Meng Fei smirked, turning to Brown, his eyes glinting with mockery. Then let us wager. Let us bet on who can escape this scenario alive. He intended to propose this, but given the persistent antics of this fool, he could hardly be blamed. After all, losing one fool wouldn't lead to the downfall of the beautiful nation, would it? What talents players acquire in the world of rule-related horrors remain unknown unless they choose to disclose them. Meng Fei. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal that. Brown, perhaps with muscles in place of brains, grinned menacingly upon hearing this. All right, let us make a wager. Meng Fei declared, I bet that I will be the only one to survive. Chapter 64. The Joyful Amusement Park, a colossal tale of horror. Brown. How is that possible? It must be you who will die. Meng Fei. Perhaps, Meng Fei. Damn. If that's the case, I simply need to keep betting with others. A guaranteed win all the way. It is only at this very moment that Meng Fei realizes the remarkable nature of his own talent. Initially, he had no intention of utilizing it, but now it appears that employing it occasionally might not be such a bad idea. However, after gambling with Brown, Meng Fei senses a peculiar feeling. Meng Fei, what the hell, is betting with the bizarre not valid? You scoundrel, and you hold all the rights to explain. Go to hell. Aren't, observing Meng Fei's expression, suddenly leans in closer, whispering, You are absolutely certain you will win, aren't you, Meng Fei? Huh? What are you saying? I can't comprehend, so impressive, indeed. Arndt's expression bears a hint of fondness as he states, Let us bypass this topic. Please reconsider my proposal carefully. I will be quite compliant. Meng Fei ponders, more obedient than a dog? Aren't. I do not particularly appreciate that analogy. Meng Fei frowns, rather pretentious. Aren't. If I did not genuinely regard Meng Fei as a significant ally, I would not even wish to converse with him. This is utterly absurd. After finishing his pretentious remark, Meng Fei refrains from outright rejection. Instead, He turns to gaze out at the vast expanse of fields. Do you know what these flowers signify? Meng Fei inquires. Aren't vitality, beauty? Meng Fei shakes his head, declaring, You are mistaken. They symbolize love. Aren't blinks in confusion. Meng Fei continues, speaking to himself. The purple rose represents profound, protective love. The blue violet symbolizes one's loyalty to love. The daisy signifies innocent purity and the love concealed deep within. Aren't so? Meng Fei remarks. Which fool desires romance? Planting such a vast array of flowers. Those who wish for love, feeling somewhat scolded, yet lacking any reliable evidence. Meng Fei stretches his arms, stating, Love, ah, what a foolish thing, as Meng Fei's words resonate. A sharp, dramatically exaggerated tone reverberates through the bus. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome, my beloved guests, to my amusement park. I am the director of the joyful amusement park. Just call me the director, the super director. Here, we shall provide you with the most splendid and exhilarating amusement experience. I hope everyone enjoys a delightful demise. Meng Fei's eyes widen slightly as he exclaims, It's a clown. Indeed, it is a clown, dressed in a tight-fitting red, blue, and white costume, with hair ablaze like fire, explosively wild. He wears exaggerated boat shoes, adorned with two fluffy red pom-poms at the tips. His shoulders puff out like balloons, and his pants are short and bulbous. With skin as white as snow, lips as red as rubies, tall and slender, his makeup is extravagant, and his tone is equally exaggerated. The clown director, after wishing everyone a joyful death, suddenly produces a small balloon, which bursts with a bang, showering confetti everywhere. The clown director laughs heartily, his smile becoming increasingly sinister under the influence of his exaggerated makeup. Ha ha ha, welcome to the joyful amusement park. With arms wide open, the clown director reveals an extravagant and luxurious structure ahead of the bus. It is a grand amusement park. This must be a colossal rule-based horror tale, right? Damn, I wonder how many lives will be lost. Cursed be it. The previous rule-based horror was already exceedingly difficult. Why must this one be colossal? Will the god of cute not have any issues? Some individuals excel at solo rule-based horror tales but struggle with group scenarios. They had better not cause trouble for Ming Shan. Otherwise, I shall create a voodoo doll and curse them. The passengers in the bus were equally filled with trepidation, gazing at the audacious director like a flock of timid chicks. Arndt fell silent for a moment before returning to his seat, settling down. The clown director spun in place, radiating a brilliant smile under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I wish everyone a pleasant... With a loud bang, pink smoke erupted, and the director vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the bus came to a sudden halt at the entrance of the amusement park. Cheerful music echoed in their ears as everyone turned their attention to the vividly colored amusement park. The driver, a man clad in a red and white checked uniform, sported an exaggerated painted smile on his lips as he glanced at the passengers inside the bus. Welcome to the joyful amusement park, my dear guests. Please disembark. Exchanging glances, no one wished to alight. Yet Meng Fei, without a moment's hesitation, stood up and walked towards the door. After all, they had to enter the amusement park eventually. Regardless of their reluctance, they would have to go in sooner or later. Why bother with futile struggles? However, others were not as resolute as Meng Fei. Someone timidly raised their hand, resembling a schoolchild hesitant to answer a teacher's question. Must we really disembark? The driver smiled with squinted eyes, his expression warm and his voice gentle. If you do not wish to get off, you are not obliged to. After all, as guests, we respect all your choices. The bus stirred with agitation. Could it be that they need not disembark? If so, would that mean they could avoid participating in the rule-based horror, thus escaping death? The only issue would be food and water. Some began to entertain thoughts of staying behind. Meng Fei had already stepped off the bus, and seeing his resolve, Arndt contemplated and followed him out. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate within the bus. Should they remain? Perhaps once they completed the rule-based horror, they could leave directly. Surely not. It can't be that simple. I wish to stay, even if it means starving. I refuse to enter this terrifying place. The driver watched them discuss with a benevolent expression. Meng Fei stood at the door, tilting his head, saying, "Come down. Opting out of the game is not a wise choice." He was genuinely trying to advise them. However, once people desire to evade a situation, a mere few words cannot persuade them. Meng Fei understood this well. He no longer focused on the commotion inside the bus and turned his gaze elsewhere. The amusement park's gates stood wide open, revealing an expanse used for parking and a small booth for ticket sales. Parking. Meng Fei gazed at the brightly colored buses, tilting his head, then suddenly turned to look at the others inside the bus. Damn it. Chapter 65. An unexpected addition of 250. Meng Fei suddenly found himself in a state of agitation. What was happening? Why did Meng Shan appear as if he had seen a ghost? Damn, wasn't it indeed akin to encountering a specter? How could there possibly be 7 vehicles? Is 7 vehicles particularly strange? Indeed. A large bus accommodates approximately 50 individuals, and 7 buses equate to 350 people. What, then, accounts for the additional 250? Damn it, the implications are chilling. The members of the Anomaly Research Group also took note of this peculiar detail. Zhao Qi promptly instructed everyone to verify the live streams from all countries to ascertain precisely who among them were players. Yin He Lu, while identifying the genuine players, noticed her hands trembling slightly. What was going on? Was the difficulty of this game still set to a high level? The previous round had been nearly a deadlock, and now, in this bizarre set of rules, had the players already boarded the bus at the outset? Zhao Qi remained composed and remarked, "I understand your thoughts. Enhle.it has commenced from the very beginning. Once the live stream is activated, the rules of this peculiar narrative unfold. In previous instances of observing multiple rule-based anomalies, we typically entered the scenario only to disembark almost immediately. However, this time, nearly half an hour has passed." Dou grasped the significance of that. Enhele's body quivered, her voice faltering, yet she managed to articulate. This indicates that this anomaly will be an unprecedentedly large-scale one. Once it manifests, it could potentially encompass the land area of an entire village with an unprecedented range of influence. Zhao Qi nodded in agreement, saying, "This is merely the most fundamental possibility." Recall how the blood-red telephone booth actively lures individuals. One can only fear that this amusement park may also entice people. The atmosphere grew heavy. However, anything is possible. Zhao Qi nodded, remaining silent. The other members of the research group appeared somewhat anxious. Their primary task now was to distinguish which individuals were players. This task was relatively straightforward. Zhao Qi held the list, observing the live stream. The 7 buses were engaging in discussions, deliberating whether to disembark. Enhelu fixed her gaze on the screen, coldly stating, "This is being dominated by anomalous entities." Among the 7 vehicles, only 1 player inquired if they could remain on board. The other 6 are utterly clueless about the situation. Enhela gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are these fools intent on killing everyone right now?" Zhao Qi felt a chill run through his limbs as he watched the others decisively exit the bus, turning in shock to gaze at Meng Fei within. Zhao Qi let out a heartfelt sigh of relief, grateful that it was Meng Fei. Thankfully, this eccentric individual adhered to the rules from the very beginning. At that moment, Meng Fei looked astonished as he glanced around the bus and then at his companion. Aren't. In an instant, Meng Fei pressed himself against the outer wall of the bus, his feet hastily retreating from aren't. Damn. He knew it. There were no good people in this world. Aren't. Meng Fei face-palmed, observing Arendt's bewildered expression. As an adversary, he certainly excelled at feigning innocence. As a companion, he was utterly foolish, lacking any sense of danger. Meng Fei wrapped his arms around himself, resolutely stating, "Indeed, expecting someone to behave like a dog is a tremendous overestimation, aren't?" Meng Fei cautiously stepped back, scrutinizing the occupants of the bus. To be frank, even Meng Fei found it challenging to discern any differences among them. They appeared remarkably similar to ordinary individuals. Meng Fei squinted, muttering a curse under his breath. One by one, passengers began to disembark from the other buses. Some appeared excited, others fearful, while a few seemed anxious and restless. "Look at that. Whether human or ghost, their acting skills are truly commendable." Meng Fei donned a mask of agony. However, Meng Fei thought, "Indeed, leading others is not an easy task. Nevertheless, with my presence, surely the number of survivors will exceed 10 fingers." Moreover, while death for each individual seems inevitable, he was merely a minor disruptive factor. Having successfully convinced himself of this, Meng Fei began to observe his surroundings without a shred of guilt. In addition to the 7 vividly colored buses, there stood a wooden ticket booth. Passengers from the bus Meng Fei boarded were also gradually disembarking. Perhaps Arendt's initial words instilled a sense of cooperation among the group, as some had already begun to seek out companions. The petite girl from the small country had gravitated toward Braun, adopting a submissive demeanor. Braun, in turn, embraced the girl, exuding an air of bravado. Meng Fei tilted his head, whispering, "Did you see that? Such a dimwit is the easiest to eliminate." Arendt finally grasped Meng Fei's implication and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, possessing brawn without brains is a grave flaw." Meng Fei flashed a toothy grin, inwardly musing, "Yes, those who are attractive yet lack combat prowess are also quite vulnerable." Having expressed his thoughts, Meng Fei turned his attention away from others and stealthily made his way toward the small wooden ticket booth. In a rather bizarre manner, he dashed forward with surprising swiftness. "Ha ha ha, what is this? Is he a zombie?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, it felt as though the cute deity was about to crawl in a dark and twisted manner, causing him to burst into laughter. Is it social anxiety? Is it social anxiety? Faced with the bizarre, he was undoubtedly a social terrorist. Yet when confronted with humans, what? He became timid. Yes, I said it. Although beating Braun was, ha ha ha, is it social anxiety? Or is it fear of humans? Meng Fei, this is slander. I simply prefer not to communicate excessively with humans. It is not a fear of humanity. After all, humans are the most malevolent beings, utterly incomprehensible. While others were forming alliances, Meng Fei had already reached the ticket seller's counter. Oh dear, they look remarkably alike. The ticket seller and the driver are virtually identical, even down to their hairstyles. Meng Fei fixed his gaze on the ticket seller, who stood upright with hands resting on the table, smiling warmly at him. "Hello, dear patron. Are you here to purchase a ticket?" Meng Fei nodded and inquired, "What types of tickets do you have?" The ticket seller's eyes locked onto Meng Fei's, the curvature of his mouth shifting slightly before he resumed his pleasant smile. Presently, Happy Amusement Park offers 3 types of tickets catering to seniors, children, and adults. The basic ticket, the VIP ticket, and the supreme ticket. Which one would you like? Meng Fei tilted his head, asking, "How much do they cost?" Chapter 66. If you don't want to die, get off the bus. The ticket collector smiled and said, "There's no charge, it's free." Meng Fei narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the ticket collector. "Dare you swear by the supreme rules that it is indeed free?" The ticket collector replied, "I swear by the highest authority that you may obtain a ticket from me without spending a single cent." Meng Fei chuckled. "What about other things? Do we not need anything else?" The ticket collector assured, "No, nothing else is required." Meng Fei's smile vanished. Whispers erupted in the live stream. How could it be possible to not spend any money or resources? Surely there's a catch? It feels like a trap right from the start. Perhaps it's wiser for Meng Shan to opt for the basic ticket? I think so too. The basic ticket should be the safest choice. With an expressionless face, Meng Fei fixed his gaze on the ticket collector and inquired, "What is the distinction between the basic ticket, the VIP ticket and the Supreme ticket? The ticket collector responded cheerfully, that cannot be disclosed to customers. Only after purchase can one discern the differences from the ticket. Meng Fei declared, this is a scam. Fried meatballs, I'm so hungry. Fried donuts, fried ice cream, and fried dried fish. Meng Fei lamented, I'm feeling famished so quickly. He had consumed a plate of fruit salad and a platter of fried chicken before boarding, feeling stuffed, yet now he was ravenous. Meng Fei smacked his lips, contemplating which ticket he truly desired. During this time, others approached to inquire about the tickets. The ticket collector answered questions as they arose, yet remained silent on unasked inquiries. Meng Fei observed the crowd around him, unable to discern who among them were players and who were not. Ante heard the previous exchange and quietly suggested, let us choose the basic ticket. According to the fundamental principles of the rule-based narrative, in terms of equivalent exchange, selecting the basic ticket should entail the least cost. Meng Fei did not respond. Instead, he took a few steps back, surveying the ticket booth. Above the small wooden booth hung a banner, somewhat faded, yet the message was still legible. Different identities, different treatments, welcome esteemed guests. Since we are here, let us not be miserly. After all, happiness is paramount. Meng Fei fixed his gaze on the words, stating, we have yet to enter the realm of the rule-based narrative. This was Ante's first experience with the rule-based narrative, and he did not comprehend Meng Fei's implication. Meng Fei, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, the initial rule-based narrative slip has not yet appeared. Thus, we are unaware of our true objectives. With an impassive demeanor, Meng Fei continued, it is unprecedented to enter the rule-based narrative for over an hour without obtaining the narrative slip. As he spoke, he directly returned to the bus, gripping the door and addressing everyone inside, get off. If you wish to avoid death, then disembark. Meng Fei's declaration startled those still deliberating within the bus. Brown resumed his brash demeanor, interjecting, hey, what are you talking about? Meng Fei chose to ignore the muscle-headed fool, reiterating to the occupants, get off. Brown considered pulling Meng Fei away but hesitated, instead mumbling to himself, you think they'll just get off because you say so? Staying on the bus might be a viable option to complete the challenge. Meng Fei shot a cold glare at Brown and retorted, then why don't you stay behind? Brown scoffed dismissively, flexing his biceps, and declared in a gruff voice, I am no coward. I intend to win this game. Meng Fei, with deadpan eyes, muttered, fool. You still have a chance. Step down. Meng Fei turned his attention back to the occupants of the bus. Why do you say we will die? Asked a woman with long hair. Meng Fei replied, it's a guess. The simplicity of his words left the bus occupants speechless. Then we cannot trust you. You simply guess that we will die? Meng Fei stated directly, as of now, we have not received the first rule-based narrative slip, which means we have not officially entered the narrative. In other words, if you remain on the bus, it equates to relinquishing your chance to participate in the game. Do you really think the rule-based narrative world will spare you if you choose to forfeit? There were still 9 individuals remaining on the bus. One flamboyantly dressed Western man inquired, has this situation occurred before? Meng Fei responded, no. Then does that mean we might survive? As long as we endure until the conclusion of this narrative. Meng Fei found himself at a loss for words, pursing his lips. Thus, this is our decision. Do not meddle in our affairs. Do you think staying on the bus is simple? We approach this with a mindset of gambling. Exactly. And because of your single statement, we should abandon this more stable possibility and step into a more perilous situation. Even though you've successfully navigated the rule-based narrative twice, that doesn't give you the right to be so irresponsible. If we disembark, can you ensure our safety? If you can guarantee that, we will get off. The 9 individuals aboard pressed on. Meng Fei fell silent. Do not concern yourself with them. They are doomed. My dear, you know well that kind words cannot sway the damned. They wish to escape. Even if you exert your utmost effort, they shall not become brave. Rather than focusing on them, Why not focus on me? After all, you have always treated others with such tenderness, and I cannot help but feel envious. Meng Fei snapped, "Shut up, fool." It was vexing. This was precisely why Meng Fei did not wish to rely on Meng Hei's power. Because if he did, this fool would likely rear his head intermittently. Perhaps utilizing his power even once would result in a month of incessant prattling. Moreover, if he borrowed power multiple times in quick succession, he might even risk losing his body. Meng Fei, in a foul mood, puffed his cheeks and glanced at the people in the bus, yet still voiced, "I do not care about your fates, but I do not wish for the player count to be further diminished." After uttering this, Meng Fei pondered, bit his lip, and ultimately relented. After all, as Meng He had said, they would not disembark simply due to a few of his persuasive words. Moreover, they might not necessarily survive. Meng Fei still wished to save them. The long-haired woman who had first spoken turned to the driver and asked, "Excuse me, driver, will there be any issues if we do not disembark?" The driver smiled and replied, "There will be no issues." A more ominous feeling enveloped the atmosphere as Meng Fei narrowed his eyes. "Dare you swear?" Chapter 67. The Virgin Mary Syndrome is about to erupt. The driver beamed at Meng Fei, saying, "Of course, I can swear an oath upon the highest principles that even if my passengers do not disembark the vehicle, there will be no repercussions." A sense of contradiction and unease washed over Meng Fei. He found the situation bizarre. You would never harm them, would you? Nor would anyone else. Meng Fei felt as though he had misspoken. The driver nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, however, if one does not enter the park, provisions of food and water will not be provided." Upon hearing this, the passengers seemed to relax even further. Meng Fei thought, "Damn it, something is definitely amiss, yet I cannot articulate what." Meanwhile, those witnessing the altercation began to disseminate the news. Even if they did not disembark or enter the park, they would not be killed. Merely deprived of food and water. Had it been only the first part, perhaps most would have disbelieved it, but with the latter condition appended, everyone found it credible. In fact, 6 more individuals boarded the bus with Meng Fei. He clenched his teeth. "Damn it, I feel like I've been ensnared in a trap. This scenario is indeed more challenging than the previous 2. Meng Fei sensed that continuing to speak would lead to regret. Tactical retreat. After retreating, Meng Fei took a moment to count the remaining passengers on the other vehicles. To his astonishment, 71 individuals had remained. Anxiety consumed him as he squatted in a corner, gnawing on his fingers. Aren't, who had been trailing Meng Fei, remarked, "Why is this so entire?" Within this scenario, Meng Fei appeared particularly agitated. Shin Xiuqing commented, "This child embodies the quintessential INFJ personality, and his current mindset is quite straightforward. The Virgin Mary Syndrome has manifested. However, this conflicts with his objectives, a contradiction he cannot surmount. I surmise he is currently contemplating how to ensure everyone's survival." Zhao Qi, Yin Hele, other research team members. Meng Fei, the Virgin Mary Syndrome, could these two concepts truly be intertwined? Shin Xiuqing gazed at Meng Fei on the screen, stating, "Fragile yet formidable, compassionate yet detached, willing to extend kindness to all, yet frighteningly cold-blooded." Yet, in truth, Meng Fei's most common demeanor is likely one of harsh mockery directed at others, all while remaining undetected, is it not? As Meng Fei gnawed on his fingers, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I feel like something has gone awry. I have certainly been conned. The ticket seller and driver must be deceiving me." It seemed exceedingly difficult to safeguard everyone, yet dismantling this bizarre rule appeared even more daunting. What a bunch of fools, daring to trust their words. Damn it, this is infuriating. Let the world explode. How adorable. Meng Fei paused his finger gnawing, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Fools. After venting his frustrations at Meng He, he once again began to neurotically survey his surroundings. It seemed to be around 4 in the afternoon. Meng Fei stared blankly at the expansive flower fields outside. There was too little information, He had no idea what was useful. He then glanced at the banner at the small wooden ticket booth. While he may not know much, at least he understood which ticket to purchase. Most of those willing to disembark had already done so, and the amusement park's loudspeaker buzzed twice. Welcome to Happy Amusement Park. My dear guests, please prepare to purchase your tickets promptly to enter the park in half an hour. The park's gates will close, and ticket sales will temporarily cease. Upon hearing this, many surged forward to buy tickets. They were free, yet nearly all opted for the basic ticket. Brown, with his arm around a cute girl, loftily approached the ticket seller, declaring, 2 VIP tickets. The girl, Miko Kamishiro, quickly interjected, No, I only need a basic ticket. Brown, initially eager to flaunt, found no need to force it when Miko made such a statement, and simply accepted a VIP ticket for himself. After over 200 individuals had purchased their tickets and entered the park, Meng Fei leisurely made his way over. Supreme ticket, please. The ticket seller's eyes widened with a smile as he regarded Meng Fei. A supreme ticket? Meng Fei responded weakly, Yes. The ticket seller replied, Very well, here's your ticket, please keep it safe. He produced a palm-sized golden ticket. The standard ticket was white, the VIP ticket silver, and the supreme ticket gold. Meng Fei grasped the ticket, which featured a sketch of the amusement park on the front, while the back was densely packed with fine print. Greetings, esteemed supreme guest. With this ticket, you shall receive the following privileges: complimentary accommodation at the amusement park hotel, free use of the park's facilities, and complimentary access to the park's restaurant. You may bypass queues for attractions and receive assistance from park staff without charge. Meng Fei mused, Oh, this feels quite advantageous. Aren't, lacking the courage to request a supreme ticket, settled for a VIP ticket. Meng Fei leaned in to examine Arendt's ticket. Greetings, esteemed VIP guest. With this ticket, you shall enjoy the following privileges: half-price accommodation at the amusement park hotel, free use of the park's facilities, and half-price access to the restaurant. You may bypass queues for attractions and receive assistance from designated park staff at no cost. The VIP ticket provided half-price accommodation and meals, along with assistance from fixed staff. Meng Fei cast his gaze downward, pondering the ordinary ticket. The ordinary ticket offered full price for both accommodation and meals, with no assistance from staff, or required additional payment. Meng Fei tightened his grip on his ticket and led Arendt into the park. They were the last to enter, as the others remained on the bus. Upon entering, they faced a grand notice board. Welcome to the Happy Amusement Park, a tale of curiosities. Here at the Happy Amusement Park, we kindly ask all guests to adhere to the park's regulations and maintain joy. Requirements for navigating the tale: successfully redeem your ticket. Below are the official rules. Please review them carefully. The official rules are unequivocally accurate. Please abide by the following rules for your health and safety. Be mindful of your SAN value. Trust me, you do not wish to discover the consequences of losing all SAN value. Rule 1. Please engage in civilized play, ensuring no disturbance to other guests or staff. Rule 2. All guests must proceed to the amusement coin sales area upon entry to obtain free amusement coins. Rule 3. Amusement coins may only be acquired through exchange or gameplay. Rule 4. All staff within the amusement park will wear corresponding name tags. Please take note that staff will bear name tags. Should you encounter a staff member without a name tag, kindly disregard them. Rule 5. If you meet a staff member in a mascot costume, be sure to greet them warmly, and you must purchase any items they offer. Please note, regardless of the item, it must be purchased. Rule 6. All facilities within the amusement park will cease operations at 11 o'clock in the evening and will resume at 6 o'clock the following morning. During this period, be sure to find a resting location and do not stray from it. Rule 7. The amusement park does not feature a Ferris wheel. Rule 8. The amusement park's Ferris wheel is safe. Conversely, if the park director is present, it is not. Rule 9. All facilities possess corresponding rules. Please adhere to these rules and enjoy your time. Chapter 68. His intuition never missed. Everyone was gazing at the bulletin board, their heads tilted upward like little frogs. Meng Fei cast a glance at the board, but his attention was swiftly captivated by a balloon hovering above it. A large crimson balloon dangled overhead, adorned with a modest electronic screen that, had it not been for Meng Fei's keen eyesight, might have gone unnoticed. On that petite screen, a countdown seemed to be in progress. 01:23.1 minute and 23 seconds. Meng Fei fixated on the tiny display. As the seconds trickled away, the moment the timer struck 0, the red balloon detonated, and the entrance to the amusement park slammed shut with a thunderous crash. Accompanying the cacophony of the explosion were the harrowing screams obscured within the chaos. Meng Fei abruptly turned his gaze toward the iron gate. To his astonishment, several colossal whales emerged from the ground, their bodies a rich brown, adorned with vast patches of grass and flowers upon their backs. They opened their massive mouths, gulping down a tour bus in a single bite. The bus was consumed by the whales, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding and shattering one by one. They devoured it with a crisp crunch, akin to savoring chicken. Meng Fei exclaimed, "What the hell? How could the driver have been mistaken?" No, truly, no one was eliminated from the bus. They were simply devoured along with the vehicle. Meng Fei lamented, "I am truly going to lose my mind." The grass-eating whales, having feasted on the bus, flicked their tails and vanished back into the earth. What had once been solid ground now resembled a marshland. The players entering the amusement park gasped in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream erupted with astonishment. What on earth is happening? What are these gigantic whales? They just emerged from the ground. A fantastical creature has appeared. Did those people truly get eaten? I thought there was a shortcut. Those players who hesitated, Zhao Qi's expression darkened further. How many players have been consumed? He Lu, glancing at the statistics in his hands, took a deep breath and replied, 23. Out of a total of 103 players, only 80 remained. According to the statistics, there were still 206 individuals who were not players. But, that person standing not far from Meng Fei, wasn't she the long-haired woman who was just on the bus? A researcher pointed tremblingly at the screen. Everyone turned to look, their hearts sinking. It was indeed the long-haired woman who had stayed on the bus, but she had clearly remained aboard. Zhao Qi felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress the urge to rub his arms, cursing, "Damn, this is truly sinister." He Li's breathing quickened. So, we just counted a total of 357 individuals, and now only 23 players have died. That leaves us with 80 players and 249 non-players. Shin Xiuqing focused intently on the screen, sipping his drink, and remarked, "Indeed, this fellow's intuition has never been wrong. This game aims to reduce the number of players." But why? Meng Fei watched the whales disappear before turning back to the bulletin board. Arndt's expression was not good. Meng Fei fixed his gaze on the bulletin board and said, "Resources are limited. Amusement tokens can only be obtained through exchange or by playing games. Most importantly, we need to validate our tickets." Meng Fei muttered, realizing he must locate the amusement token sales office. He dashed toward the amusement park's map beneath the bulletin board, quickly memorizing its layout. Not far from the entrance stood the amusement token sales office, which was divided into several areas. The amusement zone, the viewing area, and the rest zone. Meng Fei headed straight for the token sales office. The token sales office was whimsically shaped like a golden coin, and a man resembling the bus ticket collector occupied the center, operating a small window. Meng Fei rushed over, skidding to a halt in front of the window. "I want to collect my amusement tokens." He glanced at the man's chest, where a name tag displayed his photo and title. Amusement Token Administrator. The administrator smiled warmly at Meng Fei and said, "Please present your ticket." Meng Fei produced his ticket. The administrator squinted with a smile and declared, "That will be 500 amusement tokens. Please accept this." He handed Meng Fei a large bag filled with tokens, which clinked like coins. Nearby, several individuals who had already received their tokens cast envious glances at Meng Fei's bag. The supreme ticket was equivalent to 500 amusement tokens. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Wow, this is a hot potato." Remaining composed, He picked up the bag of tokens and searched for nearby informational signs, which led him to discover something. I can apply for an amusement card, right? I want to apply for one. The administrator, still smiling, replied, "The fee is 30 amusement tokens. Is that acceptable?" Meng Fei responded, "Of course." 30 amusement tokens posed no issue. He had no expenses other than acquiring items from the staff. Holding a bag of tokens could make him a target for robbery at any moment. The amusement card was quickly processed, and Meng Fei held the small black metal card, feeling a slight sense of security. Arndt approached as well, but with his VIP ticket, he had only 100 amusement tokens, a small bag of coins, and did not exchange for an amusement card. Meng Fei remained silent. He felt socially anxious. Moreover, he genuinely did not wish to collaborate with Arndt, as his memories of human cooperation were far from delightful. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Fei dashed away. Arndt was still surveying the surroundings, and upon turning around, Meng Fei had vanished. Arndt exclaimed, "Huh?" Meng Fei sprinted away from the illusion, then came to a halt, steadying himself and surveying the area. Beside him loomed a pirate ship, a colossal vessel that had yet to start its operation. Meng Fei spotted a notice nearby. "Welcome to the pirate ship. Guests are required to spend 3 amusement tokens to board. Please pay attention to the following points. 1. You may scream while riding the pirate ship. 2. The pirate ship may occasionally encounter unexpected events. Please ensure you do not get flung off. 3. Do not pollute the pirate ship." Meng Fei read it several times, remaining silent. This felt like a set of rules, yet it also seemed off. Something was amiss. Meng Fei bit his lip, sensing something was wrong. If riding the amusement rides required payment, then others could opt not to participate. However, not participating would be problematic. It now appeared that VIP tickets and Supreme tickets allowed free rides, while others were required to pay. The basic ticket must account for the largest proportion, right? Surely. Chapter 69. The Code of Conduct for Visitors at Joyful Amusement Park. Meng Fei gazed at the pitch-black, ominous pirate ship, momentarily at a loss. It felt akin to the sensation of needing to relieve oneself, but being unable to do so. "Damn it, there must be something I've overlooked," he muttered. With renewed urgency, he turned and dashed back towards the entrance of the amusement park. By now, the crowd had largely dispersed. Some had collected their tokens and were searching for an exit, while others intended to indulge in the attractions, and a few were perusing small booklets. Meng Fei's gaze fixated on one particularly colorful booklet. That essay, upon returning to the entrance, he discovered, indeed, a small rack beside the announcement board, adorned with approximately 30 little booklets. Earlier, due to the throng at the entrance, only those at the forefront had likely noticed these pamphlets. Now, a few individuals were taking them. Meng Fei boldly cut in line and snatched one. The others cast him a quick glance, but remained silent. "This feels rather strange," he thought. He picked up the booklet and retreated to a secluded patch of grass, dark and twisted, to begin reading. The booklet was quite thin, probably consisting of only a few pages. The cover was vibrant, emblazoned with the words, "Code of Conduct for Visitors at Joyful Amusement Park." Welcome to Joyful Amusement Park. Please take a moment to review the visitor guidelines. Rule 1. The essence of Joyful Amusement Park is joy. Please ensure a joyful demeanor. Prolonged feelings of sadness may lead to certain consequences. Rule 2. All criminal activities are strictly forbidden within the park. If no one reports a crime, the park shall not take action against the perpetrator. Rule 3. Guests at Joyful Amusement Park are required to partake in the attractions. Basic ticket holders must ride at least once daily, VIP ticket holders 3 times, and Supreme ticket holders 7 times. Rule 4. The customer is king, but those without money are not. Rule 5. All necessities require currency. Of course, this excludes esteemed guests. Please ensure you possess at least 1 amusement token. Rule 6. Guests without tokens will be forcibly removed from the amusement park. Rule 7. When the park's attractions cease operation, if you cannot access a resting area, ensure you remain in the company of others. Traveling in groups may enhance safety. Rule 8. Be mindful of all prices. Do not incur debt. The consequences of debt are unimaginable. Rule 9. The park is willing to accept amusement tokens obtained by any means. Rule 10. The park offers not only places to spend tokens but also opportunities to earn them. Please be bold in your endeavors. Meng Fei exclaimed, "Oh no. Why do these rules become increasingly unsettling upon closer inspection? On one hand, they prohibit all criminal activities, while on the other, they accept tokens acquired by any means. And the notion that crimes will go unpunished if left unreported, doesn't that practically encourage criminal behavior? Indeed, it felt like an invitation to commit heinous acts. Furthermore, the rule mandating at least one ride a day incurs costs. What happens if one runs out of tokens? I hear basic ticket holders only possess 20 amusement tokens. How long will that last? And what about the most crucial aspect, the ticket verification? This rule is conspicuously absent. Not to mention the debt clause. If one falls into debt, the consequences would be dire, no doubt. Thank goodness I, Meng, chose the highest tier ticket. Yet even as a supreme guest, I must ride 7 times daily. This is nerve-wracking. What should I do? Meng Fei scrutinized the booklet in his hands. There are places to earn tokens as well. Speaking of which, have you ever encountered those amusement parks that are utterly foolish? They charge nothing upon entry, give you a ticket, and then punch a hole in it for each ride, claiming no charge until you attempt to leave. Joyful amusement park. Go ahead, keep complaining. Meng Fei mused. I suspect they are employing such tactics. However, having just entered, I am still unclear about the other rules. Since this is an expansive web of regulations, it stands to reason that viewing areas and rest zones must also abide by distinct overarching rules. Let's take it step by step. We should first enjoy ourselves. After all, the park doesn't close until 11 in the evening. Checking the time, it is currently 4:30 in the afternoon. Meng Fei beamed with innocent enthusiasm, declaring, I'm so looking forward to this. It has been ages since I last visited an amusement park. Do you like it? He glanced towards the nearby roller coaster, not particularly fond of it, but someone once cherished such rides. His heart tightened. He quickened his stride. Although the amusement park bustled with activity, Meng Fei felt as though he inhabited a world unto himself. Suddenly, a wave of loneliness washed over him. He made his way to the roller coaster. Welcome to the Super Roller Coaster. Guests are required to spend 4 amusement tokens to ride. Please note the following points for the Super Roller Coaster. 1. You are free to scream or cry while riding. 2. Unexpected incidents may occasionally occur. Ensure you remain securely seated. 3. Riding the Super Roller Coaster 3 times in succession will earn you a mysterious gift. 4. If you encounter any peculiar individuals or occurrences on the ride, please pretend you did not see them. The ticket seller was the same jovial man, his appearance seemingly copied and pasted, complete with a name tag. Meng Fei wanted to quip, and he did indeed. What's up? Is your boss short on funds? The staff member in the red and white checkered uniform smiled. You've posed an intriguing question. So, would you like to ride the Super Roller Coaster? On the first day, with no clear ticket verification process, few would opt for this attraction costing 4 tokens per ride. But Meng Fei was different. He promptly swiped his card. I want to ride 3 times in a row. The staff member grinned. Are you certain? Should you choose to discontinue midway, your tokens will not be refunded, nor will your rides be counted. Meng Fei affirmed, absolutely. The staff member produced a small machine and processed Meng Fei's card. By the way, do you have any backpacks? I need a super sturdy one that won't drop anything. The staff member replied, you'll need to purchase that from the gift shop. Meng Fei asked, oh, could you watch my belongings for me? Would that be possible? The staff member replied. Meng Fei brandished his ticket, gleaming gold in front of the staff member's eyes. With a serious expression, he proclaimed, I am the most esteemed supreme guest. Be careful, or I might file a complaint. The staff member's smile radiated, brighter than a sunflower. I would be more than happy to assist you. Chapter 70. If you're a man, keep going. If you're a brother, don't back down. Ha ha ha, the visage of a working-class individual. It's utterly hilarious. though I am not particularly inclined to agree, yet since you insist, what can I do but comply? I have no choice but to acquiesce, the adorable deity. I'm the most formidable. If you don't help me keep an eye on my belongings, I shall lodge a complaint against you. Ha ha ha, Meng Shun displays the grotesque face of a capitalist. I yearn to scoop him up for a kiss, to savor him. What a peculiar thought. His serious demeanor is quite endearing, utterly charming. Under Meng Fei's persuasion, the staff cheerfully opted to assist him in safeguarding his items. Then Meng Fei began to rummage through his pockets. Crumpled papers, a paper fox, tiger head shoes, a small doll, along with brochures and amusement park cards. There was even a room key. Indeed, it was the key from the first dungeon. A chaotic little heap. It's hard to fathom how he managed to stow it all away in his pockets. Meng Fei handed everything over to the staff, not forgetting to threaten, when I return, not a single item must be missing. If even one is absent, I shall file a complaint. The staff forced a smile, assuring him, rest assured. The smiley mask barely held together. Meng Fei, hands on hips, turned and boarded the roller coaster. Before he could fasten his safety belt, he heard the attendant shout, "Please secure your safety belt and take all necessary precautions. The super roller coaster is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Meng Fei's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, the safety belt isn't fastened yet. In the next moment, the super roller coaster launched forth with astonishing speed. Faster than riding a ferret, Meng Fei, phew, phew, phew. The wind contorted Meng Fei's face, his teeth exposed, his lips flapping. He did not scream, but the audience following his perspective certainly did. The sensation of vertigo, plunging downward, soaring upward, the speed rendering everything a blur. The safety belt on Meng Fei's body was flung away as he gripped the handrail, veins bulging on his pale hands. Meng Fei, damn it, you mother. As an experienced roller coaster enthusiast, I assert that this journey surpasses even the length of the Dragon's Ride, and the speed is unparalleled. Enough already, I'm about to vomit. I cannot endure this, suffering from motion sickness and a fear of heights. Ah, how exhilarating. Ha ha ha, the adorable deity. You, just wait. When I get off, I'll reward you with 2 hefty slaps. Meng He, if you continue to bully Meng Fei, I'll break your legs. Savoring the moment, have you not noticed? The buttons on the adorable deity's clothing have been blown open, exposing a tantalizing collarbone. I could savor that collarbone for a year. When will the adorable deity indulge in a hot spring? I'll pay. I'll pay one. I'll pay 10086. You bunch of perverts. Don't you care for the safety of the adorable deity? Adorable deity, let go of that railing and come into my arms. Damn, a bunch of perverts. Meng Fei was not particularly afraid, just a bit nauseated, suffering from motion sickness. Meng Fei, a roller coaster is still a vehicle. After one ride on the super roller coaster, Meng Fei's hair was tousled, resembling a bird's nest, disheveled, and his face flushed. One of his buttons had been blown off, revealing a slightly reddened collarbone. To be honest, had it not been for the millions watching Meng Fei's live stream, one might think that some scoundrel had mistreated their adorable deity. Savoring, trembling, wifey, super. Damn it, you must not regard my wifey with such lewdness. Wifey, come close, let us cuddle. Honestly, it is a bit suggestive. I recently watched him. To the person above, Link, I beg you. To the one above that, I have a friend who is on the brink of death. He wishes to see. Meng Fei spat out the sand and leaves he had inadvertently consumed, glaring fiercely at the staff. The staff, invigorated, cheerfully inquired, "Dear guest, would you like to continue?" Meng Fei, if you're a man, keep going. If you're a brother, don't back down. The staff applauded, commending his bravery. Then let us continue. Meng Fei, wait. Safety belt, safety belt, safety belt. He wanted to change positions. No opportunity, absolutely no chance. The staff shouted to continue, and without a moment's pause, they launched Meng Fei. Damn. gripping the handrail, his mind threatened to be blown away by the wind. This roller coaster in the world of peculiar tales is truly unique. It directly befuddles one's mind. Meng Fei, where is my brain? Where is my brain? Where is my brain? Intelligence reduced by 1. Intelligence reduced by 1. Intelligence reduced by 1. On the third round, Meng Fei merely nodded expressionlessly. The staff. Is there truly a hint of emotional resonance? Indeed, a true man. Meng Fei, change seats? No need for that. Let us just dive right in. Meng Fei, not yet utterly foolish, yet already rendered senseless by the roller coaster? Yet this sheer thrill-seeking experience of riding a roller coaster is surprisingly addictive. After 3 rides, Meng Fei found himself yearning for more. Meng Fei, I feel I could go for 3 more rides. If I do, will there be 2 gifts? The staff silently produced a piece of chalk from their pocket and added a note behind the announcement board. Each mysterious gift is limited to 1 per person. Meng Fei's face contorted in disdain. How stingy. Meng Fei, I'm done playing. Meng Fei tousled his hair, methodically stowed the items from the staff back into his pockets, then extended his hand to request the gift. The gift? The staff? What a man, but truly just a child. How can one compare a child to a child? With good humor, the staff retrieved a small box from their possession and handed it to Meng Fei. Meng Fei accepted the box, opened it to reveal a sparkling badge. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a special item, Courage Badge, a badge that can only be obtained by those who possess courage. In certain special locations, one must hold the Courage Badge to gain entry. Meng Fei raised an eyebrow at a badge granting access to special locations. Quite intriguing. Meng Fei accepted the Courage Badge, and as he departed, he did not forget to give the staff a playful kick. It was executed with such familiarity that before the staff could utter a word, Meng Fei had already turned and walked away nonchalantly. Farewell. Listen to that little commotion. It's both delightful and audacious. The staff stood in place, watching as Meng Fei took 2 steps before sprinting away, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips, though it quickly reverted to the standard cheerful demeanor. After enjoying the roller coaster, Meng Fei dashed to the swinging pendulum ride, which required 2 amusement tokens per ride, just like the pirate ship. Meng Fei directly rode it 4 times, swaying like a rag doll in the wind. During this time, a hapless individual failed to grasp the handrail and was flung off. Meng Fei, death is delightful.